Hey, it's more perfect than I thought. Finishing my latte, I toss my cup in a trash can, fishing my cell out of my purse when it rings as I wander to the apartment block entrance. I inhale and answer. James. Where are you? He snaps. I recoil, slowing to a stop, taken aback. I didn't realize I needed to run every move I make past you, I retort, hanging up on him, outraged. Jerk, I grumble, forcing my feet into moving, trying to locate my earlier excitement. I only make it a few paces before he's calling me again. I lift my palm to my forehead, rubbing, squeezing my eyes closed. Gosh, really him. And gosh, really me. I answer with silence. I'm sorry, he breathes. I didn't mean to sound so curt. Bad day? What did he do? What were those errands? Had better, he says, only making those questions circle faster. So, where are you? Why? Because I want to see you. What about what I want? I retort. It's stupid, but I won't let him believe I'm at his beck and call, however much I'd love to be his cure for everything. But nothing could cure those scars. Stop it, Beau, he says tiredly. Where are you? Biscayne Bay. Why? I'm viewing an apartment. My declaration receives silence in reply. I thought it was about time I moved on from Lawrence and Dexter's. I don't want to even imagine the reaction I'll get from my uncle. He won't see this as a good thing, not now that he's met James. Interesting. Why is that interesting? I ask, scowling at the ground. What time's your viewing? In 10 minutes. I'll be there. Send me the address. What? I blurt. But it'll take you over half an hour to get here from your place. Who said I'm at my place? My shoulders straighten, and I start circling on the spot, my eyes scoping the space around me. It wouldn't be the first time James has followed me. Where are you? I ask, suddenly feeling like I'm being watched, the hairs on my neck standing on end. Just dealing with some business. I laugh under my breath. That didn't answer my question, and it sounds very dubious. Send me the address, Beau, he orders before hanging up. I slowly, reluctantly tap out a message to him, all the while wondering, what the hell is going on here? Not the weird stuff, the curiosity, the mysterious happenings, but between James and me, I'm looking at an apartment to buy and he wants to come? Why? I ponder that while I wait outside the foyer of the block, my mind turning in circles. Does he want to give his approval? Check everything is in order? I spin my cell in my grasp, checking left and right, keeping an eye out for him. Miss Haley? I swing around toward the doors, finding a young hip guy in a suit so tight it's gotta be uncomfortable. You must be Dean. His eyes light up. Pleasure to meet you. He takes my extended hand and holds it for too long for my liking, the dollar signs virtually pinging into his eyes. I know what he's thinking. He's thinking young cash buyer, and I'm here alone. I'm not being presumptuous. Likewise, I say without thinking, flexing my fingers for him to release me. Oh, he drops my hold and I smile awkwardly. Shall we? He swoops his arm out toward the door and I look over my shoulder, searching for James. Actually, I'm just waiting for my... I snap my mouth closed. My what? Friend, I finish, finding no sign of James. We can let her up when she arrives, Dean suggests, encouraging me into the lobby. His smile is going to break his face if he doesn't ease it a bit. So there's a 24-hour concierge, he says, indicating the desk where a middle-aged guy sits looking utterly bored. Now that is a concierge. Otto is definitely no concierge. Dean pushes the button for an elevator and stands back, giving me a cheesy grin. I'm assuming security is important. Why? I ask, stepping in when it arrives, Dean joining me. He falters, looking incredibly awkward. Well, he coughs, isn't it for everyone? Another cheesy grin. He dug himself out of that one quite speedily. Oh, I say, looking up at the panel that's ticking up through the floors. I assumed you meant because I'm a single female. God, no, he laughs. I'm a modern man, Miss Haley. I smile to myself, wondering what the hell a modern man is. I won't ask. I can't bear to see him squirming. The doors open and I step out, looking up and down the corridor. It's clean, tidy, A bit soulless, but it's just a corridor. Last door on the right. Dean lets me lead on, and I expect it's all part of his modern man philosophy. We reach a solid wooden door, and the number 7 on a plaque on the wall to the side sparkles. Lucky for some, he says as he slips the key into the lock and pushes it open, entering first. He's taking this modern man thing too far now. The owner is away on business, so we have the place all to ourselves. Another cheesy grin. Great. I step inside and gaze around, my eyes naturally falling to the floor-to-ceiling windows on one side. It's not quite the level of James's floating glass box, but it's probably about as much as I can expect for my budget. Amazing view, I say, approaching the glass and taking in the skyline. Dean joins me, holding out an envelope. The details. I accept, despite already having them. What's the owner's position? I ask, backing up and heading to the kitchen space across the room. He's not in a rush to sell. I smile, opening a few cupboards. Translated, don't try to knock him down on the price. But I'm a cash buyer and ready to move quickly, I point out, running the tap. That carries some appeal, right, Dean? He chuckles lightly, resting his leather folder on the island. Like I said, he's in no rush, but I'm sure I can work my magic for you, Beau. So it's Beau now? Assuming it's what I want, I say, wandering to the back of the apartment, taking in the spacious but cozy lounge as I go. It needs redecorating. The walls are scuffed and a bit grubby. The bedrooms are this way? Yes, with 2 very generous bathrooms. I enter the master and I'm pleasantly surprised by the size. Good space, I muse, walking around the cream rug. The bathroom is just through there. I follow his pointed hand, entering. He wasn't kidding. Very generous. The walk-in shower is minimal, just a sheet of glass fixed to the tile and anchored to the wall by a silver bar. So, what do you think? Dean asks, standing in the doorway. I hold back my thoughts, tampering down my enthusiasm. It's got potential, I say quietly, running my palm across the wood veneer vanity unit. Can I ask what you do, Beau? He asks, sweeping a hand through his slick hair. What do I do? Good question. Currently, I'm floating between heaven and hell. Usually, I'd be distracting myself with some painting, although not much of that has happened of late. I must finish James's office. My cell rings, saving me from Dean's question, and I take James's call as I peek in the mirror-fronted cupboard hanging over the sink. Hey, I'm in the apartment. I close the door of the cupboard and turn toward Dean, who nods and gets straight onto his cell, calling the concierge. Yes, show her up. He cuts the call and slips his cell into his pocket. I'll let her in. Thanks. I follow him out of the bedroom on a smile, wickedly looking forward to the moment when Dean learns that she is in fact a he. A big he, an impressive he, a fierce he. We wander through the open living area, and I hear the sound of an impatient knock as we pass the kitchen. I hover to the side of Dean as he swings the door open, smiling brightly. Hi, I'm... His head tilts back and he reverses his steps, his smile falling. This is my friend, I say, biting my lip furiously to restrain my smile. James, this is Dean, the real estate agent. James gives me a narrowed eye when he catches the amusement I'm doing a terrible job of hiding, nor the thrill of how ruggedly handsome he looks in trousers and a shirt, open at the collar. He's dressed rather smart for errands on a Saturday. James grunts, looking nothing short of pissed off, giving Dean a glare paired with a curled lip. Poor Dean doesn't know where to look, his persona changing in an instant. What do you think? I ask James, trying to distract him from whatever's gotten under his skin today. It could be me. I don't know. It probably is. I think I need a tour, he says quietly, wandering over to the kitchen. I follow, a little wary. Has he made a move on you? He asks, not nearly quietly enough, nothing but displeasure on his face. I tilt my head. Would that be a problem? Yes. He doesn't beat around the bush, scowling over his shoulder, and I glance back, seeing Dean's smile is now more nervous than cheesy. That would be a huge problem. Why? I ask, not certain that I want the answer. James looks at me in question, definitely wondering the same as me. Do I want to know? Is this another bout of jealousy? Something tells me I'm about to find out. Beau and I are going to take another look around, he says to Dean, eyes still on me. That gaze is threatening and electrifying. I start to shift on my feet and James doesn't miss it. Sure, Dean lowers to a stool. Take your time. I will. James cocks his head at me, and I inhale, my chest expanding. My waning stability becomes ricketier as he seizes my hand and pulls me, and I feel Dean's stare follow us. The TV room, I say as he tugs me through, my skin tingling, preparing, bracing for his touch. Lovely. The view. I look over my shoulder, smiling awkwardly when I discover Dean looking at us, alarmed. Great, James mutters. The dining area. I blindly point at the table and chairs I know to be somewhere in this vicinity. Amazing. He drags me on, unperturbed. James, I hiss as Dean disappears from view and I'm yanked into the master bedroom. Bedroom, I breathe, and James releases my hand and places a palm on my shoulder, walking me forward. To the bathroom. After their night, they felt a deep connection. He undoes the fly of his trousers, unfastens a few more buttons of his shirt and pulls it over his head, and then works my fly, tugging my jeans down my legs to my ankles, leaving them there, effectively restraining my feet too. I look at the ceiling, every brain cell consumed by a need inside simmering dangerously, ready to bubble over and have me screaming his name. But I still manage to read between the lines of his words. What he's saying, James style, is that only he can do this to me. No other man. No one. Only him. What are you going to do? I pant, knowing there's no chance of physical intimacy when my legs are unable to spread. Tell me what you're going to do. I need to prepare. It's a crazy claim. I could never be prepared for James, but always ready, always willing. When he doesn't answer, I find him again. His hand moved slowly. Oh gosh, I breathe, knowing the level of torture I'm about to face, restrained, unable to touch him or myself. This won't be escape. This will be hell. James. I look at him with pleading eyes, shaking my head. I will have to depend on him, and something tells me he's not in an accommodating mood. I'm blaming Dean, or James for being unreasonably possessive. His smirk is salacious, dirty, it's knowing. I want you all to myself, he whispers, guiding himself to the juncture of my thighs. I cry out, bowing violently, straining against my bonds. Is that a problem, Beau? Stop, I beg, as he moved intimately, his free hand grabbing my jaw. You want me to stop? He asks, slipping his thumb past my lips and circling my tongue. Then say my name. Which one? I gasp, and then yelp when he changes the direction of his touch, pushing closer. The name you know? My internal walls scream, trying to get the friction it needs. My jaw tightens, my eyes narrowing. Stop it, I order. He knows I'm not telling him to stop this. I'm ordering him to stop purposely fueling my intrigue. You stop it, he counters, tackling my mouth hard, fisting my hair at my nape, holding me steady as he starts increasing the intensity, driving me wild. The feel of his presence played havoc with my nerve endings, tickling them, teasing them. Our tongues tussle, our teeth clash, our moans collide. You're burning up, Beau, he pants, biting at my lip and returning to my mouth, continuing the clumsy, frenzied kiss. Heat sweeps through me, working its way to my head. My muscles start to stiffen. My mouth becomes urgent on his. My arms yanking and pulling at the restraints, my legs solid. I'm going to reach my peak, and there isn't a doubt that Dean will hear it. James, I say in warning, though all the signs tell him. The friction is suddenly gone, his mouth missing from mine, and I growl my frustration as my peak retreats. He reaches down and yanks my jeans off, taking my flip-flops with them, and then seizes behind my thighs and yanks me onto him. Passion peaked, they came together intimately. Yes, I whisper, my forehead falling onto his shoulder. Yes, yes, yes. He groans, holding still, and the feel of their deep connection brings my vanishing peak back with a vengeance. How are your arms? He asks, his voice still hard. Numb, I admit. Every ounce of blood in me seems to have gone to my head and my core. Finish it, I order, and he rolls teasingly, turning his face into my neck and kissing me way too softly. This will never be finished, he murmurs. I open my eyes, gazing across the bathroom to the door. Good. I lift my head, turning into his face, finding his eyes. I see too much freedom in his gaze, too many promises, and too many secrets. I hold his stare, lowering my mouth to his and nibbling at his lip. He quickly turns it into a kiss. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. My peak soon came, and James's fingers dug into my thighs, his hips becoming rigid. I knew he was with me. It seemed to hit us simultaneously, and we both reached our peak, prisoners to the pleasure. He stills, and I become limp, the strain on my wrists becoming painful. The sound of our labored breathing is golden. It's a no from me, he pants into my shoulder, and I sigh drowsily. You don't like it? No. What's not to like? He peels his skin from mine and lowers me to my feet, reaching up to the leather holding me in place. You living alone, that's what's not to like. My hands are quickly free, and they fall like lead to my sides. I wince, and it doesn't escape James's notice. Taking an arm in turn, he starts massaging some life back into them, checking the welts, which are red and raw again. I don't see why you don't just stay with your uncle. What's the rush? There's no rush, hence I've been at Lawrence's for nearly 2 years. Then what's the problem? He looks up at me, and I detect something in his cool eyes I haven't seen before. Worry. I'm sure it's worry. I'm surprised James is encouraging me to stay with Lawrence after my uncle was so rude to him. So, is there more to this? There wasn't a problem, but now you've made me feel like there is a problem. I gently pull my arm from his hold and find my jeans, pulling them on while I watch him closely. You're making me suspicious, I admit, but what I could be suspicious of is beyond me. He's a stockbroker, for God's sake. Wealthy, lives in a glass castle, has cameras everywhere, is intimate with random women with no apology. Everything I learn about James results in more intrigue, and it's getting to the point I'm losing the battle against my head, which is telling me to keep my mouth and ears shut. Just take what you need, Beau. Take that and nothing else. Is there a problem? James fastens his trousers and gets his shirt back on, tucking it in. Why are you asking if there's a problem? Because if there is, you're going to tell me you don't want to know what the problem is. His lips straighten, and my eyes narrow. I really hate your riddles. I fasten the buttons of my shirt with a heavy hand, and James stares at me as he coils the belt in his hands. They're not riddles, Beau. He steps into me and kisses me gently, nibbling his way across my lips. But if they were, the answers are right here waiting for you. I get lost in his attention. It's a given. Do you hate how much I don't want to know? I ask around his mouth, looping an arm around his neck. No, I hate how much I want to tell you. My body is seized, and I'm pulled up his body, my legs wrapping around his waist. I pull back and get his face in my sights, his gorgeous, manly, handsome face. I drop a kiss on the corner of his otherworldly lips and sweep my hands through his waves. And as I'm breathing him into me, relaxed, my mind seems to open and piece together the endless things James has said, his other name, how much he wants to tell me, how he thinks I'm getting more than I bargained for, his errands today. Oh my gosh, it's so really obvious. I don't know how I didn't consider it before. I stare at the wall past his shoulder, my twisted thoughts all straightening out. He's a dad. He has a kid. I pull away and look at him in question, my mind spinning at 100 miles an hour. How did I miss this? He hates how much he wants to tell me, because sharing that part of his life is a serious business, something a man would only do if he was thinking of introducing someone to their child, right? Is he thinking of introducing me? And what does that mean? Me? A kid? Really, I couldn't inflict my gloom on a child. I try to detach myself from him, but he stands firm, keeping me hanging from his torso, dipping to get my purse from the floor. Then he turns and walks out, and I catch sight of the fogged mirror. My face is distorted, blurry, unclear. I don't bother telling him to put me down. I don't think I can walk anyway, not after that peek, and not while my mind is so focused on my latest revelation. It's a no, James says to Dean as he carries me through the apartment. Dean's face is a picture as he stands from the stool, walking slowly into the middle of the room as he watches us leave. I raise a hand and offer a small guilty smile before the wood of the door comes between us. Only once we're in the elevator does James put me down. "What's up?" he asks, assessing me closely, blindly hitting the button for the first floor. I don't like it. Not at all. I can't look at him. Being involved with a man who's a dad is no joke. It carries responsibilities. I'm not equipped. Gosh, and I feel awful for thinking it, but I'm pissed off. Pissed off that he's ruined the illusion, tarnished my escape. Nothing. I thank all the gods when my cell rings. Nath's name on my screen fills me with dread and relief all at once. "Excuse me," I say to James, stepping off the elevator when the doors open. "I need to take this." I wander to the seats in the lobby, but I don't sit down. "Nath? Hey, you free?" he blurts. No greeting, no inquiry into how I am. I'm not imagining it. He sounds tense. And Nath doesn't do tense. He's as cool as a man can come. "Now?" "Yes, now." "Is everything okay?" "I don't know," he says, and I feel every muscle in my body harden. "Is this about Mom? Can you meet me at mine?" "Why your place?" I have never, not ever, met Nath at his place. In fact, I don't think I've ever stepped foot in his house. I've picked him up, I've waited outside while he went in to fetch something. But I've never been inside. He's always claimed it's too messy, that he's ashamed of how undomesticated he is. "An hour?" he says, not answering me. I glance at my screen, seriously disliking the pinching feeling all over my skin. He sounded out of breath. "Stressed? Okay?" James asks, approaching with caution. "Yeah?" I back away, and even though I don't like the call with Nath, it's a perfect excuse for me to gain some space from James to get my thoughts in line. A friend needs me. I have to go. He can't disguise his displeasure, or his suspicion. But I have to make him believe it's nothing much, because the alternative will open a whole can of worms that I absolutely do not want to share with James. "Man trouble," I shrug lamely. "Call you later?" He looks shell-shocked. "Sure," he replies, gathering himself. "Can I drop you anywhere?" "I have my car." I point aimlessly to a wall. "Up the road, but thanks." This is getting more awkward by the second, and in an effort to try and kill it, I step forward and kiss his cheek, a better attempt to convince him that I'm fine. I'm not fine. Not at all. I only intended to make it chaste, but James grabs me and holds me close, deepening our connection. I'm literally a prisoner in his arms. I try so hard to match his intimate kiss, but my mind is elsewhere, and I never would have thought it possible while James kissed me. It's disheartening on so many levels, because isn't it the whole really point of seeing him? "I have to go," I whisper, wedging my palms into his chest and pushing him back. I turn, walk away, and I don't look back. James. I'm left in the lobby of the building with a scowl bigger than my hammy. What really just happened? I don't waste too much time wondering. I follow her, keeping a safe distance. She rounds a corner, her pace hurried, and I watch in fascination as she constantly zigzags from one side of the road to the other. She crosses the street 3 times by the time she's made it to the end of the road. She's avoiding the crowded pavement, removing herself from the busy sides of the street as and when needed. And she wants to live here? She zips around the corner, and when I make it there, she's halfway up the next street. I spot her clapped-out muscle car in the distance. "Gosh," I mutter, mentally locating my own car. Half a mile away. I pull out my mobile and call Goldie, spewing my exact location. "I'm 2 minutes away," she says. "Make it 1. I glance up and down the street, assessing my situation. Beau will be gone in less than a minute, even in that old jalopy she calls a car. Really. I spot a grocery store across the road, the outside lined with carts of fresh fruit and veg. Stall her. I rush over, grab the side of a cart, and upend it, sending the endless piles of fruit spilling into the road. I hear the sound of brakes immediately, a cab screeching to a halt in the middle of the road, its horn blaring. The traffic is soon backed up, Beau's car trapped in its parking space. I go back to my phone, dialing Goldie as I pace up the street. "Come in on the north end." By the time I've made it to the end of the street, keeping close to the buildings, Goldie is stuck 10 cars back in the jam. I hop in the passenger seat. "What's going on?" she asks, crawling forward with the traffic, craning her neck to see down the street. Not a freaking clue. She was fine, she took a call, and then she bolted. I motioned to her car up front, the nose butting out of the space. And what was she doing here? Looking at an apartment she won't be buying. I pull on my seatbelt as Goldie starts to creep forward. I can feel her worried attention splitting between me and the road. Don't say a thing. Gosh, she says on a laugh. What are you thinking? Thinking? Am I thinking at all? My mind is as tangled as anything. Just follow her, I mutter as the traffic breaks and we start to pick up speed. Someone up front gives Beau the right of way, and she pulls out, startling everyone within half a mile radius when her car backfires. Gosh, Goldie breathes, and I nod in agreement, my eyes laser beams on the death trap up ahead, carrying Beau to where? I don't know, but I'm really raging. Beau. I rumble down the cobbled street toward Nath's place, a converted attic space above a row of garages, and turn off Dolly's engine, getting out and putting all my weight behind me to shut the door. I look up at the Juliet balcony. No lights are on. It's not dark, but there's definitely not enough natural light to warrant that. I approach the door and knock, unable to shake off the lingering sense of caution since I took his call. Every inch of me dreading what he has to tell me. I hear no movement beyond, no doors opening or feet coming down the stairs. I knock again and frame my eyes, squinting as I try to see past the opaque glass of his door. Nothing. I pull back, thoughtful, my mind racing. Where are you? I say to myself, knocking again, this time harder, more relentlessly. Gosh, I need to rein myself in. What would the old Beau do? Wants a cup. I can't think straight. Nath? I call, stepping back and peeking up at the window. Nath? No Nath. Pulling out my cell, I dial him, checking the street for his car. No car, but it could be in his garage. His phone goes to voicemail, but I don't leave a message. Instead, I try knocking again, and again, and again, and again. Gosh darn it, I mutter, trying someone else instead, my worry multiplying with each minute that passes, and no appearance or word from Nath. Ollie answers immediately. Hey, it's Beau. I start pacing outside Nath's front door, up and down, constantly looking at the window. Have you spoken to Nath today? Yeah, only a while ago, actually. Where? At the office. And he was okay? Yeah, I think so. You sure? Beau, what's with the 20 questions? Ollie asks, exasperated. I shake my head, exhaling heavily, trying to find reason and expel my worry. I was supposed to meet him at his place. He's not here. Hey, I'm sure it's nothing to worry about, he says gently. But Ollie doesn't know what I know. I pause for thought. What exactly do I know? I've called him repeatedly. He's probably been called to a scene. I realize everything Ollie is saying is reasonable and, I pray, true. There have been plenty of times Nath and I have had arrangements that have changed at the last minute because something came up at work. A dead body, an armed robbery. But he always called or texted. Can you check? I ask, aware I'm clutching at straws. There was a time Ollie would have told me anything I wanted to know, because I was one of them. Not anymore. You know I can't, Beau. I laugh under my breath. You can, and you would have if I was still a cop. There's silence for a few beats. Silence except for me hammering on Nath's front door again. Let me see what I can find out, he says, defeated. My hand stops just shy of the wood again. Thank you. No problem. Now go home before one of Nath's neighbors puts a call into the police. He has no neighbors, I point out, scanning the row of garages that Nath's apartment is spread over. If he had neighbors, I would have hammered on their door as well to see if they'd seen or heard from him. Go home, Beau, Ollie says gently. I'll call you. I relent, backing up to my car, my eyes taking one last glance up at the window. I'm going. Hanging up, I get in Dolly and start her up, worried out of my mind. What would have Nath so very rattled? James. I slowly move out of the recess, watching her chug up the road. Goldie pulls up beside me, her window down. Stay with her, I order, and she speeds off immediately, no questions asked. She senses something's not right, and it's not just my foul mood. I cast my eyes across to the Muse apartment spanning the row of garages, assess the roof, the windows, the front door. After a quick scope of the area for cameras and people, I walk casually over the road, pulling out my wallet and a credit card. I tug my shirt out of my trousers and push my hand into one of the tails, taking hold of the handle, slipping the card into the small gap by the lock and sliding it up a fraction. The door releases, and I hold it open only an inch, waiting for any chimes to indicate an alarm. Nothing. I peek through, searching for sensors. Nothing. Pushing my way in, I elbow the door closed again, listening carefully. Silence. I climb the stairs up to the apartment slowly, quietly, on high alert. It leads to an open-plan space at the top, and the first thing that hits me is how immaculate the room is. I would have put my life on the fact a woman lives here, until I see the art on walls. All women, all abstract, but no photographs. I wander through the kitchen space, the counters sparse, and into a bedroom. Definitely a bloke's bedroom. A laptop sits on a chair in the corner, and I wander over, crouching before it. I hit a button with my knuckle, and the screen comes to life, just as my phone starts vibrating in my pocket. I dig it out. "Otto," I say, staring at the empty box requesting a password. The burner phone that received the message from the snake cell ordering Jazz Haley's death? What about it? It was switched on briefly last night. I stand slowly, my eyes darting. "Trace it." "Done," Otto mutters, always one step ahead. "I'm texting you the address." My phone dings, and I pull it away from my ear, opening the message. "I'm running a search to find out who lives there," he goes on. "What?" I breathe, looking up and glancing around. "You recognize it?" "Jerk." "I'll take that as a yes. I'm at that address now." "What?" "I'm there, standing in the bedroom." "Are you really joking?" "No. Who really lives here, Otto?" I ask, going to the window and checking the street below. "Give me a sec. It's just coming through." He fades off, and my heart pumps faster as a result. "Gosh, what? You're in FBI agent Nathan Butler's apartment." Ice glides through my veins. Butler is their inside man. I hang up and call Goldie, going to the nightstand and pulling open the drawer, rifling through. Nothing. I slam it as Goldie answers. "She's heading east," she tells me. "Home?" "Nathan Butler's their inside man," I spit urgently, stalking out of the bedroom. "Do not let Beau out of your sight." Goodness me, all this time, her friend? I hang up and leave, my mind in chaos, constantly circling around the fact that Butler called Beau and she came straight here. To kill her? Beau. On my drive home, I battled with the pull of the steering wheel, fighting the urge to head to James's and find my escape. A swift recap of my earlier conclusions soon pulled me into line. It also brought the unreasonable feeling of resentment crashing back. He's a dad, a father. He's responsible for a person, and, God save my soul, I'm injured that that person isn't me, that all his attention and dedication can't be just for me, to free me, to take me away, to distract me from life. Anger rises. It's unreasonable, but I can't stop it. I park Dolly, pull my purse onto my shoulder, checking myself for the 1,000th time, and trudge up the path as I try Nath once again. No answer. I stand at the front door when a message flashes up from James. "Hope your friend is okay. Come over when you're done." I reply before I can talk myself out of it. "I'm home now. Tired. Speak soon." I hit send and cringe all over my cell. Speak soon? There are 1,000 meanings in those two words, and none of them mean I want to speak soon. No child needs my brokenness in their life. The moment I open the front door, I see Lawrence coming out of the lounge, and he stops, taking me in, his persona no less hostile than this morning. The atmosphere is spiky, the air tense. "Hi," I say, closing the door, trying to break the ice. He nods and continues to the kitchen, looking back over his shoulder. He smiles. It's small, nervous. I cock my head in question, and he inhales. "What's up?" I ask. Perhaps it's a silly question given the words we've had recently, but that smile? It was apologetic. I pick up my pace, and the moment I'm on the threshold of the kitchen, the lingering, crappy atmosphere explodes. "Dad," I mumble, seeing my father at the table with Dexter. "Hello, Beau," he says, not getting up to greet me, to hug me, to kiss me. He hasn't seen me in over a year, and all I get is a hello. Not that I want anything more, not that I expect it, but still, every single time we're in this place of awkwardness, I wonder why he finds it so very hard to embrace me. I'll make tea, Lawrence sings, starting to clang and clatter around the kitchen, his nerves shot. It only serves to annoy me more. He shouldn't have invited this man into his home, not only because of what my father's done, but because of how he treats Lawrence. It's nighttime. He should be Zinnia right now, vivacious, bright, and loud. But he's not. He's Lawrence, and not even the true version. All because this man is here. My teeth grate, and every transgression my father is guilty of steamrolls through my mind. His affair, his abandonment of me and Mom, his absence when she was taken from me, his absence when I hit rock bottom. No tea, I say to Lawrence, my burning eyes on my dad. No, he's not my dad. He's a man I'm sorry I used to love. A man I'm sorry I wasted any time on at all, wondering what was wrong with me. Wondering why I wasn't good enough. Why he struggles so terribly to give me any affection or praise. The more his success and power built over the years, the less loving he became. His gain, my loss. What do you want? He laughs, and it's nervous. My dad isn't the nervous kind. He's bold and unapologetic. He's thoughtless and insensitive. Then I realize something is missing, and I scan the kitchen looking for her. For what point, I don't know. You'd spot Dad's girlfriend in a crowd of 1,000,000 with her masses of fake blonde hair and rubber lips. Where's Amber? She's shopping with friends. I'll make tea, Lawrence says again, making more noise. I peek at Dexter. He looks about as comfortable as a cow outside a steakhouse. You didn't call about dinner, Dad says, standing from his chair and fastening the jacket of his expensive suit. I thought you might be free now. I'm not, I say automatically, cringing the moment the words fall out of my mouth. But you just got home. I'm going back out. I smile awkwardly, thumbing over my shoulder. I have plans with a friend. Oh, he looks truly disappointed. And for the first time when dealing with my father, I feel guilty. And I hate myself for that because he feels no guilt at all. You can't rearrange? Not for you. His eyes drop to my wrists, and I instinctively pull the sleeves of my shirt down, glancing across to Lawrence, whose eyes are nailed on my wrists too. He looks up at me, and I know immediately he's been telling tales on me. My jaw rolls, the anger I was feeling doubling. How could he? My father does not need more ammunition to persecute me. He doesn't need reasons to label me unstable and have me committed, not for my own good, but for his image, his ego, to get me out of the way. I'm afraid not, I say quietly. Who's your friend? He asks, his tone accusing. I can't believe Lawrence has thrown me under the bus. My father has no right to information on my private life. He surrendered that when he walked out on Mom and abandoned me in my darkest hour. No one you know. Good God, someone get me away before my head explodes. I heard you missed your session with Dr. Ferguson. How did you hear that? I ask, knowing Lawrence couldn't have betrayed me to that extent because I didn't tell him. You called her, didn't you? She's breaching patient confidentiality telling you that. She didn't tell me. The devious person. I need to go. I'll be late. I'm here in peace, Beau, Dad calls. Why can't you accept that? I just want my little girl back. I'm not a little girl, Dad. You'll always be my little girl. So where were you when Mom died? And when I was in the psychiatric hospital? He was busy making millions and rubbing shoulders with the best of them. His unstable daughter would have tarnished his sparkly reputation. You had me sent there and just left me. No support, no love, and worse still, you told anyone who asked that I was on vacation. I had never felt so desperately alone, terrified, abandoned. He has the decency to look ashamed. I can make up for my wrongs. I should have been there for you. He takes another step forward, and before I know it, I'm wrapped in his arms, his lips on the back of my head. And I soften. For the first time in years, I soften against my father. I will make it up to you. Tears, wretched tears pool in my eyes, and I lift my arms, clinging to him. Okay, I agree, easily. And at the same time, I wonder, is this all I needed to help fix me? My dad's apologies? His comfort? He breaks away and takes my cheeks in his palms, smiling down at me. His dark eyes, an unmistakable match to mine, shine at me. Come to dinner with me. Where? A little Italian downtown. Lovely place. I'm meeting a friend and I'd love you to meet him. Who is he? He smiles, but it's unsure. Fraser Cartwright. I recoil, backing out of his arms. The journalist? Dad shifts a little, uncomfortable. He's a friend. Is he for really real? Journalists aren't friends. They're a means to an end for men like my father. My God, what was I thinking? This man is incapable of changing. Mom might have agreed to put on a show for you so your reputation wasn't tainted when you left her, but you won't get the same cooperation from me. I turn, begging my feet to keep moving. The alternative would be to go back and trash the kitchen, and it's not the kitchen's fault. I slam the door behind me and take in valuable oxygen, gasping, blinking the fog of fury away. The door quickly swings open behind me. Beau, Lawrence says, stepping out and pulling it closed. Do not try to reason with me, Lawrence, I warn. He was only here for his own gain. Let's tell him to take you to the lovely Italian to meet Fraser Cartwright. He looks down, and I immediately feel awful. My father's approval isn't something Lawrence should want, but somehow needs. I'm sorry, I sigh, pushing my fingertips into my forehead. Once again, darkness and grief eclipse my soul, every difficult emotion returning full force and putting me back endless steps. But did I ever truly make progress? I need one thing and one thing only: escape. The doors of James' building are locked when I arrive, and I'm taken aback by it. The calming feeling that was settling as I drove over starts to subside, stress beginning to build. Locked. He's not here? I swallow, tugging on the handles again, pushing back my panic. What will I do? Breathe, Beau. I turn, leaning against the door, feeling at my throat. It's clogged. Panic. It's coming. Just breathe. I jump a mile when the glass bangs behind me, and I turn, finding Goldie on the other side. Relief. Jesus, it's overwhelming. She unlocks the door and pushes it open for me, and I walk slowly and quietly past her, not fazed by her steel expression. Not at the opera tonight? I ask as I come to a stop at the elevator, unable to hold back. I get nothing from her as she taps in the code. No look, no words. The doors open, and I step inside, not for the first time wondering what the hell I'm doing. And not for the first time, I laugh at my own stupid question. That threatening panic attack was very real. I ride up, pulling myself back together, settling, and when the doors open onto James' glass box, I scan the space, searching for him. No James. I glance up the stairs, and the faint sounds of music reach my ears. London Grammar. What a way to lose your head. I swallow, the irony making my head spin, and drop my purse, taking the stairs, feeling every stress and woe lift from my shoulders the closer I get to him. I follow the music to his bedroom. The door is open, the sound of the shower spray dulled by the beats of the track. I approach slowly, the tiniest part of my brain ordering me to turn and run away from this madness. But the biggest part is willing me on, yelling at me, telling me the only madness in this world is outside of this glass box. I stop at the door. James is a blur beyond the foggy shower screen, but crystal clear. And the music is louder. I glance up and see speakers dotted across the ceiling, nestled in between the spotlights, which are dim, moody, calming. His hands sweep through his hair, his back rolling, the scars undetectable through the misty glass. He is a perfect way to lose my head, lose everything. It's unhealthy. To bury my head in the sand, it has to be unhealthy, because outside of this glass box, the world still exists. It's still filled with a father who abandoned me, grief for a mom who I lost far too soon, and a crazed agony that sent me to a psychiatric facility at the lowest point of my life. But while I'm here, while I'm in James' orbit, I'm not that bereaved woman. I'm free. It's addictive. Dangerous. I'm at its mercy. James stills, and then he turns, slowly, his head lifting as he does, reaching for the screen and sweeping a hand across it. His face. Just the sight of him. He radiates power. His persona screams hazard. But beyond every masculine, strong, capable piece of him is a gentleness that's grown since we met. He knows who I am, what I need, without even knowing. Fireworks explode inside of me, my bottom lip trembling. I'm at his mercy. He jerks his head, a silent instruction for me to go to him. So I step forward, my hands lifting to the buttons of my shirt. And when I make it to the edge of the enclosure, he reaches out and pulls me in fully closed. One swift move has me turned, my back up against the tile. He breathes down on me, his eyes roaming every inch of my face. "Is your friend okay?" he asks quietly, nuzzling into my face. My head drops back, giving him access to my neck, and I nod as best I can, instantly out of my mind. He knows very well there is no friend with man troubles. "Speak soon?" he asks, and I swallow, clenching my eyes closed. "Do you want to speak now?" "No," I reply, my voice thick with need. He slips a hand onto my nape and directs my head back down. His eyes harbor a million strands of knowing. Me neither. His mouth is on mine fast. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. James, the relief I feel that she's here is spilling out of me in the form of anger. I can't stop it. And by the feel of her nails in my shoulders, she doesn't want me to, which leaves me wondering what went down at her uncle's place. Goldie reported Beau's father was there. She said Beau stormed out. And now she's here, seeming as stressed as I am. And I need to do everything I can to make sure she doesn't walk away again. I need to ensure she knows that being here, being with me, is her only option, not only because she's in danger out there. We're going at each other like animals, our mouths dueling chaotically, our hands grabbing and scratching at each other, my growls primal, hers equally so. I spin her and push her front forward into the tile with my body, kicking her feet apart. She cries out, and I bite her wet shoulder. "James," she yells. "No really talking, Beau," I warn, tracing down her back. "You said no talking. I don't want this to be rough and hard. I need to give her more of a reason to stay, more than the crazy intimacy. Let's just connect." No, I slow to pace and ease into the intimacy gently, and she moans to the ceiling. "Hard," she orders, and I still, my body shaking with the effort it's taking not to give in to the intensity. "What?" I pant, and she rolls her forehead on the tile, her fist balling and pushing into the wall, as if she's angry with herself. "Not soft. I don't need you being all soft and gentle with me. Not now. Not now? Or not ever. Why? I'm trying to locate a harder tone. I'm trying to hold back the fear in me. Yet I can't avoid the need." She doesn't answer. Because she doesn't know. All I can think about in this moment was our first encounter, the encounter that set the wheels in motion for us. She wants that, and it annoys me. I withdraw, and Beau hits the wall with her fist. "Come with me," I order, taking her wrist and pulling her out of the shower. The cold air shocks my skin, and with both of us dripping wet, I pull her into my bedroom. "What are you doing?" she asks, trying to remove herself from my grip. "James!" I stop by the wall and position her by the wooden frame. "Do you want me to stop?" I ask, dipping close, and she shivers, her skin chilly. "Yes," she grates, and I pull away, stepping back. "You want hard, emotionless intimacy, do you, Beau?" I ask, my fury intensifying. Her eyes drop. "Yes." The anger in her clear eyes is satisfying. It mirrors mine. "So we have some issues to vent? Really? You." My jaw tightens, and I move in, taking slow, even strides until I'm pushed up against her front. "Do you want me?" I ask quietly, reaching forward and taking a nipple between my thumb and forefinger, squeezing hard. She inhales quickly, her jaw rolling. "Do you want me?" I ask again, every word punctuated. "Yes." "What for, Beau?" "This," she says as I lower my face, my eyes on hers, and press my lips to her skin. I bite down, and her torso concaves, her arms shooting up to my shoulders. "I'm going to drive you insane," I whisper, pulling a belt off one of the rails. "Lift your hands to the bar." I sound brusque, impatient, just how she wants me to be. I get your point. I understand. So lift your really arms. She glares at me. What's my point, James? Need. Except you're forgetting something, Beau. I grab her hand and direct it to my body, making her hold me. And she squeezes, massages me. I swallow, at her mercy. And isn't that my really point? You're not the only one here in need. I've never denied that, she says quietly. But I'm not the one always walking really away from this, am I? I'm here, always here. And yet, still an enigma, she whispers, scanning my eyes. Then she drops her hand and lifts her arms to the suspension rail. I'm here now, so make the really most of it. I wrap her wrists in the belt blindly as I watch her silently goading me. Don't fight the bond, I whisper, and her nostrils flare as I look over her naked, suspended body, casually deciding where to start. She'll get no respite this evening. There will be no breaks between their moments of intense connection. My eyes fall to her form, and I rest a palm on her skin, moving intimately. She pulls in a long breath and holds it. No sleep tonight, I say on a whisper, moving intimately. She bucks, her face pained, and I glance up to see her strain against the belt as I continue the intense connection, sweeping wide, stretching her. She's biting down on her lip, her gaze pure fire. Everything that happens will happen because I allow it. I withdraw and wipe my hand across her lips before leaning in, getting as close as possible. It'll hurt. She absorbs my hard stare and hard words and slowly lowers her eyes to my lips. Then she leans forward, trying to capture them. I pull away, shaking my head, and she whimpers. She's regretting it. Good. I dip and sink my teeth into her breast, and my fingers move intimately. And she screams, bucking and wriggling. She's felt nothing yet, and unlucky for Beau, she's only made me angrier with her messed up intention of making this work for her. I have no choice but to make it work for me too. I take her behind her thighs and lift, and like a man possessed, I move into her with a guttural bark, connecting deeply. No easing in, no soft approach. I roar, and Beau screams in shock at my ruthless move, her legs wrapped around my hips. I don't allow her time to adjust, to accept me. I lift her and move her back down, over and over, showing her no mercy. Unforgiving, hard and brutal. James, she yelps, wrenching and pulling her wrists as I move savagely, connecting aggressively. She knows exactly what I'm doing, and she asked me to do it. I reach down and take her other breast, biting, marking. She comes undone, reaching a peak that takes us both by surprise. And the moment she goes limp, I start all over again. It's going to be a long night, Beau. I strain the words, and her drowsy eyes drag open. Stop talking, she murmurs, and I smile, because even without words, we speak, and what we're saying to each other in this moment is significant. Hours. I go for hours, over and over, reaching peak after peak, my anger fueling my adrenaline. I only stop when she submits, when she asks me to. She's nestled into my shoulder, her teeth sunken into my flesh, virtually asleep. I unravel the bonds with one hand, and then carry her to my bed, laying her exhausted body down gently. I'm beat, but I have gosh to do. Dropping a kiss on her forehead, I cover her naked body and leave the room, stopping in my dressing room to slip on some boxers and grab a black bin bag of clothes before passing my office to get a phone. When I get downstairs, I dump the sack by the elevator and drop onto the couch, dialing Spittle. His hello is tired. Wary? Tough day? I ask. They're still dragging Russians and Serbs out of the cove 3 years later. I've been pulled in to try and identify some of the bodies. The Marina massacre, I say thoughtfully. Yeah, Danny Black likes to leave his mark. Likes. I hum as if in agreement, but my head is quickly whirling for other reasons. Reasons I don't have time for. Do you have anything for me? Nothing. All the files on Jazz Haley's death have been archived, and I can't access them. Under lock and key, I muse. Convenient. No, just archived. I'd have to get someone to sign them out, and forgive me, but your interest is making me reluctant. So you've not even tried? I need more information if I'm going to knowingly expose myself. Are you forgetting about our dead friend? He laughs, and it gets right under my skin. How could I? I just heard Wallace is being dragged out of the sea. I smile, knowing I'll be receiving a call from the bear very soon. What is he paying you for? Spittle fades off, and I silently will him to be wise. Be wise or die. Information. I roll my eyes and shift in my chair, feeling every muscle tug painfully. On who? He stalls, and I wait patiently for an answer, my mind replaying his earlier mistake. Likes. Not liked. Present tense, not past. Vince Roque. The alligator, I muse. You know him? You could say that. I just killed the bent judge taking his case. I know everyone, but no one knows you. It's time to put him out of his misery. They know me, but they don't know me. He inhales and releases the air on 2 words. 2 very, really powerful words. The enigma. Well done, agent. I smile to myself. Sorry, ex-agent. Jesus, I can see him in my mind's eye, sweating, pacing, wondering what gosh he's got himself into. Get me that really file, Spittle. Okay, he breathes. I'll try. Is that it? Just the file? No. I'm going to give you a name, and you're going to find him. The name? Brendan Brunelli. Who is he? Inmate for 2 years in London. I refuse to die until I find that individual. Refuse. London? You have contacts, I assume. Gosh, my life, retirement, was supposed to be easier with the Brit gone. Sorry to disappoint. I'll call you. I hang up and dial Sandy immediately. You played me, he says in answer. Well done. Thanks. I slide the remote control from my desk and turn on the screens. Sandy's face greets me. Looking forward to dying? He laughs. I was going to ask you the same question. I blink slowly, ending the call, falling into thought. It's beginning to feel like the underbelly of Miami is resurrecting, and it's going to be a lot worse than when Danny Black ruled it. Beau. I come round to the sounds of clatters and clangs, my sleepy brain struggling to gather my bearings. After their night, she felt the lingering effects of their shared intimacy. I look over my shoulder to the door when I hear more sounds. Don't fight it, I whisper to myself, following the sounds until I'm standing at the top of the stairs. James is moving around in the kitchen space, cupboard doors and drawers opening and closing, utensils hitting the countertops. I would ask what he's doing down there if my mind wasn't elsewhere in this moment. I back up and peek into his office. Every screen is alive with various news channels from across the globe. His enormous desk is busy with paperwork, and tucked away in the corner are all my painting tools and paints. God, it feels like months ago that he asked me to paint his office. I still need to finish it too. I back out, pacing past the glass bathroom, and quietly open the next door onto another bedroom. It's stark, basic, white furniture and bed sheets on white walls. And glass. Endless glass. Not at all child-friendly. I bite my lip and close the door, trying the next door. Another bedroom. Another stark space. The final room I enter is a gym, all the equipment set at the foot of the glass spanning 2 sides. A workout with a view. A steam room, a sauna, glass, and still nothing to suggest a child has ever stepped foot in the place. I close the door and rest my back against it, my mind whirling. I should just ask him, but do I want confirmation because then it's real? Yet I know I can't ignore it. It's about time I took my head out of my denial and face what's in front of me. But what is in front of me? Who is James? I head downstairs, seeing him still moving around the kitchen. He's bare-chested. His hair is beautifully mussed, his face stunningly rough with stubble. He doesn't notice me, and I stop at the bottom, feasting on the mere sight of him, watching him cutting some fruit before sliding it off the chopping board into a blender. The lid is placed on, his hand over the top, and then the whole space is filled with the whirling sound of spinning blades. He's making breakfast, something so simple and yet so satisfying to see. I lower myself to the step and get comfortable, every ache and sore on my body forgotten, and I just watch him, transfixed, mesmerized, falling. But am I falling in love with him, or am I falling in love with this feeling? I swallow and shake my head clear, just as the noise cuts. "Okay over there?" he asks, pulling the lid off and tossing it in the sink. "Here," he says, nodding to one of the stools opposite him. "Have some of this." I make my way over gingerly and ease myself onto the hard wooden seat of the stool. "What is it?" He pours the contents of the blender into 2 glasses, pushing one toward me. "The first step to feeling better," he says quietly. Really? Or was the first step to feeling better our first kiss? I shoot my eyes up to find his, startled. "What?" His smile is faint as he reaches over and places a fingertip on the bottom of my glass, helping it to my mouth. "Drink, Beau." "What's in it?" I ask quietly, accepting and taking a sip of the concoction. I get blueberries, banana. "Is that broccoli?" I ask, swallowing and holding the glass in front of me, assessing the green slop. "It's loaded with protein to repair your muscles." He downs half in one fell swoop. I added some mango, too. I still, watching him finish the other half. "Why would you add mango?" "Because you like it," he says, straight-faced. "Drink. You need it." Need? How can a man I hardly know be so sure of what I need? But he does. And it isn't only this drink. I slowly work my way through the glass as James watches me, and when I'm done, he takes it, sets it down, and leans over the counter. "I thought I wasn't going to see you again after you left Biscayne Bay." "You weren't," I admit. No playing games, no lies. He nods mildly. "So what happened to bring you to my door again?" "Do you have a kid?" I blurt out of nowhere, and he recoils, blinking. "Actually, don't tell me." "Why?" he asks, pushing his palms into the counter and straightening. "Oh, God, he has a kid. Forget I said anything." "No," he says. "Would it be a problem if I did?" I nibble brutally on my lip, damning myself to hell and back. Yes, it would be a problem, and I hate myself for that. I look away. I don't think I'm the kind of woman a man should consider introducing to their child. Why? Why? Isn't it obvious? On the outside, to most people, I'm relatively together, relatively content. But on the inside, past the mask, I'm a mess. Bitter, twisted, and James knows it. No parent should inflict such darkness on their child. More than that, and, again, God save my soul, I don't want to share him. I don't want to have anything infiltrate this glass box and remind me that I'm living in the clouds, that real life is happening, and it needs to be dealt with. "Why, Beau?" James pushes, and I peek at him, feeling stupid, guilty, deplorable. "You wouldn't understand. Try me. He isn't going to let this go." I sigh and relent. "My dad abandoned me." "Oh, so you have daddy issues," he says, and I laugh, truly amused by his perfectly timed candor. I have way more than daddy issues, but if it makes him happy, he's not a very admirable man. Well, to me. Everyone else thinks he's God's gift. Why? I roll my eyes. "Why do you have to push everything?" I ask, exasperated. "You ask, I tell, and the next thing I know, I'm having 20 questions thrown at me. Oh, of course, I forgot. We just connect physically, right?" He curves an eyebrow, taking the blender to the sink and rinsing it. I narrow my eyes on his back, his beautifully damaged back. I'm not sure at what point it went from ugly to beautiful, but it has. What does that mean? "I don't have a kid, Beau," he says to the faucet. I blink, moving back on my stool. "You don't?" "No. What made you think that?" "Your other name. The fact you've said repeatedly, I'm getting more than I bargained for." He sets the rinsed jug on his side and comes back to the island, resuming his position, leaning in toward me. He reaches for my arm and runs a light thumb over my wrist. "Way more than you bargained for." I look at the broken skin. "And your other name? So you want to know?" I look up at him, my eyes annoyed slits. His are dancing, thrilled by my turnabout. "No," I grate. "Gosh, I do." "Will it change things?" I ask. "If I know your other name, will it change things?" His smile falters, but he quickly corrects it. But not quick enough. "What was that?" "It won't change a thing. Not for me. But it could for me?" I ask. I don't know. Frustration flares, powerful and unstoppable. I growl to myself and pull my arm free, getting up and walking away before I show him how desperate I am to know. To know everything. I do want to know, because he's dangling the carrot unapologetically. Really him. And I don't want to know because it might change things for me. Really me. I'm in an impossible situation. I can't do this anymore. The relief. God, the relief is good. But the ever-present tension? That I don't love. I scoop up my purse and yank my cell out, checking the screen. Nothing. Not from anyone, and, more worryingly, nothing from Nath. Really, I breathe. What happened to him last night? Why hasn't he messaged me to tell me what's going on? James shakes his head, as if disappointed in me, unbending his body to his full height. Sit down, Beau. Excuse me? Something seems to pop in him, and he throws his arm out aggressively. I said, sit down on the chair, he bellows, and I recoil, taken aback by his explosive rage. Taken aback, yes, but more than that, he's just revealed something vital. He's worried about sharing this too. He's stressed out, though he's done a stellar job of concealing it, until now. And it all begs the question, why is he so adamant about me knowing? Sit down now. What's your other name? I yell, slamming my purse and cell to the floor, truly hating myself for needing to know. Tell me. His jaw spasms, his arm thrusting toward the stool. Sit. No, I need to be on my feet in case I'm leaving. Nostrils flaring, James paces toward me with conviction, seizing me and carrying me back to the island. I'm dumped on the stool with little care. Don't move. His finger waves in my face, and I smack it away. Who does he think he's talking to? I snort and immediately remove myself, and I'm instantly seized again. Get the hell off me, I yell, shoving my elbow back. I hear the crack before I hear his grunt of pain. Really? He hisses, releasing me, and I quickly turn and find blood pouring like a waterfall from his nose. He takes his hand to his face, and it seeps between his fingers, still spilling relentlessly. His eyes are pooling, watering terribly, as he blinks repeatedly, startled. Oh, God. He steps back, looking down at his hand. Are you going to calm down? He asks, tightly. Me? I'm calm, I grate, hating the guilt that finds me. You? He closes his eyes, collecting himself. I'm calm. Going to the sink, he runs the faucet and starts splashing at his face, and I approach behind, seeing the water stained red, the bleeding constant. I collect a dish towel and flip off the water, taking his arm and leading him to a stool. He sits without instruction, and I move into him, taking the cloth and holding it to his nose. He watches me as I dab and pat. I think I broke it, I murmur, my guilt multiplying. I'm sorry. He replaces my hand with his on the towel, keeping it in place, and pulls me onto his lap. I'm sorry for losing my temper, he whispers, letting his forehead fall onto my shoulder. Soft, James. I lift my arm so I can get it around his shoulders, threading the fingers of my other hand with his on my hip. What's your other name, James? I ask. This ends now. No more games, no more ignorance on my part. I need to deal with this, and then deal with Nath. Deal with everything. Let's get a shower first, he replies, lifting his head, leaving behind smears of blood. Then we'll talk. My stomach cartwheels as he negotiates us up from the stool and takes my hand. Talk. We're going to talk with words rather than our bodies. I swallow hard as he walks us to the stairs, but just as he takes the first step, the elevator dings. We stop and turn, and Goldie steps out. The usually cool ice maiden looks less than her usual cool self as she exits the elevator with haste, but when she spies us by the stairs, she jars to a halt, and the cool, impassive mask falls into place. A word, she says, her eyes flicking to me. I frown, trying to assess her. She's unreadable. I'm forced to rip my inquisitive eyes away when James puts himself before me, blocking my view of Goldie. I look up at him and wince at the sight of his blood-smeared face. Go, he says, dropping a light kiss onto my forehead. I'll join you when I'm done. I start backing up the steps, and Goldie comes into view again beyond James. She's still and quiet by the elevator, her hands joined before her. Both of them watch me as I ascend, neither of them moving, neither of them speaking. They want to make sure I'm out of earshot. I turn at the top and round the corner, coming to a stop, listening carefully. I hear nothing, and given the openness of James' apartment, that means they're whispering. Plagued by curiosity, I force myself into James' bedroom and go to the bathroom, turning on the shower and pulling off the t-shirt. I step under the spray. Whispering. Whispering means someone doesn't want to be heard. As a cop, I never believed whispers. Whispers mean distrust, so therefore, I shouldn't trust James and Goldie. And yet, I am the interloper. I have no idea how long they've worked together or what they actually do. Do I even have the right to know? I growl to myself and take some shower gel, furiously swiping my hands across my wet skin, washing away the blood and heavy scent of their recent closeness embedded into every pore. I shampoo my hair, rinse, and by the time I'm squeaky clean, James still isn't here. I shut off the shower, wrap myself in a towel, and pluck a toothbrush from the holder. I scrub my teeth, comb through my wet tresses with my fingers, and rub the towel all over to dry myself. Still, no James. I enter the bedroom, set to go find him, but stutter to a stop when I see him standing in the middle of the room, his hair wet, all blood gone from his face. He's dressed, too, and he's showered, but not with me. He looks up as he threads his belt through the loops of his jeans, the same belt he tied me up with yesterday. I give him questioning eyes. He looks away. I have to be somewhere, he says, going back into his dressing room and appearing moments later, pulling on a jacket. We'll talk when I'm back. Is everything okay? I ask. He seems tense. I don't like it. His smile of reassurance is feigned terribly, and I'm not sure if my ability to read his persona so well is a good thing. He comes to me, snakes an arm around my waist, tugs me close. Everything is fine. A small kiss on my lips. Will you be here when I get back? How long will you be? I ask. I need to find Neth, but I also need to talk to James. I'll be an hour, tops, okay? He looks at me with imploring eyes. Okay, I breathe. I'll call Ollie just as soon as James leaves. See if he's found out anything about Neth. I can easily say I won't leave because where will I go? He presses his lips to my forehead and holds them there, breathing through his kiss. He must feel my frown because he pulls away, rubbing his thumb across my brow, smoothing out the lines. Back soon, he says, turning and walking out. And I'm alone. Alone with only my mind, which is about ready to detonate with the questions filling it. I look down at my towel-wrapped body, then around the bedroom. What am I going to do, other than kick my heels, waiting for James to talk? What will he tell me? I shake my head and formulate a plan to keep myself busy until he gets back. I'll call Ollie. Then I'll go to James's office and distract myself with some painting, given I've still not finished what I was here to do in the first place. Hurrying down the stairs, I find my cell on the floor and call Ollie. It rings twice before he answers. Did you find anything? I ask, pacing at the foot of the windows. Nothing out of the ordinary. Nothing at all? I ask, stilling by the window. Beau, are you going to tell me what this is all about? My lips press together. I'm just worried. I think sometimes you forget I lived with you and know you inside out. He used to know me. Ollie doesn't know me anymore. I hardly know myself. I pull my phone down and check the time. It's only 8 o'clock. It already feels like I've been up all day, and I barely got any sleep last night. I start pacing again, and my muscles pull, as if to remind me why I didn't get any sleep last night. I'll keep trying him. Listen, Beau, he's probably just crashed into bed and slept through. You know what it's like after a tough call-out. I close my eyes and try to allow Ollie's reasonable explanation for Neth's absence settle. He could be right, of course, and I would have accepted that had I not got Neth's odd call. Yeah, I know. Fancy a coffee later? My eyes flip open. A coffee? I parrot like an idiot. Yeah, you know, that brown stuff people drink over chit-chat. Chit-chat, I murmur, and Ollie sighs loudly. I want to see you, Beau. Oh, God, I can't tell him how much that isn't true. He won't listen. I heard your dad's been in touch, he goes on. Oh, Ollie knows of the contempt I feel toward the man who played a part in bringing me into this world. I'm fine. Sure, he mutters. Sure, you're fine. I should never have cried on him. I should never have contacted him about Ness. I should have called someone else. I feel like I've given him false hope, and I take no pleasure in dashing that. Although I kind of did already outside the store. I thought he got the message. I'm seeing someone. I startle at the sound of my words, immediately wishing I could grab them from the air and stuff them back in my big, fat mouth. I kick myself around James' apartment, cringing. I know, he eventually says.
What? Lawrence called me. My mouth falls open, my brain unable to compute this. Why on earth would Lawrence do that? What was he hoping to achieve? And more worryingly, what else did he tell my ex? He had no right to do that. He's worried about you. That statement tells me all I need to know. Lawrence has shared more than he should, which should have been nothing at all. It's none of his business, and it's definitely none of yours. I quickly hang up before I say anything else, something I might regret. Very you, I mutter, hammering out a text message to my uncle, telling him how annoyed I am with him. I hit send and toss my cell on the couch before marching to the kitchen and finding a glass. I fill it with water and drink it all, slamming it down and breathing through my rage. I literally feel like the world is against me. Paint. I rush up to James's dressing room and rummage through his drawers to find something I can throw on, something that he won't mind getting soiled. I spot a clothes hamper in the corner and riffle through, dragging out a t-shirt and some shorts. I pull the t-shirt on and bend to get the shorts on. Something catches my eye. I still and slowly lower to my knees, peeking under the snuggle chair in the center of the room. It's shiny, partly concealed by a shadow. What in the world? I murmur. I can't be seeing right. I instinctively look behind me to check I'm alone before covering my hand with the shorts and carefully pulling it out from beneath the chair. A 9mm. A shell casing. My mind explodes, and I drop it like it's a grenade, panic grabbing me. I quickly shove it back where I found it, getting up and facing the room, glancing around. I breathe deeply, in and out, trying to untangle my head, looking at the ceiling, the walls, searching for cameras. They're hidden. How does a shell casing get into a room this small? Who fired the gun, and at whom? Why paint? I clumsily pull on the shorts and run to James's office as I hoist in the waist, setting up the ladder and mixing the white paint. I scan my work area, climb to the top, and start frantically swooping around the spotlights. Paint. Just paint. A shell casing. My other name. You're getting more than you asked for. Really? The silence is too loud, my thoughts louder. I hurry down the ladder, rush downstairs, find my cell in my earbuds, and shove them in, returning to James's office as I search my playlists. I find the perfect track, play it, and turn the volume up to max as I slip my buds into my ears. Everyone You Know When the Sun Comes Up blares, and it fills my head perfectly. I climb back up the ladder, take my brush, and let the painting and music take me away. My shoulders sway. I sing along. I forget. Just for a moment. Just for now. I lose myself, cutting in around the remaining spots, working my way closer to the door, not bothering to get down from the ladder to move it, but simply shifting my weight to cock it onto one leg and effectively walking it across the room, holding the ladder with one hand and the paint and brush in the other. The tracks shuffle, each one like it could have been perfectly selected to consume my senses. By the time I've made it to the other side of the room to the door, I'm forced to get off the ladder to get to the final spotlight. I push the door closed, negotiating the ladder to sit square in front of it and climb back up. My brush doesn't even make it to the ceiling again. The door flies open, smacking the side of my ladder. Really? I yell, not able to hear myself, wobbling precariously, trying to regain my balance. The can of paint topples, and I toss the brush aside to free a hand, wedging it into the ceiling above me in an attempt to hold myself in place. But the ladder's already tilted too far, and before I can even think to plan my fall, I'm crashing down, the ground growing closer rapidly. I hit the floor with force. The music is loud, but I still hear the sound of my wrist cracking, and the sharp flash of pain confirms it. I hiss, and like an idiot, push my weight into my hands on the floor to sit up, disoriented and dazed, creating more pain. Gosh, no, I cry, grabbing my wrist and applying pressure.
I blink, forcing back the black mist that's creeping into the sides of my vision. Gosh, I think I'm going to faint. James appears before me, crouching, panic emblazoned across his face. His mouth moves fast, and I squint, unable to figure out why I can't hear him. The music. I reach up to my ears with my good hand in turn, pulling out the buds. He watches, confused. And then he's not confused. He's angry. "For goodness sake, Beau," he yells, stressed. I flinch. "I cannot believe you went up a ladder behind a freaking door." "Okay," I yell, "stop shouting at me." I look at my wrist and cringe. Busted. I think it's broken. No kidding. He kneels and gathers me up, carrying me to his desk and setting me on the glass. Let me see. He takes my arm gently, and after he's inspected it, I see the guilt that's been masked by rage shift to the front of his emotions. "Gosh," he whispers, his expression pained. "Goodness gracious, Beau." "It's my fault," I say, trying to ease him. I won't tell him why I was up the ladder, or why the music was blasting so I couldn't hear my thoughts. Now, as I look at James, all I can see is that shell casing. "Does it hurt?" he asks. "No." "Adrenaline," he concludes. "We need to get you to a hospital." I press my lips together, forcing my confession back. "It's fine." He laughs, though it is not with humor. "Shut up," he snaps, pulling his cell out of his pocket. He makes a call on loudspeaker. "I need you to take us to AE. Beau's broken her wrist." "You two are quite in the wars today, huh?" Goldie says, and her words make me take in James's nose. It's definitely swollen. "We'll meet you downstairs." He helps me down from the desk. "Can you walk?" He takes in my clothes. "Are those my shorts?" He lifts my t-shirt, revealing the bunched material where I've rolled them so they'd cling to my waist. I shrug. "Why's there a shell casing in your dressing room?" "I needed to paint." I shouldn't have said that. "To finish." I look away, avoiding his immediate worried expression. "I needed to finish the job." "I'm so annoyed with you," he mumbles, pulling his t-shirt up over his head and ripping it clean down the middle. A few folds and knots later, he's putting it over my head, gently resting my arm in his makeshift sling. "Where did you learn to do that?" I ask, and he falters, his eyes remaining on his task. "Boy Scouts," he says, bracing a hand on the edge of his desk on either side of my thighs. "What were you thinking?" He leans in, his head tilted, his expression annoyed. "I wasn't thinking. That's the whole freaking point. And yet I can't share that with James. It was an accident. This body," he whispers, his tone strained, his palm resting on my throat and dragging down my front, "is delicate. It's delicate, it's precious, and it's really mine, Beau Haley." He gives me a look that dares me to question him as I swallow down my surprise. "All I ask is that you be careful with it." "You're annoyed with me," I murmur, my eyes falling down his bare chest to his stomach. He pushes away, standing tall, his jaw pulsing. Annoyed is an understatement. My jaw starts to match his, twitching. "Are you done scorning me like a child?" I ask, slipping down and passing his imposing frame, keen to escape his annoyance and the vision of him bare-chested. "Don't lose your head, Beau." I make it only a few paces before I get a severe head rush. Gosh, I grapple for the wall, searching for something to cling onto, as the mist I manage to push back steams forward with a vengeance. "I'm going to pass out," I say out loud, warning him, needing him to catch me, as I start plummeting forward, my body becoming light and cold, my arms coming up instinctively to save myself. "Beau!" That's the last I hear, and James's fierce, panic-stricken face is the last thing I see, along with a shell casing.
"James Goldie!" I bellow, catching Beau just before she hits the deck. Gosh, no. I get her onto her side, working around her arm, putting her into the recovery position. Goldie crashes into my office, finding us on the floor. "She's passed out," I say, assessing every inch of her, fraught with concern. "Jesus, you two are a liability together," she grumbles, joining me on the floor. "What happened to her arm?" "She was up a ladder behind the really door. I still can't believe she did that." Fury and worry start to fight for pole position, and Beau starts mumbling nonsensical words. She's coming around. I stroke at her cheeks. "Beau, baby, come on, open your eyes." I tap at her face, and she flinches, her eyes blinking open.
There you are, I whisper, dipping and nuzzling her cheek. Bullet, she rasps, and I freeze, letting that one word sink past the fog of my brain. I pull away slowly, and she looks me square in the eye. Then her head rolls, along with her eyes, and she passes out again. Did I hear that right? Goldie asks, going to her phone, undoubtedly checking the CCTV. Then she stalks into my dressing room, reappearing seconds later holding up a shell casing. Fancy leaving this around for her to find. I say nothing, gathering Beau into my arms and carrying her out of my office. Get me a t-shirt and call her uncle. It's the right thing to do, though I don't relish the thought of facing the condemnation, because that's what it'll be, a trial, a judgment, a persecution. By the time we've made it to a hospital, Beau's slipped in and out of consciousness endless times. I'm no doctor, but I know when a body is in protective mode, whether protecting itself from physical pain or mental trauma. I fear I'm dealing with a bit of both. I carry her into the reception, and the lady behind the pane of glass immediately jumps up from her desk. A broken wrist and 6 episodes of fainting, low blood pressure. I reel it off as she guides me down the hall into a room. I settle Beau on the bed and make space for the doctor to move in and assess her. Her name? Beau Haley. Age? 30. And you are? I snap my mouth closed, looking across to Beau's unconscious form. Boyfriend, I say quietly. My worry now, my pain seeing her like this, there's only one explanation. It's really messed up on every level for me to have allowed this to happen. And yet here I am, falling for the really enemy, Mr. Kelly. Any allergies? None that I know of. And is she or could she be pregnant? I recoil, surprised, shocked, and a whole heap of other things. Pregnant? I mimic like an idiot. No. I look across to Beau. I don't know. Could she be? Is that why she's passing out left and right? Gosh, I don't know. This way, please, sir, the nurse presses, and I look blankly at her, dazed. I just need some details from you. Yeah, sure, I murmur, following her gesturing arm like a zombie. Once we're outside, I answer all the nurse's questions, and it's an achievement given my mind is a total haze. That's all, she says, as Goldie comes barreling into the hospital after parking her car. Okay? She asks, and I nod, bewildered. Sure? I clear my throat. I shouldn't have left her. You had no choice. I did have a choice. There would have been another opportunity to take out the shark's second in command, but like with any of the men I kill, I get another opportunity to discover who the bear is. Will they be with him? Make a call to him? Lead me to him? It's not happened yet, but I won't give up. Did you call her uncle? On his way. Good. There's something else. I look at her, hoping and praying she doesn't hit me with another known location for one of the bear's men, because I'm going nowhere right now. What? Otto called. The tracker's moving. Keep me updated. And Brad Black's had an attempt on his life, she says, and I recoil. Brad Black? But he's lying low, out of the game. The guy's been running a nightclub for over a year now, totally legit. I guess they want all of Danny Black's roots gone. Doesn't sound like the bear's willing to risk any recourse. I don't like where this is heading. Brad Black is of no consequence to the bear and his web of power. Not unless. My mind goes back to Spittle's clumsy words. Likes. What happened? Dodged a bullet. Gosh, I breathe, falling into thought. The roots of Danny Black. And Spittle's been in touch. Jesus, anything else? I haven't got time for him right now. You sure? She asks, cocking her head, telling me there's only one right answer. Naturally, I'm immediately wary. What is it? He wants to meet you. What? I hiss, looking at Goldie like she could have just sprung another head. And then, why would that be? I ask quietly. Brad Black's had an attempt on his life. Spittle wants to meet me? The answer is no. I turn and walk away. Spittle must have a really death wish. Beau. I open my eyes and instantly slam them shut again, shying away from the harsh glare of lighting. My head is banging. My wrist, though? I can't feel a thing. I gingerly lift it from the bed and peel one eye open. Bruising, heavy, a bone that's protruding. I wince. Beau? I let my head drop on the pillow, finding James sitting on the edge of the bed. He reaches for my arm and slowly lowers it back to my side. "How do you feel?" he asks, and I sigh. "Sleepy. I feel so sleepy." "Fine. I've called your uncle." "Great," I murmur. "It's a clean break," a man across the room says. "The doctor. A few weeks in a cast will fix it, and the cut on the back of your head is superficial. Mild concussion. A nurse will be along shortly to clean up the cut and will get you fixed up with a temporary cast until the swelling settles." "Thank you." "Beau," the doctor says, is there any water?" My mouth feels parched, my throat rough. "Here." James reaches for a bottle on the unit beside the bed and unscrews the cap, and I start shuffling up the mattress. As soon as I'm sitting, he holds the bottle at my lips. He is not feeding me water. I try to take the bottle and get nowhere. "I'm not an invalid, James." "You're going to argue with me? Now? Just drink the very water, Beau." I look at him incredulously as the doctor backs out of the room. "I'll give you a moment." The door closes. "Glad your mood's improved since I last saw you," I snap, and his jaw twitches wildly. He's really rich. I found a shell casing in his apartment, and he's the one mad with me? Then I realize he doesn't know that I found that in his apartment. So I tell him, "I found a shell, Beau." Lawrence barrels into the room, overwrought, and shoots around the side of the bed, taking me in, feeling me everywhere. "Oh my goodness, what happened?" "I fell," I mother, reaching for the water again, and this time James lets me take it. "I'm fine." "Fine? You're in a hospital." James remains silent by the bedside, while my uncle fusses around me. "I'm fine, Lawrence," I say. "Just a cut on my head and a broken wrist." "Just?" He looks up and glares at James, and I quickly realize why. It's obvious James does too, judging by his mild headshake. Lawrence thinks James did this to me. For the love of God, has he lost his mind? But my uncle doesn't say anything, and James doesn't appear in the least bit surprised by his conclusion, or offended. The tension in the room is thick, to the point I can't bear it, so when the nurse wanders in, I'm grateful. "Okay then, Missy, let's get you all sorted out so you can go home." She pulls a bed tray over and goes to the sink to scrub her hands. Lawrence moves in, crowding me, basically cutting off James' access. I hate the genuine worry on his face. Hate it, because he's worrying over something he should not be worried about. "I'll cancel my show," he says, stroking my hair from my face. "We'll order your favorite ice cream. Veg? We haven't done that in ages, have we, sweetheart?" Oh God, I wish everyone would stop panicking. "You shouldn't cancel your show," I murmur, glancing across to the nurse, mentally hurrying her along. I just want to get out of here, separate Lawrence and James, and be rid of this god-awful tension.
"But I must," he insists, "so I can look after you." I flick my eyes to James. He's standing a few feet away, keeping his distance, holding himself back. Not happy. "Okay, can I get some room, please?" the nurse says, shooing Lawrence away from my bed. "Why don't you wait for me outside?" I suggest. Lawrence recoils, looking injured. "And him?" I turn my attention James's way. He's still glaring, still tense. He can wait outside too. With Lawrence panicking and James brooding, I can't breathe, can't think. Add in the matter of a shell casing, my pounding head is spinning. James says nothing, backing out of the room, his expression fierce, and Lawrence reluctantly follows, leaving me alone with the nurse. I flop back on the bed and hiss when my head brushes the pillow. I reach up and feel at the back, finding matted, damp hair. "I think we'll clean your head first." "Thank you," I murmur, closing my eyes and turning onto my side as ordered, giving the nurse access. I feel like I could sleep for a year. The door opens again, and the doctor slips back into the room. I know it's only because he deems it safe now James has left. "I just have a few more questions," he says, settling in a chair by the bed, facing me. "Your boyfriend said he didn't know of any allergies." "My boyfriend?" I blurt without thought, and the doctor looks back over his shoulder, indicating the door. "The man who just left with your uncle?" "Oh yes, him." I smile tightly. "No allergies, except James Kelly at this moment." "And are you, or could you, be pregnant?" "No," I answer instinctively, but his question makes me pull up, makes me think. "Tomorrow. My period's due tomorrow. Why do you ask?" He stands.
Just routine questions. We need to ensure the medication we prescribe is suitable. Medication? Something flares inside, my defenses flying up naturally. Do they think I need to be committed again? Has he read my records and assumed I'm a danger to myself? Painkillers, he smiles, and there's sympathy hidden within it. He's definitely read all my records. I'll leave the nurse to finish. I swallow and close my eyes. Half an hour later, the wound on my head is clean, a cast on, and a sling holds it in place. As I perch on the side of the bed looking at the wrist that's covered from my fingernails to my elbow, I can't help but feel slightly annoyed that I didn't break my other wrist, my scarred one. "Do you have any shoes?" the nurse asks as she finishes up. I peek down to my dangling feet, then up my body to James' shorts and t-shirt. No. I slip off the bed, my arm feeling like a kettlebell held against my chest. "Then you'll have to get that big, strong man to carry you." She gives me an impish grin that I struggle to return. "I'll let him know you're ready." She leaves, closing the door behind her, and I take a moment to build up the courage I need to face my uncle and James. I bet the tension outside this room is horrific. I also need to think about what the heck I'm going to do, because I know James will be expecting me to go home with him, and Lawrence will be expecting otherwise. I pad on my bare feet to the door, pensive, and pull it open. James is the first person I see. He's sitting on a plastic chair, leaning forward, his forearms resting on his thighs. His face is a roadmap of angry lines. Then I clock Lawrence, standing. His face is a roadmap of contempt. My eyes pass between the two, my mind giving me no heads up of what to say. "You're coming home with me," James says, breaking the uncomfortable silence, rising from the chair. Lawrence snorts his thoughts on that. "She's going nowhere with you." I inhale some patience. The doors down the corridor burst open and Ollie appears, pacing determinedly. And with him, Dexter. I fold on the inside, sighing. "Anyone else?" And like a really messed up, sick omen, my father breezes in too. Who on earth called him? Ollie's expression is pure concern. Dexter looks plain wary. And my father, "Someone pinch me," looks genuinely troubled. Another few elements just got added to the already prickly mix. I don't need this. Not now, not ever. Ollie spots me and rushes over, scanning me from top to toe. "Gosh, Beau, are you okay?" I'm hugged awkwardly around my cast, and there is nothing I can do to stop him. "Lawrence called me." I clench my teeth, closing my eyes to avoid whatever look might be getting tossed this way from James. I can't imagine it's pleasant. Lawrence needs to back off. Fine," I whisper, leaving my good arm dangling by my side, unable and unwilling to return his embrace. I wriggle a little, breaking away. "You shouldn't have come." I risk a peek at James, and turn to Ash where I stand. I can see he's physically holding himself back, his eyes raging pits of fury. "What on earth happened?" my father asks, his fine-suited form muscling Ollie out of the way, his big palms taking my shoulders and holding me in place. I look at him, blank, devoid of feelings. "I fell," I say quietly. "I'm okay." I move back, uncomfortable with my father fussing over me, which is plain backward after years of wondering why he finds it so hard to give me affection. And I can't deny my fear that with one call from him, I could be sent back to a psychiatric hospital. "Beau?" Dexter asks quietly, ever the pacifying, gentle soul. I look at him, and his expression alone, never mind his soft tone, makes my lip wobble. "I'm fine," I say for the 1,000th time. "I'll take you home." Ollie moves back in. "Why are you wearing a guy's t-shirt and shorts?" The sound of a throat being cleared fills the corridor, courtesy of James, and I watch, nervous as gosh, as Ollie turns to find the source. "They're mine," James says, clearly. "Really? I don't need this." 2 men snarling, me between them. "Who really are you?" my ex asks. "Good question," Dad pipes in, as if he has the right to that information. James doesn't entertain their demands, remaining silent, so Ollie turns to Lawrence. Is this him? He asks, motioning to James. Who? Dad asks, his eyes swaying back and forth between James and Ollie. Not the man she's been seeing? He turns a hostile look James' way. You? You did this to her? I stare at my father, flummoxed. Don't tell me he's choosing now to play the protective father? I'll have you locked up, he spits, as Ollie starts pacing toward James, his arm locking and loading. Oh no. Ollie, I yell, going after him. Ollie, stop. You ever touch her again, he snarls, throwing a punch. Ollie. He misses when James leans back, the force of his swing sending Ollie spinning, but he gathers himself, heaving, and has another go. James's hand flies up and catches Ollie's fist in his palm, and he claws his fingers around my ex's clenched hand, squeezing, holding it in place before his face. He says nothing, just stares at Ollie, who is a little wide-eyed, his eyes bouncing between James's lethal expression and his seized fist. I swallow and move in, separating them. Are you done? I ask Ollie. You're not going home with him. My ex discreetly flexes his wrist, his ego seriously bruised. Ollie, you know me, I say, fighting for calm. Yeah, I know you, he retorts, goading, making James bristle harder. Would I ever allow a man to physically hurt me? He looks at me, and I hate the pain I see past the anger. But you're not that woman anymore, are you, Beau? I step back, injured, despite him being right. No, I'm not the woman he knew. Carefree, happy, ambitious, stable. Thank you for coming, but it wasn't necessary. I don't know whether it's insistence when James has no right to insist, or whether it's my incessant need for some answers, but I turn to James. I'm ready, I say, before I sidestep his towering frame and pad on bare feet to the doors. Beau, Lawrence, calls, and it kills me, but I ignore him, my mind made, my focus set. Beau, sweetheart, come back, Dad yells. What on earth is going on here? Ollie, Dexter, stop him. I make it outside into the fresh air and look at my feet. I'll carry you, James says from behind. No.
I look back over my shoulder, seeing Ollie glaring at us in utter disbelief and my father looking nothing short of furious. No need to rile anyone further. I've made a good enough job of that myself. I'm surprised by James' restraint. I could see it was taking everything out of him not to flatten Ollie and my father. I know he's capable. And while I'm thinking of capable, what else is he capable of? I look up at him. I shouldn't be so attracted to a man who's such an enigma. I found a shell casing under the chair in your dressing room, I say, straight up and with no emotion. And I'm still coming home with you. He doesn't flinch. He shows no surprise, not a thing. That's why I was up the ladder painting, I go on. That's why I had the music blasting. I was trying to drown out the nagging, screaming questions. His gaze drops to my cast, and guilt grips me. I didn't splurge all those words to point blame or to make him feel gosh. I simply needed him to know that I know. But I don't know what I really know, and it's sending me to crazy town. Enough is enough. I want to know who you are. I want to know your other name. Why you think I'm in too deep. I'm in too deep too. He looks at me, and I back up, alarmed by the apologies in his eyes. Will I want to leave when you tell me? Probably, but I won't let you. Why? He steps into me, taking my cheek, smoothing his palm down my face. You're not going anywhere, because despite my better judgment, I'm mad for you. He drops a kiss on my parted lips, and then each of my closed eyelids. Warmth seeps into me, a warmth I'm baffled by. Let's go home. He lifts me from my feet, and my good arm goes around his neck, holding on, clinging. James paces to his car, and I study his profile the whole way, wondering what he's going to share and how I might feel once he has. Despite my better judgment, I'm mad for you. I'm mad for him too, so maybe now it simply won't matter what I learn. James. I carry her from the car to my apartment, and once inside, up to the bathroom. I place her on the loo and start drawing a bath, loading it with lavender. Aren't we going to talk? She asks. Talk?
She suddenly wants all the words, and I'm now unsure if I can speak them. I crouched before her, taking her hand and placing it on my rough cheek, holding it there and closing my eyes, leaning into it, feeling her, just feeling her touch and hearing her breathe. She chose to come home with me. But still, I can't talk until I've reinforced something. And it won't be rough. It won't be hard. We need to do something else first. I open my eyes and take in every bit of her. What? She whispers. But she knows. We need to be together, Beau, I breathe. I need to feel you completely, to share this intimacy, your responses filling my apartment. Talk, she whispers, vehemently shaking her head. We need to talk. Tension broke. They gave in to desire, connecting deeply. She wants to stop this, and yet she can't. Kiss me, Beau, I order, and she dives forward, her flaky restraint gone, and smashes her lips on mine, taking out her frustration at me with this kiss, whipping her tongue through my mouth. That's it, I growl, standing, dragging her up with me, returning her crazy pace. Give me all you've got, baby. She whimpers, and I snake my arm around her waist, lifting her and walking to the vanity unit, placing her on the edge. I yank at the waist of the shorts, loosening them, before tugging them down her legs, her kiss never faltering, my actions blind yet efficient. They came together in passion, connecting deeply. It's her eyes full of the unknown, eyes she refuses to take off me. This isn't intimacy. This is making love. It's a form of manipulation, I know that. There's something else I need to say first. I'm mad for you. You love me, she whispers, and I still, abruptly, swallowing, shocked. But my eyes? They don't break with Beau's. Is that what you're trying to say now? She asks. I don't want to love you, Beau, I admit, drawing a delicate line across her eyebrow. Beau is fierce, strong, despite what she thinks of herself. Her losses are great, but her determination, her fire, her bravery to find justice is formidable, admirable. But love is dangerous, as I saw with my parents. My dad loved my mom to his death. He protected her, worshipped her. I saw his devotion, how his eyes followed her because she was his light. Like my eyes have followed Beau since the first moment I saw her, knew her. But like there was with my dad, there will be an enormous cost for loving Beau. And not only that, there's no place in my life for love. Then what am I doing here? She asks, not appearing at all hurt. She simply needs to know. You're here because I can't seem to leave you really alone. Try. I can relate. I don't want to love either. And yet, here I am. Beau. For the first time since he demanded I shouldn't, I look away from him. I can't fall if I can't see him. I have to stop myself. Stop this. There's no place in my life for love. My jaw is grabbed and my face forced to his. I said, do not look away from me. They came together in passion, connecting deeply. Are you done? I ask. With you? Never. Live. You don't know how to live, Beau. He drops a kiss on my forehead. That's the whole really reason you're in my apartment. He moves away, fastening his fly and turning the faucet off before leaving. I close my legs. I can't argue with him. Never has anything truer been said. Slipping down off the vanity unit, I grab some tissue. Could you be pregnant? My head feels ready to pop, with everything. I follow him into his bedroom, stopping at the door and eyeing the wooden frame. Has anyone else been tied to that thing since you met me? I ask, my question unstoppable. Are you asking me if I'm seeing other women? He asks, going into his closet. Yes, I am. Don't insult me, Beau. That's not an answer. It's a really answer, he yells, appearing again, wrestling on a sweater and stomping to the door. Why is there a shell casing in your dressing room? You're not ready to know, he says over his shoulder, not even having the decency to look at me. What? I almost laugh. You said we'd talk. He glances back at me when he gets to the door. I've said what I wanted to say. His eyes drop down my body, detached and cold. Did I make myself clear? Crystal. And if you're not here when I get back, I'll hunt you down and bring you back. He closes the door, and I stare at the glass, incredulous. No, he is not doing that. I march after him, swinging the door open, but before I can step out onto the landing, I hear the elevator doors, and then Goldie. "Are you out of your really mind?" she asks. "Definitely," James grunts quietly. "You can stop this." Silence follows, and I wait with bated breath. "Stop what and why?" "I really can't," he replies, as the doors slide closed. I creep to the top of the stairs and look down, seeing the space empty of life. And as I lower to the top step, trying to process everything, trying to decide what the really hell to do, something comes to me. I look up and around, searching for any signs. Nothing. No cameras, but hell be watching. Without a doubt, hell be watching. That thought incenses me. I stand to get dressed and leave, but my cell ringing distracts me, and I shoot down the stairs, answering Dexter's call. "Hey, how are you doing?" he asks. "Did you really call to ask that?" "No, I called to beg you to come home." In an attempt to make himself feel better, he is now she, and Zinnia cries loudest of all. My heart squeezes. I take no pleasure in Lawrence's despair, or Dexter's exasperation. "How were things after I left the hospital?" I ask, wincing as I do. "Dreadful. Your father demanded I arrest James. Ollie swore to kill him, and Lawrence declared retirement. Basically, a really mess. And things haven't exactly been rosy for me here. I'm coming home." "Oh?" The curiosity in his voice is undeniable. No questions, but I'm coming home. "Okay," he agrees, and I smile. He never presses. I'm leaving now. Another call comes in, and I glance down to see Nath trying to get through. "I'll see you soon," I say to Dexter, accepting Nath's call. "Are you trying to kill me with stress?" I blurt, unable to hold back my exasperation. "Where have you been?" "Don't ask," he mutters, sounding out of breath, completely harassed. "It's been the worst 24 hours of my career. You were supposed to meet me at your place. I've been so worried." "The dead men send their apologies," he retorts sardonically. "All 3 of them." "3? What happened?" "Who really knows? I have dead bodies turning up all over town. Connected? Well, they're all criminals," he says, sighing. "And to top it off, a shooting at a club." "What?" "Intended to take out Danny Black's cousin and ex-right-hand man. Proved that you can never get away from that life," I murmur, walking over to the couch and lowering. Funny, he said the same. But more importantly, what the hell has been going on with you? I look down at my arm. So Lawrence has been blabbing his mouth off? "No," I frown. "And then?" "Ollie." "No." "Dexter, actually. He's worried. He swung by to see me. Lawrence is a mess. He's worried about him too. Where are you?" I glance around James' apartment. "Not home," I say quietly, giving him an answer without actually answering. "Who is this guy, Beau?" What can I say? An escape. I can't tell Nath I have no idea who James is. He'll think I'm certifiable. I'm pretty sure Lawrence is a whisper away from helping my father send me back to that hellhole they call a hospital. "He's my business," I retort with conviction I'm not feeling. "Sure," Nath murmurs. "Coffee? We need to talk." I'm up from the couch in a beat. "Mom," I breathe. "What did you find out? Just tell me where you are. I'll pick you up." Once again, I glance around James' apartment, my mind working fast, refusing to divulge that information to my friend. "I'll meet you." "Where are you?" "Ziff Ballet Opera House." "What are you doing there?" "Dead judge." "At the Opera House?" "No, at the apartment block opposite. Like I said, dead bodies everywhere. Meet me at our usual place, half an hour." He hangs up, and I stare at the city through the glass, my head set to explode. And I inhale, things seeming to click in my brain as my cell falls from my hand, hitting the floor at my feet with a loud clatter. Visions. Visions of James, of the opera house, of me restrained to the chair while he disappeared for 20 minutes, of Goldie carrying the black case and slipping through a restricted access door, of the shell casing under the chair. "Oh my God," I whisper, the onslaught attacking me hard, rolling through my head relentlessly, making it spin. I lower down to the couch, glance over my shoulder to the stairs. My head pushes the shell casing to the forefront. If you leave, I'll hunt you down and bring you back here. I look down my front to my body still in James' clothes, then to the door. And my arm. I can't drive. Perhaps an automatic, but not a stick shift. Frickin' hell, I curse, standing, swiping up myself from the floor and heading upstairs. I find my clothes on the bathroom floor, still wet. The universe seriously doesn't want me to leave James's glass box. My cell rings, and I look at James' name dominating my screen. I answer, say nothing. Don't leave, Beau, he warns quietly, and I look up and around, searching for the cameras. Tell me who you are. Tell me you won't leave. I'm not bargaining for the identity of the man I'm really with. I go to the bed, perch on the side, and remove my sling, awkwardly stripping with only one hand. I draw my jeans up my legs inch by inch, alternating between each leg, falling to my back and wriggling to help me get them up to my waist. The button fly is impossible, but the wet denim is tight around my lower body, keeping them up. I slip my arms through the sleeves of my shirt and spend too long fastening a couple of buttons, hissing each time I twist my arm before replacing the sling. Just looking at it angers me. The restriction, the pain. My cell rings again, and I ignore it, fetching my shoes and keys and leaving, my heart in my throat. The ride down in the elevator feels like it takes years, plenty of time for me to click the freaking messed up puzzle into place. Jesus Christ, I whisper, my head bombarded with every tiny detail I need to reach an unthinkable conclusion. The moment the elevator doors open, I'm greeted by Otto, his wide frame filling the double glass doors onto the street. He gives me a look to suggest he's not up for any fun and games. Be wise, Beau, he says, his voice full of warning. I keep my eyes on him as I stand on the threshold of the elevator, my memory providing me details of every inch of this lobby, where the desk is, the mirrors on the wall, the lights on the ceiling, the chairs and how they're positioned, and the fire escape door to the left. I bolt, running as fast as my legs will carry me to the fire door and pushing my way through, ignoring the searing pain in my arm from moving so fast and abruptly. Beau, he bellows, his big feet stomping after me. I stop, just for a moment to assess my options. There's only one. Down. I take the steps fast down one flight and burst into an underground parking garage. An underground parking garage with only 2 cars in it. One is Dolly. This whole block, over 30 floors, and just 2 cars? 2 cars and no way through the metal gates keeping them retained. Gosh, I hear Otto's charging feet getting louder, closer, and all out of options, I get behind the door, plastering my back to the wall, holding my breath. The moment he bulldozes through, I slip around the wood and sprint back up the stairs to the lobby, my heart smashing dangerously, my speed fueled only by adrenaline. I make it out onto the street. It's the middle of the day, busy, people everywhere. My adrenaline subsides and makes way for panic. No, I say sternly, looking back over my shoulder, seeing Otto run back into the lobby. His eyes fall onto me. His furious expression is the biggest kick up the ass I need to get me moving. I jog to the end of the street and dip around the corner, crossing the road and disappearing down an alley. My cell is ringing off the hook, and something comes to me. I stop and look down at the screen and turn it off. James? I lost her, Otto pants down the line. I'm getting too old to play chase. Really? I swing around and smash my fist into the brick wall, splitting my knuckles. Really, really, really. Watch Butler. I shake my hand off and cut the call, pulling up my tracking app. She's turned off her phone. The rage. Oh, the freaking rage. It puts all other previous fury to shame. I stuff my phone in my back pocket and go to the boot of my car as I yank my gloves on and pull my balaclava over my head before swiping up the refill. I load it as I pace through the derelict factory, my jaw going into spasm, my pores sweating. Fear. It's fear. I lost her. Otto freaking lost her. Impossible. Laughable. But I'm not laughing. I'm in no mood for the intended stealth approach. These men will die. Now. No mercy. I kick the iron door open, aim and fire, putting a bullet clean between the eyes of my first target. It's not the slow, painful death I had planned, but it'll have to do. I have more important matters to deal with. I move my aim, passing the down and out who's in the corner, his arms in the air, one of my Marlboros hanging off his bottom lip. 3 more goons scramble for cover, their amateur shooting skills having them blasting bullets randomly. Really Russian jerks. I pick each of them off one by one without moving a foot. And I am done. I turn and walk away, pulling my balaclava off to get some air. I need air. I need to breathe. But that won't happen until Beau is back with me. Beau. By the time the cab has battled its way through midday traffic, an hour has passed and I'm late. I see Nath sitting outside, focused on his phone. I pay the driver and hurry to him. Hey, I puff, still short of breath after dodging Otto.
I take a seat and Noth exhales heavily. I was worried. He flashes his cell. I've been trying to call you. I'm a half-hour late, I point out, raising an eyebrow as I collect the water he's ordered me, absolutely parched. I swig and gasp. You went radio silent for hours. What's going on? He looks across the table at me in alarm as I guzzle the rest of the water down ravenously. Did you run here? I shake my head, still drinking, unable to get enough. And are your clothes wet? His eyes drop down my shirt. Your buttons are undone. I place the bottle on the table and start fastening the buttons I missed in my haste, awkwardly trying to sort myself out with one hand. I'm fine. Everything is fine. Doubtful eyes fall to the sling holding up my newly broken wrist. Don't even think what I think you're thinking, I warn. What am I thinking? He fires, settling back in his chair. Tell me what you found out about Mom. Nothing, I recoil. Then why the hell am I here? I look past Noth when someone approaches behind him and my heart starts to beat double time. What's Ollie doing here, Noth? I ask, my hackles rising, every hair standing on end. I don't like the look on either of their faces. Did he do that to you, Beau? Noth asks, and it all becomes clear. Is that what his call was all about? He left me thinking, hoping, praying he'd found out something about Mom's car being at the dealership, and the whole freaking time he was planning an intervention? All I need is for Dad, Lawrence, and Dexter to show up, and we'll have a full house. Are you for real? I ask, standing abruptly, sending the metal chair flying back. You've dragged me here to ask if my boyfriend broke my freaking arm? Is that what you think I've become? That weak? That desperate? I looked into him, Beau. Ollie stops at the edge of the table, looking down at me. My heart goes from double time to triple time. James Kelly didn't exist until 5 years ago. I stare at my ex, flummoxed. You had no right to do that. I'm not shocked by his declaration. I'm simply annoyed that they've taken it upon themselves to pry. Deep down, I had a feeling their search would either turn up nothing or turn up a record longer than my broken freaking arm. You were born in England. Yes. How long have you been in the States? 5 years. 5 years. And his company has probably only been in existence that long too. He's not who he says he is, Noth continues. He's deceiving you, Beau, lying to you. Why would he do that? Then who is he? I spit, furious, my mouth firing words before my brain can engage. If he's not who he says he is, who the freaking is he? I need to shut the hell up. Probably a guy who got sent down for domestic abuse and legally changed his name when he got out. I drop my head back, looking at the sky, gathering patience. How many times have I got to tell them? James did not break my arm. I breathe in deeply, all out of patience, and calmly push my chair in. Noth won't find anything on my mom, I know that now. And Ollie? He's just pushed me too far. I don't want to see you again. I look at Ollie. Either of you. Beau, come on, Ollie pleads, reaching for me. We're just looking out for you. You're vulnerable. No, I yell, shrugging him off and storming away. Just leave me alone. I'm dizzy with rage, confusion, my head about to detonate. When I round the corner, I come to a stop, resting against the wall, trying to get my labored breathing under control. I turn on my phone. Endless missed calls and a text from Dexter asking where I am. I close my eyes. I don't know where I am, I say to myself, or where I'm really going. I exhale.
It's long and defeated as my thumb works across the screen, telling him I'm okay, that I'm on my way. Then I turn it off again. There are no records on James. He didn't exist until 5 years ago. Excessive security. His other name, the Opera House. In too deep. Enigma. James, Goldie can't find her. Otto can't find her. I can't really find her. Goldie is watching Beau's uncle's place. Nothing. I've wandered the supermarket for an hour. Nothing. I pace my office, up and down, the screens drowning the space with a bright rainbow of lights. I haven't even the will to amend the status of my latest hits. Gosh, Beau, where are you, baby? I rake a hand through my hair as I slump into my chair and close my eyes, racking my brain. I see her mother, the sheer determination on her face, her voice down the line whenever we spoke, her words, words of conviction. I will find you. I will finish you. I snap my eyes open quickly, and I'm out of my chair like a rocket, sprinting down to get my keys. I'm out the door fast, and soon speeding toward the old church. When I pull up in the lay-by on the lane toward the church, the biggest, blackest cloud is creeping over, casting a shadow over the graveyard. The sky looks like it could open at any moment. I see a cab sitting in the lane, the driver reading a paper. My phone pings an alert, and I open it, seeing Beau's turned her phone back on. She wants me to find her. Already did, baby, I murmur, getting out, not bothering to check her exact location. I can smell her fragrance mixing with the heavy, clean scent of the impending rain. I make my way down the paved pathway, the ancient slabs cracked and uneven, not a single stone in one piece. The metal gate into the graveyard is twisted and rusty. It's sad and dreary, everything a graveyard should be. I let myself through and find her immediately, sitting before a gray marble headstone, her arm wrapped around her knees, hugging them. Weaving around the graves, crushing the long grass with my boots as I go, I keep my eyes on the blurry words of Beau's mother's headstone until the inscription is clear. I come to a stop and read it 3 times, and that day 2 years ago is as real now. Tell me who you are, Beau says quietly, not looking back. To you or them? To me. To her, most importantly, who am I to her? I move in and lower behind her, framing her seated form with my thighs. I wrap my arms around her upper body and pull her into me, placing my mouth at her ear. She doesn't resist. To you, I'm freedom. Hello, freedom, she whispers, and I swallow, relaxing, as she starts to turn in my arms. I release her, just enough to let her, and she kneels before me, taking my arms from around her back one at a time. Her eyes meet mine, resolute. I'm ready to know who you are. Are you ready to tell me? I nod, even though I know and accept that I can't tell her everything. Will you leave? It's an unfair question, and, crazily, it feels like telling her I'm a killer will be the easy part, because she's worked that out for herself. And whether I wanted to or not, I helped her along the way to enlightenment. I'm still unsure why. Maybe because I see life beyond death and revenge with this woman. Am I capable of that? And do I deserve it? I don't want to, she whispers. I guess that's all I can ask for. Let me take you home. You mean to your home, she says, staring at me with so much acceptance in her eyes, I honestly don't know what to do with it. My home. She nods and stands looking at me and offering her good hand. I take it tentatively, and she tugs as if her small frame and strength actually contributes to pulling me up. I tuck her into my side and walk us out of the graveyard. The cab, she says, pointing, I told him to leave the meter running. I'll sort it. I deposit her in the passenger seat of my car before wandering over to the cab, pulling off some notes and handing them over. There's a bag on the back seat, he says, motioning over his shoulder. I frown and look back to Beau. She's daydreaming, staring out of the window. I reach for the paper bag, open it, and freeze. What the? I stare at the box for an eternity, trying to turn it into something else. Anything else. A minute later, I'm still gazing at a pregnancy test. Oh, Jesus, I whisper, my mind not telling me what to do.
I pull it out of the bag and stuff it in the back of my jeans, slamming the door of the cab and pacing back to my car, my head bent. I slip in beside her, regard her closely. She's despondent, distant. "Where did you go?" I ask, starting the car and crawling along the gravel lane. "A pregnancy test?" "Nath," she says quietly, looking out of the window, which means she doesn't see my unstoppable widening eyes. "A friend? Gosh, she was with that corrupt person? When?" I've got eyes on him. And my ex. Now she does look at me. For a reaction? I know my tight jaw is giving her one. When was the last time she slept with her ex? "They're both FBI," she adds. "And they've looked me up," I say, feeling the tightening of my grip on the wheel. "They didn't find a thing past 5 years." "That's because I didn't exist, Beau," she says. Nothing. She doesn't need to. I return my eyes to the road, but I exist to you. I take her hand from her lap and squeeze. To everyone else, I'm elusive. Such a statement should earn a gasp, a cry of realization, the retraction of her hand from mine. Not Beau. She slowly looks away and gazes out of the window, processing what she's learned about me. She doesn't look like she wants to bolt, but there is one thing that'll have her walking away from me, so I have to ensure she doesn't find out. Beau's mom was relentless, frustrating, always there in the background, ready to mess everything up. One way or another, I knew she would end up dead. She pissed off too many people with her hunger and persistence, started to uncover too many truths. I don't want Beau to follow the same path. I pull to a stop at the junction, and a fleeting look at my rearview mirror has me stalling from indicating. A BMW in the distance, the nose of the car just jutting out of a dirt track we passed. I flick my eyes to Beau. She's oblivious, still gazing out of the window. I slowly return my eyes to the mirror, pushing down the lever for my indicator as I do, edging forward a few feet, waiting. The car appears. I pull away, smooth and calm, glancing at my mirror constantly. I'm at least 300 yards down the road before it gets to the junction, keeping a safe distance. Not safe enough, and way too close for comfort. My fingers start drumming the wheel, my mind strategizing. Gosh, state laws in Florida, no front license plate. But it's a BMW. Butler drives a BMW. I look across to Beau, finding her still gazing out of the window, still oblivious. I pull my phone out and text Otto. "Butler?" His reply is instant. "Can't find the person anywhere." Gosh, my teeth grate as I keep eyes on 3 things: Beau, the road, and my mobile. He's tailing me. He was following her. A bend in the road ahead gives me the opportunity I need. I just hope there's a turning off the main road soon after. Another look at the mirror. I need more distance, so I discreetly build up speed as we approach the curve ahead. Just enough to gain more space, but not enough to rouse suspicion in Beau. The moment I take the bend, I look up, seeing the BMW out of sight, and ahead, the turn I need. I indicate, all rather considerately, considering the circumstances, and take the turn onto a small dirt track, stopping a few yards down. I look up at the rearview mirror. "What are we doing here?" Beau asks, knocked from her quiet daydreaming. My eyes remain on the mirror, and the second I see the BMW fly past, I turn into her and take her cheeks, kissing her deeply. Her good hand found my hair. Thank God for her inability to resist me. I'm banking on it going forward. "Just in case you forgot what it feels like," I say, my throat hoarse, slowing our kiss until our lips were merely touching and our breaths clashing. Her eyes are glassy, her expression blank. "Don't look at me like that, Beau. Don't look at me like you can't decide whether I'm worth staying for." She inhales, and thoughts run amok in my brain. What she's been thinking, how she's feeling, the pregnancy test. She seemed so accepting back at the graveyard, and now that look? It says too much. I need to get her home. I slam the car into gear and reverse out of the track, pulling off fast. If I was in the right mood, I'd be forced to hold back a smile when Otto's face wrinkles in annoyance as we enter the lobby. Naturally, he was mortified he was given the slip. Naturally, he was worried I would turn psycho on him. Naturally, I very nearly did. I get Beau into the elevator, smacking the code in with a heavy touch. The doors close. She looks at me in the reflection of the mirror, so impassive. It's killing me. She's shutting down, thinking too much.
I shake my head mildly, silently warning her away from where her mind is going. She looks away. It's not what I need right now. The doors open, and I pull her out, leading her upstairs with a firm hold. I get her in my bedroom, place her before the frame. She doesn't stop me. But she also doesn't help. Neither does she show any signs of being turned on. What has really happened? Has her conscience found her? Her morals? I look down at her arm. I can't restrain her, hold her in place. Really. I remove the sling and ease her shirt off before pulling her jeans down and casting them aside with her shoes. Kneel, I order, desperation getting the better of me. Docile and subservient, she lowers to her knees before me and looks up with vacant eyes, waiting for her next order. Shutting down. I want escape, and I don't want to be forced to explain why. Really, no. I could still restrain her. I could deprive her of release, make her beg and cry. I could shove endless objects in her rear and engage in intimate acts with her. But not today. I pull my t-shirt up over my head as she watches, unbutton my jeans and kick them off, and then fall to my knees in front of her. I'm surrendering, giving in to this crazy, and by the fleeting look of surprise that passes across her expressionless, hauntingly beautiful face, she sees that. I take her hand and place it on my scarred shoulder. She's toxic, but to me, she's a bomb. And I'm fatal, but to her, I'm life. She takes in the damage under her fingers, flexing them into the shiny, pitted flesh. My skin sizzles. "You think you can fix me?" she says to her hand, her head tilting in thought, like she's pondering that notion. "I don't want to fix you. I just want to love you." Her eyes turn to mine quickly, her fingers stilling. "I've fought for power, Beau," I whisper. "I've fought for freedom, for revenge, for hatred. But I've never fought for love, and it's the toughest really battle yet. Can I win?" I ask, and she slowly lowers her rear to her heels, silent, stunned. "Answer me," I grate, because everything is really irrelevant otherwise. I join her, settling my rear on her heels too. "So, can I win? Can I?" she counters quietly. "Yes, it's an easy answer. I will make her a conqueror. No more losses, Beau, not for either of us. Tell me you understand. Tell me you agree." I take her cheeks harshly. "Do it." They came together in passion. Tension broke, gave in to desire, connecting deeply. Her darkness, my darkness. Her demons diluted by mine, and mine by hers. They reached their peak together, a calm settling over them as their bodies trembled. Our eye contact never falters, but my heart misses endless beats, beats that are filled by Beau's, making us one. She lowers her front to my chest, her nose touching mine, her uninjured arm framing my head. "You found me. Always will, Beau. I couldn't have waited until she returned this time. Always. Until death. You're the enigma," she whispers, her eyes searching mine. I circle my arms around her back, carefully holding her to me. Not because I'm afraid she'll pull away, but because I'm afraid she won't. I take a breath. "And you're now the darkness within me. And you in me." She puts her face deep into my neck, as if she could crawl inside of me. "I love you," she whispers, as if it's forbidden. It is. Beau, I'm more morbid than I ever imagined. But broken? No. Nothing broken could withstand this truth.
I know little about the enigma. I know my mother tracked him for 3 years. I know he's killed many people. I know he disappeared off the face of the earth for a time. But now I know he's back, and I know I'm in love with him. Is it the connection to my mother? Is it the warped sense of freedom he makes me feel? Or is it simply that he made it impossible not to love him? As I lie on top of James, letting my breathing settle, my fingertips circling his nipples slowly, I try with everything I have to make sense of this, of him and of me, of us. There are a million reasons why I shouldn't be here, and just one reason why I should. Peace. And peace in me trumps all the things. It's been years since I felt anything other than hate or grief. Years since I've recognized myself. "You were top on Mom's list," I say, still rising and falling with each expansion of his chest while he works to get his breathing steady. "I know," he says, almost sadly. "She said she'd never stop until she had me behind bars, and I knew she wouldn't." I turn my face up to his. "How did you know?" "Because I was looking into her eyes when she said it.
I gasp, scrambling up on his chest, wincing when I jar my arm. Be careful, he warns. She saw you? She never saw me. He reaches behind him, stretching to get my sling. No one ever sees me, Beau. He loops it over my head and gently lifts my arm, easing it into the material. Not true, I whisper, my eyes flitting over every inch of his face. I see him. I see him so clearly. You kill people, I say, not accusingly. I'm simply saying it out loud. Saying it and wondering if hearing it will make it any more real. Something has to click soon. My ethics have got to appear and ask me what the gosh I'm doing here with him. He reaches up and cups my cheek. I do. Why? I ask, and his hold moves back to my waist. It's firm. Why are you holding me tightly? I ask, and he loosens his grip, but only a bit. I kill them because they deserve to die. According to whom? I press. Murder is murder. But justice isn't always justice, he fires back quietly, making me pause for a beat. He's right. Where is justice for my mom? For me? I would happily kill whoever is responsible for her death, slowly. And, sickly, I know I would take the greatest of pleasure from it. I know I'd feel like a weight was lifted. I know it would bring me peace. More peace than James could ever give me. I wasn't born a killer, Beau. Then who were you? He looks away, and it's so painfully obvious how difficult he's finding this. I was a son, a brother. He winces, shying away from the memory. I had everything until he took it away. He. James frowns, and his head shakes mildly, as if he can physically toss those memories away, which makes me feel plain awful for needing to know more. And I do need, really need. I'm in love with an assassin, a vigilante. Anything I can find to justify that, I will gladly take. Who? The bear. My mouth falls open. The drug smuggler, human trafficker, arms dealer, bomb supplier to endless terrorist organizations. He moved his men in on London to take out the mob kingpin Spencer James, blew his estate to smithereens, and as soon as the Brit died, he moved in on Miami. I'll never forget Mom's face when the bear first made his presence known in town. Clarity seems to smack me in the face, and I breathe in, my attention falling to James' scarred shoulder. British. Explosion? He got caught up in an explosion. Oh my God, his entire family wiped out? I stare at him, stunned. Your dad was Spencer James? I murmur, everything clicking into place. You're Kellen James. I go to stand, needing to walk and think, but James locks his hold down on my thighs, keeping me close. That's your other name. He nods, and the sadness mixed with vengeance is potent. Everyone's demons are relative, Beau, he says, sitting up and circling my waist. I'm dead. Does the bear know it's you who's killing all of his men? Jesus, all these bodies that are cropping up all over town is James doing? Freaking hell, what madness am I in? No, no one knows who I am. Your accent. He's not connected the dots? Do you know how many people he wiped out along with my father? He rubs his nose with mine. You need a bath. I need many things. A bath isn't one of those things. For a start, I could do with someone pinching me, because this has to be some kind of twisted nightmare. I also need a drink, because I'm feeling slightly unstable, but before I can voice my needs, I'm lifted to my feet and being led to the bathroom. James, I say, staring at his back, his scars suddenly bigger, redder, angrier. We arrive in the bathroom and he glances at me, waiting for what I might say. James, what? What do I want to say? I have no idea, my brain failing me, so I remain mute, blank. He starts to draw a bath, adding lavender oil, and I stand behind him, motionless, naked, and utterly absorbed by his scarred skin. I'm not aching. I'm not sore. I don't need to soak myself or soothe my muscles. Perhaps my brain, but not my body. And yet, I can't bring myself to challenge him, not after he spilled his tragic history. I was a son, a brother. I had everything until he took it away. Utterly alone, an orphan. So when the tub is full and he removes my sling, I do as I'm bid and step in, letting him do what he needs to do in this moment. Here, he says, collecting something from the side and holding it up. A waterproof arm protector. He's got me covered. I let him slip it over my cast before I sink into the water as he climbs in the other end and slides down, submerging himself. He cups his hands and collects some water, splashing his face and pushing his hair back. I need you to make a few promises, he declares. I need you to. His eyebrow quirks in amusement, and it's so out of place for this moment, and yet completely us. Is that right? He asks. It is. And what might those promises be? His hands spread around my ankles under the water, and the water ripples with the subtle jerk of my body. You first, I virtually pant, and he smiles. You be patient with me, he says quietly. Why? Because I have a lot more men to kill. I swallow, silently alarmed. Do they all deserve to die? They're all in the bear's fold. Then they deserve to die. Simple. Okay, I say, not quite believing I'm having this conversation. Perhaps I do need to be committed because I seriously can't be sane. Anything else? You stay here. What? I reply, quiet and unsure, and his hands clamp down further. All the time? Yes. Why? Because I want you here. To wind down after a kill? I retort, staggered, and it hits me for the first time. The worry, the nerves. Every time he leaves, I'll be a wreck, wondering if he'll be coming back, who he'll be killing. James scowls, unimpressed. Stow away that sarcasm, Beau. Now isn't the time. Now's the perfect time, I say, half laughing. When you've left me here, when you've disappeared, had errands to run, you were killing men, weren't you? I was working toward justice, he grates. And the opera house? You left me handcuffed to a chair while you murdered someone. Why the hell did you take me? It would look a bit suspicious if a man was alone at an opera. He's right, especially a man as good-looking as James. So I was an alibi? No, you were my date. It wasn't much of a date, I retort, indignant. I didn't see all the performance. My date disappeared for 20 minutes to commit murder, and I was restrained. His smirk is faint but filthy. You didn't enjoy our intimate moments? My mouth snaps shut and the elevator dings in the distance. We both look toward the bathroom door. Details of your next kill, I expect. I say quietly as he rises, the water pouring down his hard physique like it could be tumbling down solid, perfectly cut rocks. He steps out and leans over, slamming a hard kiss on my lips. Make sure you soak. I don't need to soak. You do. You also need to start doing as you're told. Really, you? He smirks. Another hard kiss, and I stubbornly yank my face away.
You're even more beautiful when you're insolent? I look out the corner of my eye at him, very that cute half grin. It's about as much as I've ever had out of James Kelly. And then he places a hand on my head and dunks me. He actually dunks me. The cold-blooded assassin, the enigma, the silent, invisible killer just really dunked me? James! I gasp when I break the surface, using my one good hand to wipe the water from my face. You jerk! He strides out of the bathroom. Soak, he calls back. I snort, outraged. But I smile the brightest I've smiled in years. And I wonder, could James find who killed my mother and put an end to them too? Relief. God, it feels good. But I have to remember I'm getting ahead of myself. She knows. But she doesn't know. With a towel wrapped around my waist, I walk to the kitchen to greet Goldie, and the second I clap eyes on her, my relief falls. What is it? I ask, as she reaches into her pocket and slaps something on the table. Photographs. Photographs of this building, of me, and of Beau. What the... really? My heart jumps, and I turn on my heel and race back up the stairs, bursting into the bathroom. The tub is empty. No, I breathe, backing up, going to my office. No Beau. Where was she? Goldie asks, joining me on the landing. I march into my bedroom. In the tub? No Beau. Really? What? Beau appears in the doorway to my dressing room, looking on in alarm, even more so when she sees Goldie behind me. What's up? What is that leaving my body? It feels like 10 tons of fear.
Really me. But gosh, I need to play this down. Nothing's up, I say, adjusting my towel, cringing. Beau's not stupid, and here I am treating her like she's stupid. I peek at her and see what I knew I would. Disbelief. You didn't soak for very long. I hear Goldie sigh from behind me, and Beau's eyes dart to her too. I'll wait downstairs, she says, backing out of my bedroom. Don't be long. I won't. I'll be right along just as soon as I've pacified a woman who looks nowhere near close to being pacified. What's going on? Beau asks, awkwardly pulling in her towel tighter with one hand, trying to hold one side by clamping her arm to her hip. I can't watch her struggle like that. Here. I go to her, pulling it open and evening up each side before wrapping her up neatly and securely. Her eyes burn holes in me the entire time. What's Goldie doing here? Delivering the details of my next kill, I quip, buying myself some time, quickly walking through my options. I have only one. I grab a robe, help her into it, and take her hand, leading her out of my bedroom, down the stairs, unwilling to leave her alone, even in my own apartment. I place her on the couch, drape a throw over her, and hand her the remote control for the TV. Give me 5 minutes. I kiss her and leave her still looking stunned. When I make it to Goldie at the island, she gives me a nod to confirm she's scoped the place. I take my phone from my pocket and load my security app multi-view screen, placing it down before us, my eyes darting across each camera view. Nothing. No one here except us. Otto's watching the rest of the cameras, Goldie says quietly as I turn all the frosted glass inside my apartment to clear glass with one click of a button on my mobile and make sure all the external glass is opaque so no one can see in. There's no one in the building. How really? I whisper, perching on a stool, trying to keep my concern from my face, knowing Beau's not too far away and she's riddled with curiosity. You missed this picture. Goldie spreads the photos and pushes one toward me. And I inhale when my twisted mind computes what I'm looking at. Me. A rifle in one hand, my balaclava hanging from the other, stalking out of a factory with murder etched all over my face. Not because I just committed it, but because Beau was missing. You really messed up, Goldie murmurs, as I stare at the condemning image, wondering how I could have been so really stupid. I look over my shoulder to Beau, to the woman who's made me stupid. She's watching us closely. I don't force a reassuring smile. It would be insulting her. I know, I whisper, returning my attention forward. I really know. So what now? Now I wait. I get up and get 2 beers from the fridge, twisting the caps off each in turn before taking one to Beau. She looks up at me as she accepts, her expression screaming questions. Questions I can't answer because the truths will have her running. I tear my eyes away from hers and return to Goldie. Wait for what? She asks. His call. I take a slurp of my beer, wondering where he is. Plotting, planning my demise. Because now he knows where to find me, what I look like. He's played the game, and he's played it well. Be ready, I tell her. And I need you to pick some things up from Beau's place. Like what? Her passport. How the hell will I know where to find her passport? Because Beau's going to tell me. I look to my side and find confusion that doesn't suit Goldie plastered all over her face. She's just going to jump on a private plane with you and go wherever the hell you say, is she? Yes, I answer surely, even if I feel anything but. She knows who I am. What? I smile on the inside. She figured it out. Goldie laughs, and it's 100% sarcastic. Did she figure out you were involved in her mother's murder? My secret smile falls. Didn't think so. What the really, Kel? Have you lost your really mind? Without question. Then let me help you find it, she hisses. On your couch is a woman who is a surefire way to get yourself killed. Her arm shoots toward the table where the photos lay. I give you Exhibit C. What's Exhibit A and B? Your vulnerabilities and your really heart, my friend. She stomps away, and my teeth naturally clench. But she won't go far. Never will. Because Goldie couldn't repay me in 1,000 lifetimes for finding her and giving her a new purpose. James? Beau calls from the couch, pulling my attention her way. Just tell her. Spill it all. And then what? She leaves. And if she leaves, she's dead. and if Beau's dead, I may as well be too. My foot lifts from the floor to take the first step to her, but I'm halted by the sound of my phone vibrating behind me. I look back. I've got to take that, I say, swapping my beer for my phone and wandering away, feeling Beau's eyes on my back as I go. As soon as I'm out of earshot, I answer. And as always, I remain silent, unwilling to kick off the conversation or the threats. Him, though, he's straight in. All these years, I was sure I would know your face when I saw it. I smile, and it's very salacious. My father was a showman, yes, but he kept me, Mum, and my sister well away from the spotlight. I'd love nothing more than to tell him who I am, why I've hunted him and his men for so long. Unfortunately, I can't do that until I can look him in the eye. Right before I kill him. I'm dead. Otto made sure of that. I need to remain that way after this is over. Annoyed? I ask. Mildly. I lost a few good men for the cause. But whether I recognize you is irrelevant now. I know what you look like and where you are. So I'm one step ahead of you, yes? For the first time, yes. He's one step ahead, but not for long. Seems we're both being enlightened these days. Oh? Nathan Butler, I say simply, but I get no reaction. Not that I expected one. Beau Haley, he says instead, and gosh, I react. She stays out of this. You've put her in the center. That was very stupid, if you want her to be safe. She's innocent. She's digging like her mother. My jaw feels like it could break. She knows her mother's death wasn't an accident. He laughs. Then perhaps you should convince her, if you want her to live, that is. Do not push me. Back off, and so will I. It should be an easy deal. Should be. Never. Every time you kill one of my men, I lose money. And patience. I bleed for you, I seethe, my blood burning my veins. Who are you? His voice is suddenly lacking the lightness he kicked off with.
James Kelly, who really are you and what do you want? I'm your end, I promise, hanging up and bracing my hands into the wall, breathing through my fury and my fear, because the bomb has started ticking. I'm running out of time, and it isn't only me I need to worry about now. I flinch when I feel a hand slide onto my shoulder. Your whose end? Beau asks quietly. Yours. Mine. His. I clench my eyes closed and push away from the wall, turning to face her. I'm shaken. For the first time, my nemesis has me shook, and so has the woman before me. The pregnancy test flashes through my mind. It has to be playing on hers, too. Maybe your ex, I add. She retracts her hand like I could have burst into flames. What? She whispers. When were you last with him? I ask, sounding harsher than I meant to. But again, the bear and his bombshell isn't the only blow I'm dealing with. Her round eyes stare at me in disbelief. I assume you mean intimately. Yes, I mean intimately. She was at his place. Did he talk her into his bed? My gaze falls to her stomach, and I stare hard, my eyes burning. When? That's none of your really business, she retorts, stepping away. I finally blink, dampening my dry eyes, trying to see straight. None of my business? I ask, stunned. None of my really business? I grab her uninjured hand and all but manhandle her up the stairs. What the really, James? She yells, unable to even try and pry my grip away. So she yanks and pulls instead. Shut up, Beau. I turn and dip, getting her gently on my shoulder. Don't wriggle or you'll hurt yourself. James, she shouts as I cart her the rest of the way, taking her into the bathroom. I'm not having another bath. I didn't say you were. I place her down. Wait, I order, marching out of the bathroom. I go to my room, find the pregnancy test buried in my pile of clothes, and stomp back. You're doing this. I hold it up and watch as her face falls and she retreats. But she's silent, just staring at the harmless box. Harmless? Good God, this box could finish us both. Enraged by that thought, I tear it open and slam it on the vanity unit. So I'll ask again. I fold my arms over my chest like some kind of idiotic, proud jerk. When were you last intimate with your ex, or any other man for that matter? She backs up, her eyes still rooted on the test, until she meets the wall. Then she slowly slides down the tile until she's a small bundle on the floor.
Nearly 2 years, she says quietly, refusing to look at me. I haven't been with any men since Ollie. Something inside lifts. Stress. And doesn't that speak volumes? Only you. Her eyes drop to her feet, ashamed. She's not refusing to look at me now. She simply can't face me. I'm sorry, she whispers. Sorry? She's sorry? I look at the ceiling, my cheeks ballooning. Maybe she is, but never as sorry as me. I thought we were protected. I didn't take the pill for protection. I took it to stabilize my periods. I only missed one, she whispers, and I'm not due until tomorrow, but since the doctor mentioned it, it's all I can think of. Gosh, I breathe, lowering to my seat and moving in close to her, my knees bent and framing her curled up body. Look at me. I take her chin and pull her face from its hiding place. Tears are bursting from her eyes, and it's the most painful thing I've seen. It'll be okay. She chokes on a sob. Or was it a laugh? You're a murderer. It was a laugh. And yes, okay, it's quite really laughable, if it wasn't so really tragic. Not by nature, I say, and then frown at myself. Am I going to just keep saying stupid gosh? I mean, it's not something I want to do. Then why do you do it? Because there was nothing else but that need. And now? Now there's you. I reach blindly for the vanity unit and pull down the test, holding it between us. She looks at it. And maybe someone else, I add. Her shoulders jerk, her eyes round and surprised. But not happy, not relieved. I'm not mother material. She hiccups over each word, and it shocks me that I feel hurt by that statement, and annoyed. I can't do it. She's suddenly up, standing over me. Do what, Beau? I stand too, making sure she can't get past me. She points at the test in my hand, and I take the tops of her arms, moving her to the toilet and sitting her down on the lid. I crouch, holding the test up. She's looking at it like it could be her end. You don't have a choice this time, Beau. No running. I take her hand and put the test in her grasp, squeezing her fist around it. I can stay, or I can wait outside. What's it to be? I know what I want to do, but what I want has to take a back seat for the time being. Stay. No, go. Stay. She growls and stands, nearly knocking me back to my seat. Go, she says, resolute. I need to be on my own. I don't like it, but I give her what she thinks she wants and leave the bathroom, shutting the door behind me. I turn around and find her on the other side, the now clear glass not giving her the privacy she's requested. She shows the ceiling her palms, and I reluctantly switch this pane of glass, and this one only, back to frosted. The lock engages, telling me she'll only let me back in when she's ready. It doesn't matter that one shoulder barge could put me back in the bathroom, or that with another press of a button, I would be able to see her. I'll give her space. I start to pace outside the door, walking in circles for what feels like forever, intermittently checking the security cameras while my head tangles more with every circuit. 10 minutes pass, and there's not been one sound from beyond the door. Nothing. How long do these things take? I lift my fist to knock, but withdraw again when movement on one of the cameras catches my eye. I tap on the screen, bringing up that one camera's live footage. My blood runs cold. Gosh, I hiss quietly, looking at the bathroom door, torn between speaking up or not. But I know Beau, and if I tell her to keep the door locked and stay put, she'll do the exact opposite. So I mentally beg her to stay in the bathroom for another few minutes. Just a few minutes, because that's all I need. I haven't got time to arm myself fully, or even really dress myself. I take the stairs silently, 3 at a time, and sprint to the kitchen, pulling open a cupboard and feeling around the back of some books. I pull out the heckler, grab the biggest kitchen knife I have, and head for the lift. I look down at the screen of my phone as I go, wondering how really they got past Otto and Goldie. Where really are they? I pull up the rest of the cameras and scan them all. Nothing, except for the difficult person in the stairwell. I board the elevator and smack the button for the next floor down. And as the cart starts moving, something sounds above me. I look up to the ceiling. You difficult person, I growl. Beau. My eyes won't move from the white stick. My mind won't stop praying for one line. It feels like I've been standing here for years, waiting and praying. He's outside the door, close, but giving me space. I can feel him there, tense, stressed. He has nothing on me. I'm staring at the test on the back of the toilet so hard, my eyes are burning. One line. Please, just one line. One little... I hear a thud and dart my eyes to the door. I wouldn't be surprised if that was James' big body hitting the floor after passing out from stress. I laugh nervously and stop in a heartbeat when I realize that could be a very real possibility. I rush to the door and unlock it, swinging it open. He's not there. Another thud. James? I take small, tentative steps to the top of the stairs, and when I make it there, it's me who nearly passes out. Jesus, I gasp, grabbing at the rail to hold myself up. James looks up at me, his eyes filled with a wildness I've never seen before. Not in any man. Not in any criminal or crazy bastard I've dealt with while in uniform. His naked body is covered in blood, the knife in his hand glistening, the towel that was covering him nearby on the floor.
"Stay exactly where you are," he says quietly, going to his phone and staring at the screen for an eternity. I lower to the top step, not challenging him, not daring. There are times when you simply trust in the skill of your partner, and strangely, I know to completely trust James now. My gaze drops to the body at his feet, to the gun in the man's limp, dead hand. I've lost the power of speech. I can't ask who it is or what the hell is happening. I'm numb, shocked. James's phone rings and he's quick to answer, splitting his attention between the open elevator doors and me. One in the stairwell, one dead on my apartment floor. He paces to the elevator and steps inside, smacking a few buttons and looking up before stepping out. The doors close. The elevator's coming down. He goes back to the man, crouching down by his body and patting at his pockets. He pulls out a cell and hits a few buttons before setting it aside and rising to his full height. He casts his eyes my way. The wildness has subsided, but it doesn't ease me because in its place is worry. What's going on? It feels like a crazy thing to ask. I know what's going on. An ambush, a murder. But why and who? James says nothing, just raises his finger to his lips in a silent sign to quieten me. Then he mouths, "It's okay. Okay?" Am I not staring at a dead body at his feet? Am I imagining the blood covering him? I startle when the elevator dings, jumping out of my skin, and James flies around, his naked body poised and ready as the doors slide open. Goldie appears and he relaxes. I don't know why. She looks really murderous, and above her eyebrow, a nasty gash. Otto took care of the stairwell, she grates, reaching up and wiping the blood with the cuff of her suit jacket. The building is clear. At those words, James drops the knife and collects the towel, covering himself before pulling up one corner and wiping his hands. "Find out who it is," he orders shortly, looking at the corpse like he wants to kill him all over again. Goldie approaches and pulls out her phone, taking a picture of the man's face and tapping out a message. Within a few seconds, she looks at James and shakes her head, and he curses, turning and stalking toward the stairs. I slowly rise as he climbs the steps, his eyes drilling into me. "Do you have a passport?" he asks, and while I'm scared, concerned, and many other emotions that I'm trying to contain, I know it wouldn't be wise right now to question him. "Yes." "Where?" "In my nightstand at home," I answer as he takes my hand and pulls me toward the bathroom. He closes the door behind us and goes to the shower, flipping it on. And I just stand like an idiot, my mind twisting painfully. He doesn't look like he's in the mood for questions or talking, so I'm expected to see what I saw, hear what I heard, and say nothing. He pulls his towel from his waist and tosses it in the tub before going to the sink and washing his hands thoroughly. Then he braces them on the edge of the vanity unit, leaning in, staring into his own eyes in the mirror. I don't wonder what he's thinking. Vengeance is thick in the air. His naked body looks lethal, every muscle pulsing like he's preparing for another attack. This now, the man before me, the man with murder etched on every inch of his skin. He's the enigma. Was it positive? His eyes turn to me and I frown, momentarily lost. Then it hits me like a sledgehammer square in the face,
and my gaze falls onto the test still on the back of the toilet. My blood turns to ice. My heart starts racing. "Why are you panicking?" James asks, turning at the sink to face me. "Why?" I motion to his blood-drenched torso, his beautiful torso that's now as ruined as his back. Although it can be washed away, there is nothing that could clean my mind. I'm an ex-cop, and I'm potentially pregnant by a murderer. He smiles a little, and it's wholly inept. Potentially? He rests on the vanity, his palms wedged on the edge. I look at the back of the toilet again, to the white stick that could ruin us. And I laugh on the inside. We're both ruined already, but that little stick and the potential lines on it could tip us. And there's another thing. Us? For God's sake, I barely know the man. I look at James, his eyebrows are high. Waiting. "I didn't see the result," I answer, fiddling with my towel, refastening it. I was distracted by my boyfriend murdering someone. "Boyfriend?" he asks over a laugh, and I feel my cheeks heating. It's really ridiculous. "What the hell do you want me to call you?" I ask, as indignant as could be. Lover? Better half? Murderer? I am completely and utterly exasperated by the whole situation. I walk over to the tub and rest on the edge, ignoring the blood-soaked towel behind me. I feel lightheaded all of a sudden, and hot. My skin is clammy, and it has nothing to do with the steaming shower running. "So we still don't know?" he asks, looking over to the toilet. I follow his gaze and narrow my eyes on the white stick. "No." "Are you going to look?" "You do it," I murmur, back to being plain terrified, the bludgeoning of a man downstairs long forgotten. My boyfriend's true identity forgotten. This somehow feels more serious. Why doesn't James seem as worried as I am? He's standing there stark naked, his solid arms braced and splendid, all casual, appearing as impassive as I know he can be. Fine. He pushes himself off the unit and takes his sweet time wandering over to the toilet. I don't think he's nervous or stalling. I feel like he's simply drawing out my torture and enjoying it. I scowl at him as he stares at me, blindly reaching for the stick. Then he looks down, and I hold my breath. His face is blank. I can't read it at all. Very much, what is it? But I can't ask. I'm too scared of the answer. My lungs are screeching for some oxygen, my heart begging for some respite. "Negative," he says quietly, and all the air leaves me loudly, my entire being deflating. "Oh, thank God," I breathe, reaching for my chest and massaging the lingering pain away. I look to the ceiling and I smile, so really happy. I will not let that happen again. No way. How could I have been so careless? James drops the stick in the trash can by the toilet. "I'm sorry for putting you through that." He nods, stepping into the shower stall, letting the hot flow wash away the blood all over his hands and chest. He doesn't ask me to join him, doesn't talk, but his eyes hardly stray from me the whole time he cleans himself. I start to numb on the edge of the tub, and I stand, moving across to the toilet and lowering to the seat. "Did the bear send that man?" I ask. "Yes." He reaches for a towel and steps out, drying. "How did they know where to find you?" I really messed up. Am I in danger? It's a crazy thing to ask when I'm sleeping with one of the country's most wanted men. Utterly crazy, and yet look at all this crazy going on. "You're the safest woman in this world, Beau Haley." He secures the towel around his waist. "Nothing can harm you." "You," I whisper. His movements falter, and he glances up at me. But he doesn't say anything, doesn't correct me, and that terrifies me more than any truths he could share. I wake to the sound of my cell ringing. The feel of it vibrating registers, and I pat around my body until I lay my hands on it. I hold it up and squint at the screen until Dexter's name forms. My hand plummets back to the mattress with my phone. I can't talk to him now, not only because I'm still half asleep. I roll onto my side and find the space next to me is empty. The room is dusky, the morning sky in the distance is red. Red at night, sailor's delight. But it's morning. I grab my sling off the nightstand and edge to the side as I get it on, before following my feet to the stairs. The first thing I see are the bags by the door, travel bags, and any signs of murder have vanished. No dead guy, no blood. I see James below on the couch in his boxers, sitting forward, a candle burning on the table before him. He's watching the flame intently, studying it. Mesmerized by it, he takes his hand and glides it through the air above the glass, back and forth slowly, over and again. Heat, burn, his scarred body. He eventually stops directly above the flame and holds it there, his torso tensing. He's hurting. I don't call out, don't disturb him. I'm rapt, watching him withstand the heat. Then suddenly, he pulls away and looks down at the center of his palm. When you've been burned alive, he whispers, looking up at me, nothing can hurt as much. He rests back and gives me a look that suggests I should go to him, so I do. The moment I'm close enough, he takes my hand and pulls me onto his lap, positioning me just so, my back to his front. My eyes root to the flickering flame as he takes my arm. Nothing will ever hurt you like this hurt you. He draws faint lines up and down the scar tissue, not physically or mentally. I'm in a mental mess that hurts quite bad right now. Your mind game has nothing on this, he says, holding up my deformed arm in front of us before sliding his palm down to my hand and lacing our fingers. That's why you're here. That's why I'm here, I reply on a whisper, and because I love you, and because you love me. He brings our entwined hands to his mouth and kisses them, and I'm hurting now more than I thought possible again, because I love you too. I swallow, the flames swaying rhythmically. I keep asking myself how I can love James. It's a mental battle I'm having every minute. Sensibility is yelling at me to break away before my love kills me. Logic is demanding I stay before something else kills me. Don't break the bond. How can you love me? I ask, and the moment the question is out there, he stills beneath me. Even his heart beating into my back slows. Turn around, he orders, helping me to shift on his lap until I'm facing him. I spend some needed time taking in every inch of his face, from his mussed-up hair to his rough stubble, from his soulful eyes to his beautifully shaped lips, from his defined jaw to his perfectly crooked nose. Every inch of this man is breathtaking. Every part of him sends my senses into meltdown. His rough, gravelly voice, the words he says, the feel of his touch on my skin, his scent, manly but soft. Their lips met in a deep embrace. Flattening my palm, he places it on his shoulder. I can love you because you're as merciless as I am. He moves my fingers across the bumpy flesh of his shoulder, and my eyes fall there, seeing my scars blend with his. I can love you because you're crippled by hatred and a sense of injustice. My eyes bolt back to his, and I lose myself in their blazing depths. Your love for me walks hand in hand with your hate for the world. Bringing my hand to his lips, he presses a kiss in the center of my palm. They are equals, passion-fueled. Your love and your hate are what makes you Beau, and mine is what makes me. His hands land on my hips, and my traitorous lip wobbles. Love and hate. I couldn't stop loving this man if I tried, no matter who he is. And I couldn't stop hating the world if my life depended on it. But I can do both, love and hate. I will treasure your love, and I'll nurture your hate. Because without your hate, you're not the woman I love. That's so really messed up, I whisper, my voice breaking. That's so us, he replies, taking my nape and holding me firmly. We understand each other, feel each other's pain, see each other's struggles. I've searched for one reason not to love you, and yet all I can find are a million reasons to love you. I'm not sure if a weight has been lifted or lowered onto my shoulders. I feel heavy but light, hopeful but full of dread. That's quite swoony for an assassin, I say, and he smiles a little. It's not swoony, it's the truth. His eyes lower to my exposed chest, and he leans forward, peppering kisses over her chest before finishing on my tummy. We should eat. Holding her close, he stands effortlessly and takes me to the kitchen area, placing me on the counter by the sink. Shouldn't we be leaving? I ask, glancing around, now noticing all of the windows are no longer clear. No one can see in. Protection. He thinks the job's done, he says, going to a cupboard. Well, it's not, I say, motioning to his beast of a body, like he could have missed the fact that he's still breathing. Thank God. Surely when he doesn't get word from those men, he'll know you're still here. He has got word from his men, James says, and I withdraw. Did one of them get? It clicks. He's used the cell he found on the body to check in. We have some breathing space, he says. I don't like the sound of that. Breathing space. He's plotting something. I hear my cell in the distance as James reaches into the fridge, peering back at me. I should get that. I slip down. It'll be Dexter. They're worried. I get a small, accepting nod, but I can see his concern. Will they try to talk you out of this? You mean me and you? I ask, and he nods, lowering some milk to the counter. You're a killer, James. It sounds as crazy as it is, and yet here I am, in love with a killer. I can sugarcoat it all I like, plead justice, claim every life ended was warranted, that every man James has killed deserved to die. None of those things change the fact that James is a cold-blooded murderer. They don't know what I do, he says, leaning against the counter, casual and cool. Then they clearly just get a bad vibe from you. He pouts, and it's quite adorable. Go answer your phone, he orders, continuing to make whatever it is he's making. I do as I'm bid and find my cell nestled in the sheets, but I falter answering when I see it's Neth calling again, not Dexter. I don't want to argue with him. I'm not interested in hearing what he has to say. There's nothing to be gained, so I don't. He tries again, immediately, and again. Then the messages start landing, one after the other, all urgent words begging me to take his call. Something about my mother. He's done this before, lured me in with false promises of information. But what if? My heart constricts in my chest, and I answer, lowering to the bed as I do. Beau, Nath blurts urgently, you have to leave. You said you had information on my mother, I whisper lowly, my tone loaded with warning. Don't tell me you've lied again, just so you can tell me to leave James. Beau, you have to listen to me. I don't have to listen to anyone, I seethe, slamming my fist down on the bed with my phone so hard it jolts my other arm. I hiss as a wicked pain shoots up my limb. How could he? I head to the bathroom to splash my burning face, but another message halts my tracks. I look down at the screen as it pings, one message after the other. You're in danger. He's not who you think he is. I don't know who the freaking heck he is, but he's not James Kelly. He was involved in your mom's death. My inhale is so sharp, so abrupt, it has me reaching into thin air to grab something for support. My thoughts chase in circles, my mind trying to process what I'm reading. I look up at the glass, seeing through to the top of the stairs, transparent. Another ding from my phone pulls my attention back there. Watch this. I'm sorry, Beau. Get out. The shakes come on strong, unstoppable and relentless, making my thumb uncoordinated and clumsy as it hits the play icon of the video attachment. A computer comes into view, and on the screen, footage of a place I recognize. I lower to the bed, seeing the comings and goings of a store parking lot. My eyes drop to the bottom corner, to the time and date. Oh my God, that date, that time, they're etched in my memory. And then I see us, me and Mom. She pulls into the parking lot and zips into a space, and the car sits there for a while. I remember the conversation. I remember pulling on my boots. I remember her face when her cell rang. I watch as I get out and shut the door, wandering through the automatic doors of the store, and the whole time I'm in there getting our wine, I stare at her car, looking, searching, waiting, watching. 10 minutes later, I emerge from the store. My heart starts to pound. I wander across the parking lot. My throat clogs. I approach Mom's car. I hold my breath, unable to look away from the carnage about to happen. Then the screen changes. Another angle of the store. And a man. There's no mistaking his frame, his build, his height. And if that wasn't enough for me, his face. I inhale, checking the digits in the corner. Same day, same time. No, I whisper as James moves out of the shot. I only see a spark, not the full explosion, not me being flung skyward and landing in a broken, burned heap. I drop my phone, numb, dazed. I look around James' bedroom, see a black t-shirt hanging over the chair. I get up and walk on surprisingly steady legs to fetch it, pulling it over my head and down my body. Then I go to his office and pull open drawer after drawer. I find burner phones, lots of them. Then a drawer with a laptop, and under it, James. I scrape some peeled mango from the chopping board into the blender, checking the cameras on my phone where it's propped against the coffee machine. I see Beau in my bedroom pulling on one of my t-shirts. Naturally, I wonder how the conversation with her uncle went. And, naturally, I growl under my breath. I watch her leave my bedroom and enter my office. She goes to my desk and starts rummaging through the drawers where I keep my phones and laptop. I lay down the knife. What is she doing? Or looking for? She pulls something out and rushes to the door, and I collect my phone to zoom in, but she's out of my office fast. I turn my stare from my mobile to the top of the stairs and freeze. My eyes travel from Beau's empty, emotionless eyes down her scarred arm to her hand, where I find a gun, and I know the thing is loaded. What in the world? I ask, watching as she takes the stairs, her arm extended, the gun aimed my way. If I didn't know her, if Beau was any other woman, I'd say her chance of hitting me from that distance was minimal. But I know Beau. I know she aced the Phase 1. I know she breezed through target practice and rarely missed the freaking bullseye. And here I am, the bullseye. "You killed my mother," she says, reaching the bottom of the stairs and edging around the room carefully, her aim never wavering. My world narrows and tunnels, every vision from that night charging forward. And my heart? That thing slows until it feels like it could stop. "Put the gun down, Beau," I order, turning on the spot so I remain facing her, keeping her target in range. "You lied to me. I saw you on the footage." Her face is scarily impassive, her voice worryingly steady, her body free from shakes. "The gun, Beau," I say calmly as she comes to a stop by the window. "Please, put the gun down." Her arm jolts, the gun jarring threateningly, and I retreat a step, wary. "My mom was hunting you for years. Did she get too close for comfort?" "No," I say, shaking my head to reinforce it, but I really can't deny that Jazz Haley got too close too many times. The woman's capabilities were frightening. I often thought it was right place, right time, but I soon learned she had a kind of sixth sense, and it was that sixth sense that earned her the respect she demanded from both her peers and the criminals she hunted down. But what footage is Beau talking about? Where the hell has it come from? And why only now, 2 years later? "Yes," she says calmly. "What really footage, Beau?" "Outside the store, the night my mom was killed. You're there." "Oh, Jesus. It's not what you think." "Don't lie to me," Beau screams, her composure gone, her arms starting to shake. I watch as she lifts her cast to try and support her other arm. She's aching. She won't be able to hold her position for much longer. I step forward slowly, my hands up in surrender. Let me explain. The elevator dings, and Beau swings her aim toward it as the doors open, revealing Goldie. It takes her a second to take in the scene and draw her gun, aiming it at Beau. "No," I yell, torn between getting between them or backing off. Beau's gun redirects to me, and Goldie looks between us, her face a picture of, what the gosh? "Put the really gun down, Beau," I demand, raising my hand in indication for Goldie to do the same. "Take it easy, Goldie," says quietly. I know she doesn't like it, but she slowly lowers her weapon to the floor. "Don't really tell me to take it easy," Beau shouts, her eyes pooling, the gun shaking. "It was you in the footage. Say it was you." Gosh, very it. This is not how this was supposed to go. "It was me," I admit, my options limited. She moves fast and fires a shot, and I flinch, ducking, the bullet sinking into a cupboard behind me. "Beau!" Goldie barks. "What the gosh?" I murmur, all hell breaking loose across the room. I gather myself just as Goldie moves in, tackling Beau to the floor. "Goldie, no!" I roar, sprinting toward them as Beau lands with a thud, crying out as her arm smacks the floor. It doesn't stop her. A second later, she has Goldie at her mercy in a chokehold, and her eyes bulge, her legs flailing, as her hands wrap around Beau's arm and cast to try and free herself. Jesus Christ. I see it happen before Goldie has even engaged, her head flying back and cracking Beau on the cheek. It gives her the moment she needs to free herself, and she spins, pulling back her fist, ready to sink it into Beau's face. But Beau moves fast, flipping herself over, and Goldie's fist lands in Beau's side, winding her. "Goldie, stop!" I bellow, grabbing her from behind and yanking her back. "For gosh sake, stop!" I've seen Goldie lose it only once. Only once has the red mist descended and sent her psycho. When that happens, she's unmoving, unstoppable. She won't quit until her victim is unconscious or even dead. "She's pregnant!" I yell, shoving Goldie away. "For gosh sake, she's really pregnant!" I go to Beau on the floor and start to gather her up, but I'm met with force, her hands batting me away. She scrambles up, moving back, retreating. "What are you talking about?" she wheezes, eyes darting wildly. And it hits me. What I've said. "Gosh, you're pregnant." I exhale, wishing for a clean outcome to this mess. "You said negative," Beau points up the stairs, as if I could have forgotten the scene in the bathroom after my apartment got ambushed. "You said it was negative." I did. I don't know what came over me. Maybe it was seeing the absolute terror in her eyes. Maybe I wanted to test just how relieved I thought she'd be, how much she didn't want it. I never anticipated the level of her appreciation, how happy she was, her smile. And then I couldn't bring myself to utter the words that would send her relief spiraling into regret. And the truth is, I was gutted, stunned, not only by Beau's reaction, but by my disappointment. Because in that moment, I saw a glimmer of hope for us both, something to turn us both around, something to tear us away from vengeance and bring us peace, something other than each other, for there is nothing to save us from ourselves. Except, perhaps, a new life. Not death, not blood, not pain, not revenge. Peace in its purest form and purpose of the most promising kind. It's something I never considered finding, and in that moment, it was mine. "You were so relieved." I look away, forcing back any signs of hurt. I didn't want to take that away from you. Beau coughs over a laugh, and I flick my eyes to Goldie, who's standing quietly by the elevator. She shakes her head at me. It's understandable. She sees the hidden hope. I'm a really joke. Do I honestly think there's anything that can save me? No. But without hope that there's something that can save Beau, what's the really point in me being here? I drag my eyes back to the woman who has taken everything I thought I understood and blew it apart. I'm not the man I was when she walked into my apartment only a few weeks ago. Unfeeling, unrepentant, unseen. Problem is, I'm not sure who I've become in that short time, or if I can keep him alive. Beau looks spaced out. It's not sunk in yet. I can relate.
"I've thought of nothing since I saw two little lines, Beau," I say, moving forward. Her hand comes up, halting me. "Don't touch me," she orders, her chest pulsing. "Just do not touch me. We need to talk about this." The elevator doors open, and Goldie enters it silently, leaving us alone. She gives me another shake of her head before I lose sight of her. Beau moves across to the kitchen and opens the fridge. She reaches for a bottle of beer, and I feel every muscle in me tense, ready to go over and fight her for it. But she diverts her reaching hand to a water before I'm forced to intervene, swigging half the bottle down in one long gulp. Then she turns and paces to the stairs, taking them two at a time, fast and determined. I grab my phone and follow her, checking the cameras as I do. There's a message from Goldie. "I've never in my life known such a stupid, really man." "Me neither," I say to myself, calling her.
Are you okay? I ask when she answers. I'm fine, for gosh sake. I don't even know what to say to you. Nothing. Say nothing about that. Do we know how they got in yet? The sensor on the roof failed. Or was cut. Fix it, add more backups. I hang up and realign my focus, finding Beau in the bathroom sitting on the toilet seat rifling through the bin. She pulls out the stick, looks at it, then she hiccups over a sob, dropping it to the tile and burying her face in her palm. My heart twists in my chest as I stand on the threshold, wanting to go to her, but knowing I'm walking on dangerous ground. We still haven't cleared up the matter that had her pointing a really 9mm at me. I don't know who told her I was there or where the gosh this footage has come from. I can't bear watching her fall apart like this. I should be on my knees before her, holding her, telling her it's all going to be okay. But is it? Can it be okay? She snivels and brushes at her wet cheeks angrily, finding me by the door. I don't want a baby. You don't have a choice, I say without thinking, my instinct taking over. She glares at me, steely-faced. Don't I? I recoil, unable to wipe the disgust away. Is she suggesting? I've killed many men, Beau. I've tortured them and felt not a shred of remorse. You expect me to let you kill my flesh and blood? My protectiveness surprises me. I've not had a moment to digest what's happening. Beau, even less time. But something deep and unyielding will not tolerate nor entertain what she is suggesting. This is a life she's talking about, a life we made together, not a tarnished, ugly, blood-bathed existence. It's a really child. I slump against the doorframe and slide down to my bottom, my legs hollow and weak, my heart hurting. She looks away, and shame engulfs every inch of her. It's a mild consolation. This wasn't supposed to happen, and yet it has. So we really deal with it. How are you being so stable? She asks, looking at me for an answer. This is the worst thing that could have happened. Stable? I'm far from stable. I've got someone trying to turn Beau against me. She's pregnant with my really child. The bear has sent 2 killers into my home, and she thinks I murdered her mother. Stable? I should be in a straitjacket. But to keep my life, Beau's life, our really baby's life, I need to keep my head. The worst thing that could happen is you believing I killed your mother. Her head snaps up. I saw you on the footage. What footage? Who sent you this footage? Nath sent it. And you're there, watching, making sure you got the job done. She frowns. But Nath's never met you, so how did he know it was you in the footage? Her hand goes to her head, like she can't cope with the information overload. Nath, her friend. That jerk is as dirty as they come. He knew what I looked like because he saw me at your mom's grave. I can feel my nostrils flaring, the rage threatening. He was following you. Her face is a picture of disbelief. Jesus, she has to believe me. Show me the footage. I dropped my cell in your bedroom. I drag myself up and go find it, returning quickly and handing it over. Her lips straight, she taps her screen and thrusts it in my face, and I watch the footage while Beau watches me. Jazz's car. Beau getting out. Me in another shot. It cuts before the end. It's condemning. It's exactly how Nathan Butler wants it to be. Manipulated. Yes, I was there the night your mom died, Beau, but I was trying to stop it. I turn away from her, giving her my back, which feels like it could be burning all over again. This didn't happen in the explosion that killed my family. I wasn't in the house. I was at the back of the grounds playing golf with Otto. This really happened when I tried to get your mother out. I swallow and clench my eyes closed. The silence behind me is unbearable. The feel of her eyes, new eyes, taking in the damage on my back is as painful as the night I sustained the burns. Your mother didn't deserve to die, so I tried to save her. I escape her scrutiny, walking away, heading for my office. The drinks cabinet calls, and I make fast work of unscrewing the cap off a bottle of Black Label and swigging a good dose. The bottle hitting the cabinet masks my gasp. The burn on my back masks the burn in my throat. What the gosh is this mess? And the footage? The bear would have seen it 2 years ago. Seen me. Wondered who I was. He wouldn't have connected the man in the footage to the enigma, because why would the man killing off his army want to save an FBI agent? But now he's connected the dots. Now he knows the man who tried to save Jazz Haley is the man killing his men. I can only imagine the mindfuck that's got him in. I'm mildly satisfied. For the most part, I'm frustrated. He has my face, thanks to that footage and the photographs from the factory. One of my names, thanks to Butler. My location, thanks to my stupidity. It's a lot more than I have on him. My fingers claw around the bottle, my breathing shallow and erratic. Gosh, I swing around and hurl the bottle at the wall, taking out one of the screens. Ironically, it's the screen where the bear's face should be. Is it a sign? A sign that I'll never find him, never kill him, never get the justice I need? Beau appears in the doorway, taking in the mess of glass shards all over the floor. "Talk," she orders, closing the door. A silent sign that neither of us is leaving until this is sorted out. Will it ever be? I've delved into the deep, and I'm fighting to keep my head above water. My body as heavy as can be, I go to the chair at my desk and drop into it with a thud, rubbing at my eye sockets. The night your mum was killed, I found a phone on the body of an associate of the bear. A message was sent confirming the hit on your mum. I look up at Beau and find no reaction. Nothing. I tracked where the message came from. Another burner. It's been off since, untraceable. Until a few days ago. She still shows no reaction, and it's beginning to annoy me. What the hell do I need to say to penetrate her? She's found out the man who ordered the death of my family also ordered the death of her mother. Where's her shock? It was tracked to Nathan Butler's flat. And there it is, a recoil. Your mother hunted me relentlessly, but she and I were after the same people, Beau. We just had different ideas of justice. I killed them before Jazz could cuff them. It pissed her off. Beau's reinstated her impassiveness. Shutting down? I was tailing your mum the night she was killed. I called her, warned her. She told me to go away and die. If I could, I'd smile. How Jazz would have loved me to go away and die. By the time she realized I wasn't messing with her, it was too late. I see balls of fire in my memories, hear screams, feel the heat. Butler must have burst a blood vessel when he saw me at the graveyard with Beau. James Kelly, Beau's boyfriend, is the man in the footage. The footage that's been missing for 2 years. The footage that's missing from the police report. The footage that, if complete, would have proved Beau's mother's death wasn't an accident.
But also would have put my face on the FBI's radar as a person of interest. I laugh under my breath. Interest? They'd have no idea. Beau steps back. "It was you on the phone to her," she says, and I nod. "Why did you contact me? Why did you bring me here?" "Because your relentlessness would have got you killed too. The investigation you want won't happen. You won't get justice, Beau." I eye her carefully. She looks about ready to bolt. "Not if you play by the rules," I add gently. She inhales, swallows. "But if I play by your rules?" I have only one rule. What? No mercy. Who I really am is still unknown. My motives are a mystery. But the game is nearly over, and it'll be me who wins. Her eyes drop to her bare feet. I would give anything to know what she's thinking. "Are you saying Nath had my mom killed?" "He's dirty, Beau. Your mother figured that out." "No?" "Yes." I get up, resting my hands on the edge of the desk, leaning in. "The bear's got an inside man, Nathan Butler. Your mom was a clever woman, Beau. She figured that out. That's why she's dead. You want justice? Let me get you justice." She shoots her eyes my way, and I really detest the pain in them. "You want to kill Nath? I want to kill them all." Her chest expands, her eyes darting across the glass of my desk. "And what about us? Us, me and you?" I ask. "Or us, you and my baby?" She quickly steps back, her eyes wide, her lip wobbling. "I don't know," she admits, and it's crushing. I understand her doubt.
Hate it, but I understand it. What if you're wrong? She's clinging to hope. I wish it wasn't so wasted. He's hidden that footage for years, Beau. Why hasn't he shown you it before now? He knew all along your mother was murdered because he played a part in it. He's cornered. I've trusted Nath with everything. I can't stand the devastation on her face. I tried so hard to save her, Beau, and I'm so very sorry I failed. I collapse back to the chair, exhausted, wedging my elbows on the glass and burying my face in my hands. My head feels heavy, heavy with regret, with sorrow, and with fury. And yet, I can't regret stepping in and bringing Beau here. I can't entertain the thought of what might have happened if I'd left her alone. She would have kept digging, and she would have ended up dead. I flinch when I feel her touch on my shoulder. I want justice. She takes my hand and places it on her stomach, and I look up at her. I can't move on until then. I know it's messed up, but I have to prove for my own sanity that Mom's death wasn't an accident. Messed up? She's pretty perfect in her own messed up way. I yank her onto my lap and hug her to my chest. I want justice for your mom too. But by digging, I'm risking exposing myself. She frowns. How? Your mom figured out who I was, I whisper. She said she was keeping my identity as security. You pushing an appeal into the circumstances of her death wasn't only bad news for the bear and butler, it was bad news for me too. The video footage case in point. So why show me the CCTV footage now? They're risking exposing themselves too. No one will see that footage. I have a copy. It's a cut version, Beau, and even if it wasn't, she'd be dead before she could share it. She closes her eyes, shaking her head as if trying to let the information settle. So you found me, she whispers, looking at me. And I wanted to kill you, I admit quietly, hoping she'll forgive me since she just shot at me herself. But only because I wanted to physically get rid of you to stop the crazy in my head every time I saw you. And because I knew you'd be the end of me. And you are. The end of you? The end of this me. I kind of like this you, she whispers, almost reluctantly. I smile. Perfectly messed up. Both of us. I need to ask you something. She stills. What? Did your mom leave you anything? Like what? Like a safety deposit box key? That's very specific. She leans back, eyeing me with suspicion. And also the reason, I expect, why you conveniently brought up a conversation about safety deposit boxes the other day. I shrug. I found a record for an account held by Dolly Daydream. I raise a brow when Beau's eyes widen. Knowing your mom as I knew her, she would always cover her back, put security measures in place. You think she's put your identity in there? It's a possibility, along with other information that might be of use to me. Is that the only reason you hunted me down? I inwardly roll my eyes at her indignant face. If I hunted you, you'd know about it. I lean forward until our noses meet. I'm hoping now that you're carrying my baby, you might help me find the key to that safety deposit box to eliminate any possibility of your child's father being murdered or put behind bars for 30 life sentences. 30? She blurts. Gosh, is that how many men you've killed? My lips straighten, and she pouts. I don't know about any safety deposit box or key. She looks truly sorry about that. So what now? I pull her in, smoothing her hair from her face. I'll find another way. You kill more men, she says quietly, before they kill you. Basically, yes. All while keeping Beau safe too. Beau. I sink my teeth into the toast and chew slowly, staring at the kitchen window. There's no view today, the glass still frosted, closing me in, keeping us safe. On one hand, I feel like a weight has been lifted from my shoulders. On the other, I feel even heavier than before. A key, a box, it's driving me insane. And Nath. I don't want to believe it's true, and yet it makes sense. His reluctance to help me, his evasiveness, his weird behavior recently, his dislike for James, a man he's never even met. I need to know what the hell happened to get him in up to his eyeballs, and maybe convince James to let him live. I'm not a monster after all. But James. My cell starts dancing across the counter. Oh no, I mumble around my toast, leaning back. Who is it? I twirl around and find James coming down the stairs. He's still in his boxers. I'm still in his t-shirt. All morning, he's not let me leave his sight, except for just now when he used the bathroom. But I know he had the cameras up on his phone the whole time. My uncle. I brush my hands off, not only to get rid of the crumbs. I need to build up to that conversation. What conversation? James asks, giving my thigh a squeeze as he passes me to the fridge. That I'm a cold-blooded killer? Stop it. I roll my eyes and turn on my stool to face him across the island. You're not cold-blooded. Hot-blooded? He gives me high brows, downing some water, and I laugh. Then James stills, the water in midair. What? I ask, suddenly worried. Did he hear something? See something? I glance around his apartment. I've never seen you laugh before, he says quietly. And it occurs to me, I've never seen him laugh either, nor have I heard him. Do it again. What? Laugh? I ask, and he nods. I can't just laugh on demand. He pouts and sets his bottle of water aside, and I see something in James that's new. Mischief. Laugh, he orders, leaning across the island, his eyes glimmering. I can't just laugh. He hums, drumming his fingers, his mischief growing. Whatever you're planning on doing, I say, tilting my head, don't do it. He tilts his right back, and just as I'm bracing myself to run, his arm shoots across the island at lightning speed and seizes me. I gasp. James grins. I saw you moving before you thought to move yourself, he says, far too smugly, staring me down across the island, his hold of my wrist solid. I'm not concerned. You'll have to release me to get around the island to me, I point out haughtily, and then I'll run. Who says I have to release you? Oh, I nod, looking as sarcastic as could be. Do they call you Mr. Tickle, as well as the Enigma? He can't resist his smile. Neither can I. Tickle, he muses, and I solidify on my stool. No, no tickling. I can't stand it. He needs to release me to get to me, and as soon as he does, I'm out of here. I'll lock myself in his bathroom. Just as I think that, James braces a hand into the counter and launches himself up. Oh, I murmur as he flies across the island. Literally. He didn't even jolt my arm. One swift swivel and drop has him on the stool next to me, my wrist still in his hold. Forget it. I lift my cast. This is a white flag. And there it is, a laugh. It's rich and deep and like a balm to my broken heart. And that's just the sound. The sight makes me fall a little harder. I sit, admiring him, lost, dazed, stunning. Once he's gathered himself, James stands me up and walks me back to the rug by the window. He silently lowers me to my back and sits over my thighs. Not my stomach, but my thighs. I'm rigid beneath him, unable to appreciate his gorgeous form or his twinkling eyes. Please don't, I beg. Then laugh, he whispers, and I tilt my head back, clenching my eyes closed. I can't just laugh. Try. I blurt like a fool. Lame. He digs me under my arm, and I burst into a fit of hysterics. No! Oh my Jesus! Torture! Stop! I splutter over my laugh. Please, stop. He does, and I'm surprised. Then he shoots up, and I'm worried. What is it? I ask. The sensor on the front entrance, he says, going to his cell and checking a few things before taking it to his ear. Visitors? Who? He asks, coming back to me, his pace faltering. Oh. He holds his hand out for me, and I take it and let him pull me to my feet. I'm not grateful I got off lightly. I'm too concerned by these visitors. He hangs up, his lips straightening. You have visitors. Oh no, I breathe, pacing to the kitchen and getting my cell. I find 3 missed calls and a message threatening to come here. Gosh, I slam it down. Time to be roasted. That's not really funny, Beau, James mutters, collecting me and guiding me to the stairs. I don't have the mental capacity to be remorseful of my choice of words. I think it's best I see him alone. Forget it, he snaps. I grimace at the space before me. Don't be so unreasonable. James releases me from his hold when we make it to the bedroom and goes into his dressing room, while I scratch around for something to throw on. He comes out moments later in his jeans, dragging a t-shirt over his head. He's grouchy, and my inappropriate comment isn't the only reason. He has bigger issues than my family politics. Worried I'll let them convince me to walk away? I ask, removing my t-shirt. James laughs under his breath, then falters, his eyes climbing my body to my face. He scowls. No. I sigh. Can we agree on one thing? Depends what it is. Oh, for goodness sake, what's got into you? You're behaving like a petulant schoolboy. It's actually quite hilarious, this heartless killer sulking like a brat. I pull my shirt on and start buttoning it with one hand. I'm not telling them about this. I take my index fingers and point them at my stomach. Not yet. James stalks toward me and stops, dropping a kiss on my cheek. Agreed. He heads toward the bathroom, leaving me a little shell-shocked in the middle of his room. Oh, I say to myself, going to the bed and sitting on the edge. That was easier than I thought it would be. You ready? He asks, coming toward me with his hands in his hair, coaxing it into place. I smile, and he stops. What? Trying to make a good impression? No, I'm trying to keep busy to stop myself thinking about all the things I should say to your uncles. Like what? Go away. I press my lips together to stop my laugh. He seems so tense. Could it be nerves? You can laugh, he mutters, and I fall back on the bed, clenching my stomach. Am I going crazy? I shouldn't be laughing, not after the mess and avalanche of information I've been hit with. I should be rocking back and forth in the corner, crying, screaming, booking a lifetime's worth of therapy sessions, but instead, I'm laughing. My body jerks and I sigh, laugh, unable to get a hold of myself. Wiping at my wet eyes, I open them and come face to face with James. He's bemused, his forehead a map of lines. You done? And then I burst into tears. What the really is wrong with me? My sobs rack my body as much as my laughing fit, and I cover my face, hiding. I don't want to do it. I just want to disappear. We can do that. He lays himself all over me, not resting his entire weight, cupping my cheeks with his big hands. Disappear. I'm a master at it. I laugh over my sob, and James dips and kisses the wetness away from my cheeks. I'm just fed up with fighting everyone. Why can't they just leave me be? Ollie calling Nath, Lawrence calling everyone, Dexter turning up at Natsal to deal with me. I'm fine. He's quiet for a while, looking at me in a way that suggests he feels as sorry for me as I feel for myself. What do you want to do? I know what I want to do, but I can't do it. Lawrence would have a breakdown if I disappeared. I have to clear the air with him, make him see James is good for me. It shouldn't be too hard. After all, to Lawrence, James is just a regular man with a regular job, living in a not-too-regular glass box. For goodness sake, I should see him. He nods and stands, pulling me to my feet and handing me my jeans. It'll be okay. I pull them on, and James reclaims me. I wish I could believe him. I don't know what happens after today, after Lawrence, after Nath. My father doesn't matter, and neither does Ollie. All I know is we can't stay here, and James must already have plans in place because he's asked if I have a passport, and those bags are still by the door. The sound of the elevator opening has my hand squeezing around James tighter, and when we make it to the top of the stairs, I see him, my uncle, and Dexter. Neither man can hide their awe as they step off, gazing around. Makes sense now, Dexter says quietly, grunting when Lawrence's elbow sinks into his side. They both see us coming down the stairs at the same time. Oh God, I breathe, feeling James's thumb stroking over the top of my hand. It's fine. Is it? Not judging by the look on my uncle's face. Hi, I say as we reach the bottom, letting James guide me to a stool at the island. Lawrence doesn't reply, his eyes following us the entire way. The silence is so awkward. Can I get you a drink? James asks, going to the fridge. We're not staying. Lawrence appears to roll his shoulders. Would you mind giving us some privacy? James' motions falter, his hand on the door, 2 bottles of water in his other hand. He slowly shuts the fridge, nodding mildly to himself. Beau? Maybe it's best, I say, needing to be rid of this awful atmosphere. For whom? James counters, sliding one of the bottles across to me. Not for me, and not for you. James, I plead, looking at him with imploring eyes, please. Are you worried we'll make her see sense? My uncle asks. "Lawrence," Dexter pipes in warningly, "listen to your lover." James grinds the words out, not looking at either of them, his focus set on me. "This doesn't have to be difficult." "Why? What will you do?" Lawrence steps forward, and I stand, ready to stop him getting into something that he really isn't equipped to deal with. "Stop this madness," I snap. "Why can't you be happy for me?" "Happy?" He laughs sardonically. "Beau, you hardly know this man. And since you have, you've sustained more injuries in a few weeks than you have in your entire life." My guess is he's now focused on the bruise forming on my cheek, courtesy of Goldie. I look to Dexter, willing him to step in and reason with Lawrence, but he doesn't, his loyalty to my uncle preventing him. "Stop dreaming up issues." James rounds the island and takes a stool next to me, showing his position. Unmoving. "I thought you were leaving," Lawrence spits. "I'm exactly where I should be." James takes my hand, and the look Lawrence throws his way as a result is pure filth. "You will know when I talk to you, because I'll look at you." I recoil, stunned. "Who is this man?" "Lawrence," I whisper, stung on James's behalf. "And why are you so quiet?" My uncle swings toward Dexter. We agreed. Beau needs to come home. "And maybe there's a better way to make that happen," Dexter says, reaching for his brow and rubbing into the creases.
Force, obviously, isn't it? Force? James mimics, almost laughing. I can sense his body tensing beside me, his back straightening. I've had enough of this, gosh, get really out of my apartment. I fold in on myself, defeated, and yet I can't blame James for being at the end of his rope. Lawrence has walked into his home, thrown insults, and shown absolutely no willingness to reason, no acceptance, only ignorance. He's more like my father than I thought. "You're going to let him speak to me like that?" Lawrence asks me. I remain silent, so he turns to Dexter. "And you? You're happy about this?" "We need to get her away before it's too late." "Too late for what?" I ask, completely exasperated. It's the most ironic situation. They know nothing, thank God. Their issues aren't even issues, and all I can think is, if only they did know. "She's pregnant," James says, his voice quiet, but the words echo around the apartment loudly, banging off all the glass. My jaw falls open, and I look at him disbelievingly. So it's already too late. Would be, with or without my baby inside her. Lawrence very nearly falls over, and Dexter looks like he's gone into shock, standing there, silent, staring. I can't believe he's done this. We agreed. "Oh my Christ, this is a disaster," Lawrence wails, virtually staggering to a stool and collapsing onto it. He starts to hyperventilate. I think I'm going to pass out. I roll my eyes and unscrew the cap of my bottle, passing him the water. "Stop being so really dramatic." I see James out the corner of my eye looking all too smug with himself, and I knee him, narrowing displeased eyes on him when he turns my way. He's taking far too much pleasure from my uncle's shock. "I'm done," he says, showing absolutely no remorse for throwing me under the bus. "Pregnant?" Dexter finally splutters, blinking his way out of his trance. "You're pregnant?" "I'm pregnant," I confirm, hearing myself say it for the first time. Odd doesn't cover it. "But you're not fit to be a mother," Dexter blurts, and then quickly looks very sorry. "Excuse me?" James's back straightens. "I didn't mean that." He, too, staggers toward a stool and collapses onto it. "Dexter?" I ask, deeply hurt, even if I can't really blame him for blurting something so unkind. But is that what they think? That I'm not fit? I feel myself shrinking on my stool, feeling so small. Unfit, unstable, unprepared. It's all true. Look at me. Look at my history. And the father? I peek across to James, my eyes welling with unstoppable tears, but I still see the unbridled fury brewing. "Enough," he snaps, standing from the stool. "Get out. I will Lawrence and Dexter to leave before James really loses it. This has all been so very unpleasant. I'm done. They won't support me. It hurts so deeply, but I refuse to let their contempt add any more weight to my shoulders. You should go," I say, standing and walking away. I'm sorry it had to be like this. I feel so heavy as I climb the stairs, needing the handrail to help pull me up each step.
I make it to James' bedroom and collapse on the bed, defeated, tearful, absolutely gutted. It feels eerily similar to when Mom died, that desolate, heart-wrenching pain with nothing tethering me to life. Although, I guess this time, that's not quite true. But I am losing my biological family, one by one. Lawrence is more like my father than I ever thought possible. Judgmental, stubborn. I roll over and snuggle into the sheets, at the same time listening for any signs that James has been forced to get physical. I just want this day to be over. The men in my life, Lawrence, Dexter, Ollie, Nath, especially Nath, if what James says is true, have annihilated any trust I had for them, ripped the love for them from my chest. That went well. James's voice comes from the doorway, and I roll onto my back and find him filling it with his big body. His temper looks like it's been stowed away. You shouldn't have told them. We agreed. It wasn't exactly going swimmingly before my little bombshell. It's my bombshell too. I should have broken the news. You're right. He wanders over and sits on the edge of the bed. I'm sorry. I was pissed off. But it was that or kill them both for being so narrow. Really. I look away, tears pinching the backs of my eyes. You're not fit to be a mother. Don't cry, Beau. Taking my hand, he helps me up from the bed, wiping away the stray tears, his lips straight. He leads us out of his room. What are you doing? I'm going to make us both feel better. Taking us into his office, he sits down in his big swivel chair and pulls me onto his lap. He slides the remote control from the desk and points it at the screens, and they all come to life at the same time. I expect to see footage from various rooms of his apartment. I don't. Instead, I see mugshots of men, one on every screen. Who are they? I ask, a chill licking down the length of my spine. Those are all the men I have killed. He snakes a hand onto my tummy and pulls me back, resting his chin on my shoulder. I swallow, my eyes gliding across the screen slowly, taking in each and every face. All associates of the bear. I arrive at the final two screens. They're blank. One of them was reserved for the man who covered up your mom's death. James clicks a button, and the blank screen is filled. Nath, I breathe, my skin suddenly freezing. And the other? The other is for the man who ordered it, the bear. James won't only be getting justice for me, for my mom, he'll be getting justice for himself. But no one knows what he looks like, I say. I will soon. What are you going to do, James? I'm going to end this story. James. Having a private conversation when I'm determined to keep Beau in my sights is tricky. I've put her on the couch on the far side of the room and turned on the TV, making sure the surround sound is as loud as can be without raising suspicion. I'm a fool, a total first-class jerk. I accepted that some days ago. I can see by the way she keeps flicking looks across to me where I am in the kitchen that she knows something is about to go down. Plus, I told her I'm about to end this. I need to learn to control my mouth around Beau, but I'm keeping her well out of it, especially now. While keeping her well, Kel? My brain spasms as I put in the call, turning my back on Beau so she can't read my lips, because I know she'll try. A cup. Of all the women I could fall in love with, I fall in love with a really cup. A talented cup. A cup who was destined to become an FBI agent most criminals should fear. And here I am, a criminal, really terrified. He answers, sounding as wary as he should. Where did that footage come from? I get straight to the point. I refuse. And so does he. I blink slowly, inhaling some patience. You're in the bear's pocket. Is that what you're trying to make Beau believe? I didn't have to try very hard. I cast my eyes over my shoulder, checking on her. Of course, her eyes are nailed on me. She trusts me. It's you who's in the footage. Gosh, man, are you on another planet? Another planet? He's not far wrong. I feel like I'm in orbit. I'm in the really footage, you moron, because I was trying to really save them. I have to take a few breaths or risk destroying my kitchen in a temper. But you made sure she didn't see that bit, didn't you? I'm coming for you, I hiss, threat dripping from every word. Harder than I've come for anyone before. My mind's reeling, and I slam my phone down harder than I mean to. I turn around and find Beau blinking rapidly. I'd smile if my face wasn't straining with fury. She pops a grape in her mouth, chewing slowly while she regards me. The end's going well then, she says, looking at me in question. Christ alive, her lightness would be welcome if I didn't feel so really heavy. Can I help? She asks, and an unstoppable burst of laughter erupts. But I soon shut my big gob when she looks at me offended. What's so funny? She asks, insulted. I exhale and stroll over, crouching before her and laying my hand on her tummy. I smile fondly at the flat plane and look up at her. She's smiling too, and it's precious. No, I say sternly, dropping my smile and stalking back to the kitchen, hearing her huffing as I go. Help me? Someone needs to, but not Beau. Gosh it, I whisper. I'm out of options. Fancy a bath? I ask. Depends if it's with you. It's not. Then no. She turns her attention to the TV and continues popping grapes in her mouth. You're not locking me in your glass bathroom in your glass house so you can go on a killing spree, Mr. Glass. I scowl at her profile. If anyone could hear us, then I'll have Goldie watch you, I mutter, just loud enough for her to hear, going to my mobile. I'm about to have 2 pissed-off women on my back. No, Beau yells, scrambling up from the couch and making her way to the kitchen. I ignore her and return to my call when I hear Goldie's voice. I need you to watch Beau. No, she says over a laugh. Beau's smug face is perfectly slappable. See, she says, even Goldie thinks it's a terrible idea. So they're allies now? Typical. Fine, I'll ask Otto. No, Otto says, stepping off the elevator with Goldie. I growl, pointing my mobile at them. One of you is watching her. I'll give you 10 minutes to decide who. I turn and stalk away. I've got gosh to do, and here I am arguing with people who are supposed to work for me about who's going to babysit my girlfriend while I go on a killing spree. Why can't she be a regular woman, one who wants to stand behind me and be protected? Because then you wouldn't have fallen in love with her, you jerk. I shake my head and take the stairs fast, going to my dressing room, hearing Beau running after me. I'm coming with you, she declares, and I laugh my way into a pair of trousers. I really am, she says, underpinning her defiance. I approach her as I zip my fly, bending and getting my face up close to hers. You're really not. I slam a kiss on her lips and feel her body folding, but her arm remains at her side, defiantly refusing to seize me. I don't want you to go, she murmurs into my mouth, sounding truly worried. I pull back, thrown, and see pure fear. This is new. I study her closely, and she drops her eyes, as if trying to hide her uncertainty. I think it's my hormones or something, she murmurs. I'm feeling weirdly scared. I pull on a shirt and start buttoning it up. Your boyfriend's the enigma. Not anymore, are you? She retorts. Because someone knows who you really are, so we need to think of another name to scare the gosh out of the people you're going to hunt down. You're so cute. Really off. It's not safe, Beau. Exactly, which is why you should stay here. I fasten a tie and pull on my jacket. For years, I've only ever had Otto and Goldie to worry about me. Not that they ever have. They know of my capabilities, my determination. I'll be fine. Why are you wearing a suit? She asks, looking me up and down, her confusion obvious. I go to the safe at the back of my wardrobe, punch in the code, and pull out my Beretta. A suit and a gun? I smile and check it over before slipping it into the back of my trousers. Would you prefer a suit and no gun? With her jaw twitching, she swivels and marches to the bed, dropping to her back, and while I'd love to go and smother her with some reassurance, regrettably, I don't have time. I back out of the room, and she drops her head to the side, watching me go, silent, but her hand falls to her stomach to remind me that it's not just her here waiting for my safe return. I take 2 fingers to my lips and kiss them, holding them up, and then I leave her. And it's one of the hardest things I've ever had to do. I stop by my office to collect a few things, and when I make it to the top of the stairs, Goldie and Otto are in a full-blown row. It's because I'm a woman, isn't it? Goldie more or less growls, poking Otto in his shoulder. You think I should stay here and be the babysitter because I'm a woman? I fastened a button of my jacket, watching them. I'm not sexist, Otto mutters, stalking to the elevator. No? He who's buying a really villa and filling every room with women? I like variety. Good, Goldie barks, stomping after him. Then you can stay and watch the pregnant girl. Pregnant? Otto blurts. Oops. For really sake, I mutter, taking the stairs. You two done? They both turn, silenced for a few moments. She's pregnant? Otto asks. Then you're definitely babysitting. He steps into the lift and pulls his gun, aiming it at Goldie. I don't do hormonal women. Bastard, she seethes. Shut up and listen, I order, loading the security app on my iPad. I want you in the lobby, I say, moving my gaze over both of them, since it's still not confirmed who's staying to watch the pregnant woman. Got it, Goldie replies. She's relented. I'll make sure everywhere is clear before we leave. I step into the elevator with them and hit the button for the ground floor. Give me a lift. Otto cups his hands and holds them up, but before I get a chance to use them as a launch pad, Goldie's shoulder barges him out of the way. I laugh to myself and her need to prove a point as I step onto her hands and push through my knee to reach the elevator hatch. I pull my gun, pop the ceiling tile, and slide it across, peeking through. Nothing. There's a remote camera in my bag. Pass me it. There's a good boy, Otto, Goldie says. Really off. Which? For the love of God. I dip and get them both in my sights. Shut the really up before I shut you the really up. Ironic. They both shut the really up. Otto passes me the camera and I hoist myself up higher. The mechanics of the lift clank and whirl, carrying us down, and I stretch to reach the bare brick wall. I see an iron support bar nearing and I activate the magnet on the camera. The moment it's in reach, I stretch farther and slip it onto the edge as the lift passes. Done. I grunt as I drop back into the lift. That gives you a 360 view of the shaft, up and down. Keep it on the screen. I tune in the live footage and hand Goldie a phone. Keep the rest of the block on the screens in the foyer, and I want every room in my apartment on here. I hand her the iPad. The glass is all clear. Do not let her out of your sight. I've never been concerned about security. My building is like Fort Knox, but since the breach, I'm twitchy, despite all the extra measures that have been put in place. The doors open and I stride out, Otto on my heels. Dare I ask who you're going to kill? I don't answer. Beau, if I walk around this apartment one more time, I'm going to fall through the floor from the hole I've worn doing laps. I stop at the foot of the glass wall spanning one side of James' apartment, looking at the barrier between me and the view of Miami. The cars would be dots, if I could see them. The people, mere specks. Where is he? My stomach is constantly churning, my pulse thrumming. Gosh, very it, I mutter, heading for the stairs. I need a change of scenery. I find myself in James' bathroom, and as I stare at the bin by the toilet, my pulse thrums harder, my tummy cartwheeling more. I rummage to the bottom and pull out the white stick. Except now, I don't see a disaster. I see hope. These two little lines could be a sign, a new start, a new attitude. There's never been anything other than my misery and anger to focus on. Then there was James, and now there are the lines on this white stick. Hope, purpose, urgency takes over, and I rush downstairs to call James, to get him back here, to convince him we don't need anything other than this stick. No justice, no revenge. It could ruin everything, take away this unexpected opportunity of freedom and happiness. I pull up his name, but before I have a chance to hit the dial icon, my cell rings in my hand. An unknown number illuminates the screen, and I stare at the digits for a lifetime, torn, not knowing if I should answer. My mind tangles, my eyes flit from my cell to the floor repeatedly. Answer. Don't answer. I gulp back my uncertainty. Hello? It's Goldie. My body relaxes, but my mind does not. Hi. Would you please remain in one room? You're making me dizzy.
I lower to the couch. What can I say? Am worried? Anxious? Is she? Have you heard from him? She sighs. I can't figure out if it's sympathetic or tired. Trust me, Beau, he will be okay. How do you know? Because good shades evil, she says quietly, and I swallow. Now, stay in the living room, for God's sake. The line goes dead, and my shoulders drop, my anxiousness still firmly with me. Good shades evil. Then why is my mother dead? Why? My phone rings again. Goldie.
I haven't moved, I say when I answer. I'm ordering a Starbucks. Do you want one? I blink back my surprise. Is this your way of saying sorry for headbutting me? I ask, reaching up to my cheek. It's still tender. That woman has one hard head. Do you want one? Sure, a latte, please. You'll have to come down and fetch it. I can't leave the entrance. Okay, another change of scenery. Perfect. I'll keep you company. Whatever, she grunts. I'll order now. Bye. I bring my cell to my chest, my eyes drifting across the frosted glass before me. Call him. Don't call him. What if I disturb him? What if he's stalking his prey and my call blows his cover? What if I didn't have to think about that kind of crazy gosh? And who's his prey? Nath? My final thought has me pulling up his number and dialing as I head to the elevator. It rings and rings until it eventually goes to an automated message telling me the person I'm trying to reach isn't available right now. Come on, I murmur, stepping into the cart, dialing him again. The doors close and he answers. James, I breathe, so relieved just to hear his voice. You don't have to do it. Do what? Whatever you're doing. Killing whoever you're killing. You don't have to do it. There's silence, and I know he's probably wondering who's got a gun to my head. But clarity has arrived, and I need to keep it. Let's just go somewhere, I say. Anywhere. Away from Miami. Away from America. Are you serious? He asks. Not sarcastic, more daunted. So serious. Let's just get on a plane and go. Leave, people. His words crackle and break. Beau? James? I say, circling on the spot. You're breaking up. I check my cell, seeing the service has dropped. Gosh. James, can you hear me? Yes, but you're fuzzy. I look up at the screen above the door, watching the lights for the floors illuminate in turn as I'm carried down to the first floor. Where are you? In the elevator. There's a brief silence, and I wonder if I've lost service again. But then he speaks. Beau, why are you in the elevator? Goldie's having Starbucks delivered. She can't leave the foyer, so I'm going to collect it from her. What? He bellows. I jump, pulling my phone away from my ear. I really told you not to leave the apartment, he sees. I can literally feel the fire of his temper down the line. A coffee, that's all. He's overreacting. No, Beau, she'd never ask you for that. Stop the... What? I murmur, looking up at the screen above the doors again. 5, 4. I look to the buttons on the panel, hitting anything and everything before me, glancing up at the screen. 3, 2. Beau, stop the... Really? James breaks up again as I frantically smack at the buttons. 1. Gosh, I try to hook my fingers around the locked service door to access the emergency buttons, but the very stupid cast won't allow me to bend my fingers. Ding! I shoot back against the wall as the doors slide open, and I come face to face with Goldie. And behind her, Nath, with a gun aimed at her temple. I reach for the wall of the elevator to steady myself, my throat clogging with fear and dread. What are you doing, Nath? I whisper, my eyes bouncing between them. Come with me, he says, looking stressed, sweaty, guilty. Don't go, Goldie orders, her eyes daring me to defy her. Get out of the elevator, Beau. Nath jerks the gun in Goldie's temple, making her eyes shut, and I step out immediately, raising my hands in that pacifying way people do when there's a gun be brandished around. I'm getting out, Nath, I say calmly. Think about what you're doing. What I'm doing? He shoves Goldie away and grabs me, pulling me into his chest, backing out of the foyer. This is really madness, he mutters. All of it. He's a man on the edge. Where are we going? I look out the corner of my eye, seeing the gun still aimed at Goldie. Get in the elevator, he says to Goldie, and I watch as she looks across to the floor where her gun lays on the ground, torn. We both know she won't make it to her weapon before Nath has a chance to pull the trigger. She's cornered. Get in. She backs up, her expression cut with frustration. Press the button for the top floor. She slowly reaches to her right, and the beep of a button being pressed sounds. Moments later, the doors start closing, and the last thing I see are her nostrils flaring. Let's go, Nath says, releasing my back from his chest and taking my arm. I turn and come face to face with the hood of his car, The doors into James' building, or lack of, smash to smithereens around us. What have you done? I ask, my feet crunching across the shattered glass as he guides me into the passenger seat, shutting the door and rounding the front, dropping into the driver's seat. His gun is placed in his lap. The safety is engaged. Something's amiss here. I stare at his profile, my mind turning in circles, and I'm jolted forward when he reverses fast, reaching up to wipe his brow. He drives erratically, and half the journey is spent with me silent, trying to untangle the mind mess going on, as well as ignoring my vibrating phone. "Nath, what's going on?" I eventually ask, and he looks across the car at me like I might have just stepped out of a circus. "You're in danger, Beau." He returns his attention to the road. "Why didn't you answer my messages? Did you watch the footage I sent you?" "Yes, I watched the footage." "Then why didn't you answer me?" "Because I was busy holding my boyfriend at gunpoint," I mutter, "and finding out I'm pregnant." "He was there, Beau. You were right all along. Jazz's death was covered up. Who the really is James Kelly, and why did he want your mom dead?" I turn in my seat to face him, my head hurting. "Nath, James had nothing to do with Mom's death." "Yes," he yells, smacking the steering wheel. "You saw Beau. He was there, and to cover his ass, he's trying to convince you I had something to do with it." My head finds my hands. Things aren't adding up. None of it. "Are you telling me you had nothing to do with Mom's death?" He laughs, and it gets right under my skin. "I don't believe this. You have the nerve to ask me that? Me, your friend, your mom's friend, but a man you've known mere weeks and who is seen clear as really day on the surveillance cameras isn't under suspicion at all? What the really was he doing there then? Who the really is he? And how the really do you know him, Beau? How did you meet him? Gosh, you didn't follow us from the graveyard?" I ask. "What? You had nothing to do with the two men sent to James' apartment to murder him?" Nath starts laughing hysterically. "Are you serious?" "Yes, I'm bloody serious. Two men in James' apartment sent there to kill him?" He looks across to me, grave. "Then how the really is he still alive, Beau?" I rest back in my seat, snapping my mouth closed. "Because he killed them instead." "Gosh, is this some rescue attempt?" I divert quickly. "He's ambushed James' apartment, held Goldie at gunpoint because he thinks I need rescuing? Something's going on," he says to the road. "I looked into the car thing you mentioned, checked the records, nothing. But when I called the dealership, they confirmed Jazz's car was booked in that day. So I dug deeper, visited a few people." He looks at me, and I hate the haunted glaze in his eyes. "What?" "A tattoo place over the road from the store. Cameras outside with a perfect view over the parking lot, but there was no CCTV footage in the case file."
So I paid the owner a visit. Apparently, the night of Jazz's death, the police turned up and seized the footage with James in it. "So how did you get it?" "A few threats, a peek of my badge. The owner managed to salvage some, not all, but enough to prove James was there, but not enough to show him saving me, trying to save Mom. The police seized the footage. What the really is going on?" "When you saw the recording, how did you know it was James? You've never met him." He looks at me out the corner of his eye. "Ollie," he mutters. "I showed it to Ollie?" My mouth falls open. "Ollie?" I breathe. "Yes, Ollie. So now Ollie knows James was at the scene of my mom's death too? Oh, Jesus, Nath, you've made this so much worse." I run my hand over my forehead, my brain heavy with a million questions, a million worries. If not Nath, then who? But by taking me, rescuing me, he's put himself in the frame even more. "How have I made this worse?" he asks as he pulls a left at the lights. "You need to take me back. Let me explain to James. It'll be okay. I think." "No, Beau. Don't you think Goldie's going to tell him where I am? Don't you think he'll come find me? I know nothing right now. And where the hell are you taking me?" "I don't know, Beau," he yells, looking up at his rearview mirror as we pull off the main street. "Gosh, what?" "Cops." I look over my shoulder. "You're driving like a jerk. I'm not surprised you've been pulled." Nath signals and starts to slow, pulling over at the side of the road. "I'll deal with it." And then what? Are you kidnapping me? I ask, incredulous, smacking the door with my cast and immediately wincing in pain. The door slams, and my eyes follow Nath as he strides around the back of his BMW toward the cop car, pulling out his badge as he goes. I sink into my seat and look at my cell when it rings yet again. I can't even begin to imagine James' mental state. I'm okay, I say when I answer. And Nath isn't dirty, James. I know, he breathes. I really know. What? I look into the side mirror, seeing one of the cops laughing with Nath, the other with his rear resting on the hood of his car. How do you know, James? I ask. It's not safe there, Beau, he says, ignoring me. With Nath, it's not safe. He's FBI, I argue. Where are you? We've been pulled over. Why? Because. I fade off, my eyes returning to the side mirror, my heart slowing, ice gliding through my veins. Because what, Beau? He's been pulled over by the police, I whisper. His inhale is loud and sharp. Get the gosh out of there now! I sit frozen, my cell limp at my ear as James bellows his orders down the line, my stare rooted to the mirror. Beau! Nath lifts a hand in goodbye to the cops, turns, walks away, smiling, but I can still see the stress all over his face. Beau! James roars. For gosh sake, get the gosh out of there. I see the cop who's on the hood reach for his belt. No, I murmur. No, no. Beau! Nath, I scream, startling at the sound of a gunshot. Nath drops like lead to the ground. Oh my God. My hand goes over my mouth, suppressing my wretched cry. Panicked and hardly able to see through my tears, I scramble to get the door handle, hearing James still yelling. I get out of the car. Both cops look my way. Both look surprised to see me, and both reach for their belts. I dive back in and clamber across the car to the driver's seat, starting the engine, looking at the mirror. They're heading toward me. God, no. I slam the car into reverse and hit the gas awkwardly, shooting back, one arm braced on the wheel. I crash into one of them and push his body a few feet back until it smashes into the cop car with an almighty bang. And when I look up to the mirror again, I see him trapped between the trunk of Nath's car and the hood of the cop car. A trail of blood seeps from the corner of his mouth. Oh my God, I breathe, frozen. I'm woken up from my inert state when the other cop appears at the passenger side, and I push myself into the door, swinging my legs round and kicking aimlessly, catching him on the jaw, sending him flying back onto the sidewalk. I can hear James yelling, screaming, Beau, talk to me. I frantically search for my cell and take it to my ear with a shaky hand, wedging it between my shoulder and my cheek. I can't leave, Nath. Drive, Beau. For the love of God, drive. Otto is coming up behind you. I look up at the mirror and see a car pull over, Otto getting out. Drive. The tears come on thick and fast, the heartache, the pain, the anger. I screech away, wiping at my face, sniffing back the tears. No, I sob, smacking the wheel repeatedly. No, no. Beau, listen carefully. I need you to head for Midtown. Tell me what street you're on. I carefully glance around, furiously brushing at my eyes to clear my sight. On Northwest 19th Avenue, passing Northwest 16th Street, I sob. Keep going until you get to Northwest North River Drive. Do a left and follow the road. There's a right turn just past the marina. Pull in there. Goldie's not far behind you, he says, just as I see the nose of her car poke out in the traffic before overtaking a few cars, speeding past them and pulling in behind me. I see her. Good girl. She'll bring you to me. He hangs up, and I grip the steering wheel harder, trying to drive sensibly, my vision foggy. When I reach the end of the road, I take a left as instructed, my eyes looking for the turning past the marina, my frayed nerves obliterated. I see it and peek at my mirror as I take it. Goldie is still close behind. I pull over and get out. My legs are wobbly, and I grab the top of the door to steady myself. You're not going to pass out, are you? Goldie asks, seizing me and steadying me. Where's James? I demand, hating having to depend on her to hold me up. Tell me where he really is. Her lips press together. She won't tell me. She won't disobey a direct order. Get in, she says, depositing me in her car. Then she goes to Nath's BMW and drives it further down the deserted lane, pulling in past some overgrowth.
She's out of sight for all of 10 seconds, and when she emerges, she walks toward me, as cool as could be, fastening her jacket. Then the sky lights up, a fireball erupting behind her. James! I hear the explosion down the line and push my fist into the steering wheel. Gosh, I curse, thumping it repeatedly, so really furious with myself for missing so many really clues. The moment I parked, clarity struck. Small moments kept coming back to me. Little things, things that probably would have gone amiss to many. Gosh, I miss them myself. But now it's like a cloud of comprehensions has burst above my head. Really, really, really. I slip my car into drive and pull out of the side street up the road from Butler's house. How could I have got it so wrong? All sorted, Goldie says. How's Beau? In shock, I think. Take her back to mine. I'll meet you there. I drive home in a haze of fury mixed with worry, because what needs to happen next might be the end of Beau and me. And no matter what, I can't let that happen. I feel like my really hands are tied, powerless. When I pull into the underground car park, Goldie is literally holding Beau up as she walks her to the stairwell. I hop out and hurry over, taking over and tucking her in close to my side. She won't stop shaking, she says, opening the door for us. I nod and check Beau. She's vacant, hollow. Beau, look at me, I demand, harsher than I should, truly worried. Her eyes turn up, expressionless eyes. She's looking straight through me. I have no idea how to handle this. Bath, I say like a chump. Is that your answer for everything? She asks, blinking and moving away. Goodness, I'm black and blue. Have a bath. Get me pregnant. Have a bath. My best friend is murdered. Have a bath. I recoil, injured. Okay, no bath, I say quietly. I want a really bath. She flips out, screaming, and Goldie withdraws, shocked, while I stand like an idiot wondering what to do. A bath.
Give her what she wants, James. Scoop her up, my heart squeezing when she clings to me, and walk through the doorway. Goldie keeps her distance, trailing a few paces back. Autos boarded up the doors and swept the apartment and building. I frown. Boarded up? Butler drove himself in. For really's sake, hardly a security breach, more a really ram raid. Regardless, we need to get out of here. Get it repaired. Already on it. When I get Beau into my apartment, I'm forced to hang back while Goldie runs more checks, and the whole time Beau cries shallowly, her shoulders jerking. Eventually, we're allowed to enter, and I take Beau straight to my bathroom and sit her on the toilet seat while I slip my gun on the vanity and run her a bath. She stares blankly at her feet. "This is all my fault," she mumbles. "I should never have asked him to dig. I should have left it alone." "This is not your fault." "It is. All of it." I growl and kneel before her. "Stop it. I killed him. And a cop." She looks at me with glassy, traumatized eyes. "I backed Nat's car into one of the cops. I'll be sent to prison." She shoots up, knocking me back, and starts pacing the bathroom, her hands in her hair. "Our baby will be born in prison." Swinging around, she finds me, and I see nothing but terror splashed all over her face. "We have to leave." She marches out of the bathroom, and I follow, my worry multiplying. "Pack your things, we have to go." She flies into my dressing room and starts pulling down my clothes with one hand, tossing them in a pile behind her. "Where's your passport?" "Beau," I say gently, moving in slowly, warily. "We can't leave. Stop me." Drawers are yanked open, my boxers and socks tossed out. I'll be dead before I bring my child into this world in a state penitentiary. She whirls around. "Why aren't you packing?" "Because we're not leaving." She laughs. "Of course we're leaving." Her arm swings out and points at nothing. "I just killed a cop and drove away." "You killed no one." I go to her and pick her up, carrying her back to the bath. Nat's car was hijacked and the felon shot him. I help her into the waterproof arm protector. The police showed up, and the felon panicked, ramming Nat's car into the police vehicle. Later, the police found Nat's stolen car burned out in a disused yard. I pull her t-shirt off and lift her into the tub. The end. She blinks rapidly. "Are you forgetting the cop left alive at the scene?" "What cop left alive at the scene?" I ask, and she inhales, withdrawing. "They were dirty, Beau.
I say, placing my palms on her shoulders and pushing her down. You killed them. No, the carjackers killed them. I tilt my head, and she stares at me, stunned, as my phone rings. I dig it out of my pocket. Otto, I say, as Beau listens, her heart visibly pounding. Butler's alive. An ambulance has taken him to the emergency room. What? Beau asks, sitting up straight in the bath. What is it? Nat's alive, I tell her, and she deflates, her hands going over her face. He's alive, but he's far from okay. I turn away from her, returning to Otto's call. Give me a minute, I'll call you back. I disconnect and place a towel on the edge for her arm. Soak, I order, adding some lavender oil. You're not getting in? I have things to do, Beau. She's up in a heartbeat, water pouring from her body. You're leaving me again? She asks, snatching a towel down off the rail. No, James, no way. Calm down, I say, pacifying her, not liking her looking truly fraught. Indignant, she smacks my hands away as I try to push her back into the tub, but she dips, turns, and my palms slip right off her shoulders, sending me plummeting forward, face first, into the bath, fully clothed. Splash! I instinctively yell, getting a mess of water down my throat and up my nose, making me choke and cough, my arms flailing to find an anchor to sit myself up. Gosh, I bark, followed by a cough as I emerge and push my hair from my face. I find Beau looking at me, her good hand over her mouth. And then, laughter. Loud, belly-clenching, hysterical laughter. She sounds psychotic, and I feel it. Gosh, she looks beautiful. I should be glad she's okay, glad I didn't catch her or knock her stomach when I tumbled. But right now, I just want to strangle her. Walk away, James. Walk away before you really do strangle her. My jaw ticking, I rise, water pouring from me, my suit a sodden mess, sticking everywhere. I take one step out, reaching for a towel, and get yanked back. I land with another splash, except this time on my bottom, not going under. I'm going to kill you, I seethe, not amused, not at really all. She raises her eyebrows, lowering back into the water at the other end. Don't bottle it this time, will you? I inhale, my eyes narrowing as she stares me down, challenging me all the way. I won't. She lifts a little, exposing her wet chest, and reaches for the vanity unit. With my gun in her grasp, she settles back in the tub, aiming it at my chest. You know who killed my mom. You know who the bear has on the inside. Tell me. She's a really case. No. Bang! I jump out of my really skin, instinctively slipping down into the water for cover. What the heck, Beau? I yell, looking behind me to see a mirror shattered. Is this the woman who's been hiding under all that darkness and misery? Because I'm not sure I can cope with her. Or is this just pregnancy? Tell me who it is, she orders. Goodness, I need to think before I speak. I can't tell her, not until I have the proof I want and which Beau will need. But I can't get that if I'm really dead. Pacify her, lure her in. I need you to tell me a few things first. Her eyebrow quirks. Have you missed who has the gun here? Gosh, I love her. You won't kill me. I pout. Because you love me. She swoons so hard the gun sways, and she sighs, lowering it. I get on my knees and crawl my way over to her, pushing my mouth to hers. She doesn't resist, returning my kiss, and I moan, blindly reaching for the gun and confiscating it. How did you know it wasn't Nat's? I ask, freeing her of my lips. Her cheeks blow out, and she settles back, letting me lie on her front, still fully clothed. Reaching for my hair, she pushes it back from my face. He got that footage from a tattoo place opposite the store. Apparently, a cop turned up there the night Mom was killed and flashed his badge. He took the footage. The owner kept a copy. He gave it to Nath. She takes a few breaths. You said Nats knew what you looked like because he followed me to the graveyard. It couldn't have been him, James. He only knew what you looked like because he showed the footage to Ollie. So if it wasn't Nats, who was following me? The cop who took the footage? Her jaw flexes, frustrated by my blatant diversion. I didn't get that far in the conversation, James. I was too busy dodging bullets. My life kind of depended on it. My blood runs cold just thinking about it. My question is, though, did they know Beau was in the car with Butler? Because if the answer to that question is yes, their death just got messier. I shake away the rage and focus on Beau. Just focus on Beau. She's here, alive, carrying my baby. But when the fog of fury dissipates, she's looking a bit stunned. Beau, I say, reaching for her cheek, stroking it. Beau, baby, what's up? Life or death, she breathes, her eyes turning onto me. I'm not to go near it unless my life depends on it. What are you talking about? She jumps up, diving out of the bath, leaving me a pile of wet-suited man sitting in the tub. Life or death, she says, over and over, pacing up and down. Then she seems to shake her head to herself, walking calmly out of the bathroom. What? Beau? I bellow, scrambling up and flopping out of the bath, going after her, my body feeling 10 times heavier, dragging a saturated suit with me. I land in the dressing room and find her pulling on a pair of my pants and a t-shirt. Will you tell me what is really going on? Our lives depend on it. My God, I'm going to headbutt the really wall in a minute.
Depend on what? I grab her and hold her still, not prepared to let her go until she clues me in on what she's really talking about. I know where the key to Mom's safety deposit box is. I recoil, dropping her, stepping back. What? The night of the explosion, she goes on, I asked if we could open Mom's special bottle of Krug to celebrate my Phase 1 test results. She said no. She said I mustn't go near that bottle unless my life depended on it. She turns and leaves, and I stand there, stunned, coming to terms with the fact that I might finally have that mystery put to bed. Did Jazz Haley know who the bear is? My cheeks blow out. In that box are potentially the names of 2 men many would pay millions for. But now there's the footage to be rid of too, and the rest of the bear's army. And the top prize, the bear. I'm going to Uncle Lawrence's to check, she calls, and doesn't that snap me back to life? What? I murmur, my mind playing catch-up. Going, leaving, Beau, I yell, chasing after her. I'll chain her to the frame in my bedroom if I have to. She's not going anywhere. I, however, have someone to kill. Beau! I smack the button of the elevator repeatedly, and as soon as the doors slide open, I walk in. I feel so calm, resolute, together. But as soon as I hit the button for the first floor, I'm dragged back out. What are you doing? I ask incredulously. Have you forgotten there's an army of murderers out there that want us both dead? He carries me to the kitchen, placing me on a stool. Have you forgotten that the army of murderers know where you live? I retort, and he scowls at me but doesn't come back with a counter. Because he doesn't know what to say. He's stumped, doesn't know what move to make next. To me, it's easy. Go to Lawrence's, find the Krug, find the key, find the deposit box, and burn the contents. Then we walk away. Why isn't he seeing this? It's all obvious to me. And what's also obvious is the fact he's being held back. Because of me. He won't leave me, not now that his safe place has been compromised. Twice. I'm a problem, as well as a solution. I look around his apartment, high and low. Why all the glass? I ask, settling my eyes back on him. I have so many questions, but this is the only one I know he'll answer at this moment in time. Slumping down on his stool, he rubs at his forehead. I hate the pain I see. It's all over his face. I was raised in a house with few windows, and what windows there were remained covered. My father worried about people seeing us, knowing what we looked like. He smiles, and it's the saddest smile I've seen. It was suffocating. He blows out a breath. And then, when Otto hid me, he literally hid me. My whole family was dead. I was dead. And where we stayed, where I grieved and mourned and became angrier and angrier, it was damp, cold, lightless. I yearned for light, for windows, to see the light, for things to be clear. God, vary my wobbly lip. I reach for his hand, and he turns his, clenching mine. Let's get out of here, I plead. No more death, no more blood, no more darkness. I'm tired of hating. Seeking revenge is exhausting. Seeing this pain on James is crushing. I can't. He looks at me with a million apologies in his eyes. Not until I find the man who killed my family. My shoulders drop. And what if you never find him?
What if Mom didn't know who he is? Then what? I have to sit here waiting for you to finish the story? I can't do it. Don't make me walk away. Walk away? He looks offended, leaning in, making sure he gets as close as possible, perhaps so I can appreciate just how annoyed he is. We are one now, Beau, which means the target on my back spreads onto yours. He slaps a palm down on the counter with force, and I flinch. And that means I have to finish this. His expression, not the anger but the pain, has me comprehending with frightening clarity that he will never let this go. And, really, there's no life for us constantly running. This has to end. Then finish it, I murmur, reluctant but accepting. He swallows, nods, and rises to his full height, dropping his mouth into my hair. I need to get out of these wet clothes. I get down off the stool, suddenly depleted of energy, knowing he'll be going nowhere without me. He collects me and guides me up the stairs, and I yawn, not once but 3 times on our way. Take a nap, he orders, pulling back the sheets and physically placing me in the bed. And what are you going to do? He doesn't answer, just looks at me in the way he does that tells me more than my tired brain can cope with. He pulls the covers over me, collects an iPad off the nightstand, and goes to the bathroom, yanking at his wet tie. I don't want to sleep. I don't want to close my eyes. I don't want to shut off from a world I need to remain alert in, but my eyes are heavy, and James is watching over me. I come around to the sound of whispers. I feel around for my phone and look at the time. What? I sit up, looking out of the window, seeing the frosted glass glowing. The sun is out. A new day. And still, whispers. I look at the door. It's no longer clear, and the low talking from beyond is sounding angry. I get up and creep over, coming to a stop and listening. That's the plan, James hisses. The end. It's a really stupid plan, Otto mutters. And then, silence. No comeback from James. Why is it a stupid plan? I can hear you breathing, Beau, James says clearly. And my nose wrinkles, my hand taking the door and pulling it open. They both step back. Don't let me interrupt you, I say, my eyes dropping down James' semi-naked torso to the gun in his hand. Did something happen? Yes, someone thought of a stupid plan, Otto mutters, stalking off, shaking his head in despair, which leaves me wondering what the hell this plan is. James passes me, going to the dressing room, and I go after him, not liking the sense of foreboding I'm feeling. Otto doesn't like the plan, and if Goldie was here, I bet she'd hate it too, which means I'm going to despise it. What's the plan? I ask, standing in the doorway while he pulls his jeans up his thighs, the gun still in his hand. The plan, he says, buttoning his fly before snatching a t-shirt off the back of a chair and his boots off the floor. He drops a kiss on my cheek as he passes me back into the bedroom. Is that Beau doesn't know the plan. What? Is he out of his mind? James, I say, going after him, following him into the bathroom. He's dumped his boots and t-shirt on the counter and is brushing his teeth, still with the gun in his hand. You can't do this to me. What? He mumbles. Protect you? Yes. I mean, no. I growl and push my fist into my temple as he spits into the sink. Don't do this. Don't treat me like glass because I'm pregnant. Whether you're pregnant or not is a moot point. He rinses his brush. But you are pregnant. I knew it. This isn't only your war, James. I'm not. He's across the room like a rocket, his palm over my mouth. Yesterday, you asked me to walk away. You accepted I can't. His head tilts expectantly. I know where he's going with this, and he can forget it. You don't get to do this. I remove his hand from my face, incensed. I will not be that woman. I refuse to be kept, wrapped in cotton wool. I don't need protecting. I don't need looking after. Beau, come on, be reasonable. You wanted the real me. Now you have me, and you're suppressing me. You're really pregnant. And I wish I wasn't, I retort, walking away. Hey! He grabs my arm to stop me, and on complete reflex, I send my elbow sailing back, into his nose. Goodness, he chokes, staggering back, blinking, his free hand holding his face. Control, that really elbow of yours. I wince, shrink. Gosh, I didn't mean to do that. But I'm not glass, and he's not making me glass so he can put me in his glass house with his glass things. I roll my shoulders back, standing my ground, refusing to apologize. Not out loud, anyway. Mentally, I'm throwing him apologies left and right. Grabbing a towel, he wipes the blood from his face. "You,"
he says on an exhale, his eyes raging, his bare chest vibrating. Gosh, he looks savage. But I will not back down. He slowly lifts the gun and aims it at me. What in the world is he doing? Proving a point? The safety is on, I point out, and he releases it, jaw rolling. I step forward, my eyes narrowing, daring him. This is really ridiculous. Do it, I push. Don't freaking tempt me, he growls, and I smile, stepping back. Then perform a perfectly executed roundhouse pick, knocking the gun right out of his hand. I land softly on my feet, my arms safe, close to my chest, and the gun flies across the bathroom and hits the wall, dropping to the floor. Bang. The mirror above the sink shatters. I flinch, and James jumps, his eyes darting to me, checking me over. And he stares at me, stunned, his hand still in position, except now he's unarmed. I throw him a filthy look, turn, and walk away. "Not glass," I call back. With every minute that passes, James's mood declines more. I've asked him 2 questions and got no answers. Not because he's ignoring me, not because he doesn't have the answers. He just can't hear me speak, his mind elsewhere. I'm sitting on the bottom step, watching him pace up and down in front of the window, turning his phone over in his hand repeatedly. The air is thick with tension. No conversation. Hardly any breathing. Hearing movement behind me, I look over my shoulder up the stairs. Otto appears, carrying 2 bags, which I know will literally be loaded. I shuffle to the side, giving him room to pass, my eyes glued to them until he sets them down on the floor by the elevator. He flicks eyes to me. I don't like the uncertainty I see. The elevator doors open and Goldie appears, tossing a look I also don't like to James. She's fiddling with her suit jacket, fastening it and unfastening it, and Otto is spinning the piercing in his lip constantly. James goes to the bags and crouches, pulling the zipper of each one open and checking inside. I get up from the stairs and go to him, slowing when my cell rings. The name on my screen has me rejecting the call without thought, and James slowly lifts his head, giving me his attention for the first time in an hour. Of course he would hear my cell. And very quickly, the difficult thing rings again. "Who is it?" he asks. He knows very well who it is. Who else would make me this uncomfortable? No one. "Answer it." "Why?" "So you can say goodbye," he grunts, nothing but pure hatred marring his face. "I've already said goodbye, numerous times. A final goodbye," he adds, and because I'm not completely stupid, I take the call. James looks like he could pull one of those guns at any moment and go on a shooting spree. Ollie's timing is the worst. "Ollie," I answer, turning away, unable to see James looking like he's about to kill something, which is irony at its best. "Now's not a good time. You're pregnant," he says, his tone loaded with disgust. "And by the man who killed your mother?" "Ollie," I whisper, stunned by the condemnation in his words. James had nothing to do with Mom's death. "Explain why he was there then, Beau. I saw him with my own eyes in that footage Nath had. Come on, you were a smart cop." "I can't do this, Ollie." My shoulder rises to my earlobes, feeling 3 sets of eyes aimed at my back. He sighs over a strong word. "Beau, please, come to me. Let me help you. I can't sit back and watch this happen." "Ollie, remember the good times, Beau. We can have that again. Jazz would want that. She'd turn in her grave if she could see this." Who in the world is he, anyway? "Goodbye." I quickly hang up and turn off my phone, my hands shaking terribly. And suddenly, they're not. Suddenly, James is holding them. I look up at him. "We need to go," he says, motioning to the elevator. "Ready? Ready? For what? What's going to happen? What's his plan?" When I don't answer, he pulls me along behind him as Otto and Goldie lift the bags from the floor. Those bags, how many weapons do they need? And, more to the point, who's going to bear the brunt of James's mood? James rides up front with Otto driving, and I get the pleasure of Goldie's company in the back. James remains glued to his phone, and numerous times Goldie catches me staring at her.
You never did tell me how you and James know each other. She smiles, and I notice out the corner of my eye James moving for the first time since we got in the car. He looks up to the mirror in the sun visor, his eyes on Goldie. Waiting. Or is he warning? He saved me, she says. Simple as that, no elaboration. How? James looks at me before returning to his cell. She was in grave danger, he says, all too casually, almost detached. She was being attacked. I turn my stunned eyes Goldie's way, and for the first time since I've known her, I see emotion on her face. Attacked? I can't imagine any man would be crazy enough to take Goldie on. Frankly, she's frightening. I'm sorry, I murmur, at a loss. What does a woman say to another woman who's faced that kind of horror? Don't be. He'll be dead before I leave this world. Amen, Otto pipes in, and my eyes turn onto him, finding his grip of the wheel turning his knuckles white. Goldie isn't a woman who needs protection. Not now, at least. But she's got it. I settle back in my seat and turn a small smile onto Goldie, but it falls when I find her still staring at my stomach. And it hits me. Oh God, a baby? She must sense my change in persona, the increase of my sorrow, because she snaps out of her daydream and looks at me with sad eyes. My hand is on hers in a second without thought, squeezing, telling her I'm sorry again without words. She looks away, but her hand turns and accepts mine, squeezing in return. Abortion? Miscarriage? You ready for that 10-bedroom villa full of women? She asks, but only after clearing her throat. Very straight, I am, Otto replies, pulling off the main road into a street. My street. Beats ice cream in the park, you difficult person. I frown through my increasing anxiety as Goldie laughs and drops my hand, reaching forward and smacking him over the head. Really you, Dino. The car has stopped outside Lawrence and Dexter's house. I have to get out and face my uncles. I have to see if that bottle of Krug is hiding something. I think I should go alone, I say, trying to sound assertive but only achieving a whisper. Otto's laugh and Goldie's sympathetic smile don't bode well. Over my dead body, James grunts, swinging the door open and getting out. I watch as he looks up at the house, pulling his t-shirt out the back of his teens, concealing his gun. I hop out and join him on the sidewalk. You don't need that. Don't tell me what I need, Beau. His dismissal riles me, and then he further insults me by walking away. Wait in the car. He's not really real. I go after him, and when he reaches the door, I muscle past him and plaster my back against it, craning my neck to look him in the eye. I will handle this. I haven't come here to argue, and the hostility pouring off James is a recipe for exactly that, an argument. I'll get the champagne and we'll leave. And your passport and some clothes. Fine. I turn to the door, pushing it open slowly, listening. If I'm lucky, Lawrence is out shopping and Dexter is on shift. I'm not lucky. Both appear in the kitchen doorway, Lawrence with puffy red eyes and Dexter looking utterly worn out. I'm just collecting a few things, I say, motioning toward the stairs. You're moving out? Lawrence blurts, his lip wobbling again as he backs up into the kitchen and lowers to a chair. Moving out? I wish I was only moving out. I turn to James. Give me a minute, I plead, wishing he'd lose the angry lines on his face. He doesn't respond, and I can see he won't. He's not moving. I turn and go to the kitchen, passing Dexter on a small smile and settling down next to Lawrence, taking his hand. I can't leave him on bad terms. I'm okay. Okay? My God, Beau, you are far from opaque. He squeezes my hand, his hold begging. I'll make coffee.
Dexter takes the coffee jug and empties the old filter. As James comes to the threshold, standing in the doorway, I motion for him to take a seat. He shakes his head. "We can help you," Lawrence says, talking as if James isn't here. "I don't need help." His bottom lip slips between his teeth, and he gnaws on it, assessing me, disagreeing with me. "You're throwing everything away, and for what?" "Freedom. Peace. A life I'd long accepted I'd lost. But Lawrence would never understand, and there is only so much I can share, which makes convincing him harder. Or, actually, easier. I don't think anyone could understand James and me. Only us. It kills me over and over, but I accept defeat and move my hand out of Lawrence's.
I'm fighting a losing battle, and James is fighting a winning one. I hope. I have to be sensible with my time. It's not on our side, and sitting here attempting to break Lawrence down is wasting it. I give him a small, sad smile, a smile that tells him I'm hurting, and start to stand. I only manage to lift myself off the chair a few inches when the door from the yard flies open, ricocheting off the wall with a bang. Ollie appears, armed, his weapon pointed at James behind me. I fall back to the chair. Lawrence cries out, and Dexter drops the coffee pot. It smashes on the counter, the sound of breaking glass echoing around the kitchen. Ollie? I whisper, taking him in, noting his distressed state. He's edgy, sweaty, shaky. Stay where you are, he says, his voice shaky too, as he moves farther into the kitchen, his eyes laser beams on James behind me. I look over my shoulder slowly, wary to make any sudden movements, keeping as calm as possible. It's a difficult task when my insides are in chaos, my heart pounding, my lungs shrinking, my stomach turning. James is still and steady in the doorway, his focus unmoving. Put the gun down, he warns Ollie, only his mouth moving. Shut up. He approaches James, edging closer warily, jerking the gun in gesture for James to raise his hands. Wisely, James slowly lifts his arms, calm and collected, but I can see the monsters swirling in his eyes. Ollie, what on earth? Lawrence breathes, and I slowly and blindly reach for his arm, settling him, telling him to be calm. Ollie proceeds to pat at James' torso, feeling around his back while holding the gun to his chest. He pulls James' gun free from his jeans and tucks it in his own trousers. And the whole time, I'm waiting, tense, for James to make his move. Because he could. One swift, meticulous move could have Ollie disarmed and on the floor before I could draw another breath. Except he remains a statue. He lets Ollie take his gun. And it hits me. If not Nath, then who? Ollie. Oh my God. I stand, shocked, and James' eyes turn onto me, silently warning me away. But if anyone can talk some sense into Ollie, it's me. I have to try. He looks so volatile. He looks ready to fire that gun. Ollie, look at me, I order gently. Beau, James grates, his hands still in the air. Sit down, really. Ollie, think about this, I plead. Beau, don't make me tell you again. Ollie, I go on, ignoring him. Be wise. Beau, James barks, and I flinch, the aggression and anger in him shocking me. Sit. Down. I feel Lawrence's hand take mine and pull, but I resist, unable and unwilling to let what's inevitably going to happen play out. Ollie, do you hear how he talks to her? Ollie asks over an unpleasant laugh. I want her out of the firing line. James flicks his eyes to mine, and I see something in them, something I haven't seen before. Fear, and it makes me slowly lower to the chair. The gun's aimed at you. Ollie's grip flexes around the handle. I've seen him do that before when we took target practice together. Just a few seconds before he'd fire, he'd adjust his hold a fraction. My heartbeats accelerate. Did you think I'd stand back and let you ruin her? He asks James. I don't know who you are or... James moves so fast, his big body is a blur, and Ollie is quickly disarmed, flying back into the counter. James reaches for his shoulder, pulling another gun, and I hear the safety disengage before he swiftly has his arms braced, the gun aimed. But not at Ollie, who's unconscious on the floor, knocked out. I slowly turn on the chair and find Dexter with his hands up in surrender. My mind explodes. James? I question quietly, as Lawrence jumps up and shrieks, James, what are you doing? He says nothing, leaving my head swinging back and forth between him and Dexter, who remains still. James, for gosh sake, talk. I grab Lawrence's hand and yank him back down to the chair, as James lowers to his haunches and collects Ollie's gun from the floor. He rises, engaging the safety, and comes to me, but his eyes never leave Dexter. Take it, he orders me, and I do, because I don't know what else to do, except listen to him. Trust him. I release the safety again. What's going on? Dexter asks, still backed up in the corner, his eyes darting around the room, looking for anyone to enlighten him. What is this madness? How did you know where I lived? James asks calmly, his voice so composed, his body equally so, whereas everyone else in the room seems to be shaking with nerves, including me. When you and Lawrence visited yesterday, how did you know where I lived? Beau mentioned it, he blurts urgently. My eyes drop to the table, my thoughts chasing in circles. I try desperately to slow them, to get things straight. It doesn't take me long. No, I didn't. I look up at him in question. I've never shared where James lives. Of that, I'm certain. I made a point of it, in fact, because I knew any one of the men in my life, most in law enforcement, would dig. I made a conscious effort to keep everything about James a secret. You did, he argues, right here in the kitchen. What are you suggesting? Lawrence barks, outraged. Where the hell is all this leading? I shake my head. I never shared anything about James, Dexter, I say quietly, wondering what the hell this means. I look at James. He has a million apologies in his eyes. He swallows. You paid Nathan Butler a visit. Yes, to discuss Beau, to talk about how toxic this relationship is. Lawrence recoils, clearly shocked by this news. When? Dexter's eyebrows become heavy, like he's racking his brain, thinking. I don't know. Sometime last week. Toxic. He's probably right. Poison. But James's poison has cured me, and now there's this poison threatening to send me plummeting into a dark pit of helplessness again. And while you were there, James goes on, you turned on the burner phone I've been tracking since the night Jazz Haley was killed. What? I gasp. Rubbish, Dexter screeches. You're fabricating Gosh to clear your own rear. Why? James asks, calmly. Why would I do that? Because you killed Jazz. You're there in the footage. It was you. My eyes widen. How do you know about that footage, Dexter? I ask, unable to comprehend what's unfolding. Footage? Lawrence asks. What footage? The footage Dexter had hidden for years. The footage that would have proven Mom's death wasn't an accident. I slump in my chair, stunned. The footage, James says, moving forward slowly, that you obtained from the tattoo store by the car park before forensics moved in. I stand, trying to get some feeling back in my limbs. Beau, sit down, James warns. Dexter, what have you done? I move toward him, trusting, hoping that the years I've known this man will prove our suspicions wrong. We had it wrong with Ness, so maybe... Beau? James yells. Dexter's face turns from the usual softness I've come to know and love to a hardness that doesn't suit him. Beau! I'm grabbed and whirled around, being pulled back into Dexter's chest, and the gun in my hand is quickly gone. Okay, let's all calm the gosh down, he says, backing up, taking me with him. James's nostrils flare so hard, his body visibly tenses. I want to tell him not to worry, that Dexter won't hurt me, but I can't, especially now. I've spent years wondering who the man in that footage was.
The man who dragged Beau away from the vehicle? The man who tried to save Jazz? Years, he laughs, tightening his hold of me. And then he shows up on my freaking doorstep trying to seduce my niece? Who the gosh are you? Dexter? Lawrence murmurs, crumbling before me. Dexter, why? Because I was told to, he yells, starting to shake against me. It was Jazz or me, him or my mom? Jesus Christ, Dexter, I whisper, my throat tight. The bear, James says, his voice ice. Who the gosh is the bear? Back off, Dexter warns, jolting me. No one knows who he is. I get information. I'm paid. I get an order, I do it, or I die. You're going to die anyway. Oh my God, Dexter, Lawrence cries. What have you done? I'm moving, being walked backward. He's heading for the door into the yard, the door that's still open from Ollie's grand entrance. Why, Dexter? I murmur. Because she figured it out. She knew I was corrupt, James grates, his jaw pulsing. I was told to deal with it, so I did. No, Lawrence screeches, his hands in his hair, utter disbelief plastered all over his face. No, no. By manipulating the service record of her car, James says, suggesting she was smoking, manipulating all of the freaking evidence.
I was in the car, Dexter, I whisper, a lump in my throat forming. It's suffocating me. I didn't know you would be, but I was, I yell, my heart cracking. This man has been a rock to me, hugged me, talked me through endless panic attacks, calmed me, and he's the cause of my misery? I look at James, my eyes welling, knowing what this means. And I see it, the look in his cold stare. Never have I been more thankful that our relationship has been so heavily based on talking without saying a word. One flick of his eyes to mine, the rage, the purpose. I throw my head back and drop to the floor as soon as Dexter loosens his hold of me, and all hell breaks loose. Guns firing, Lawrence screaming, James charging forward. Gosh, the door slams and I shoot up from the floor, seeing blood smeared all over the jam, but there's no Dexter in sight. Beau, James barks, checking me over, his attention split between me and the door. I'm okay, I assure him, still patting myself everywhere, waiting for the pain to kick in. 2 shots were fired. Only one of them hit Dexter. James, I look up, expecting to see red, but there's no blood. He swings the door open, bracing himself to fire again, just as Goldie and Otto come charging into the kitchen, armed and ready. Over the back wall, James says, and they disappear as fast as they appeared, going after Dexter while James hurries over to me, checking me over with panicked eyes, feeling everywhere, checking my legs, my chest, my face. I'm fine, I assure him, as he yanks my shirt up my body, and it hits me. The pain and dizziness. No, James whispers. No, gosh, no. I slump against him, suddenly overwhelmed by the agony, feeling my body becoming light. Lawrence screams, and it is a scream of pure, raw agony. The last thing I see is James's distraught face, and the last thing I hear is his roar. James. I thought I'd known pain at its greatest. I thought I would live out my life immune to further hurt, because surely there was nothing that could compete with losing my entire family, or being burned alive. How wrong I was. But scarier than the pain is the anger. Anger that has taken on a frightening level. Anger that might not ever be sated. My rear on the chair is numb, my eyes unmoving from the speck of dirt on the floor a few feet away. I don't know how much time has passed. It's an effort to turn my eyes to check, to lift my wrist to see my watch. Save her. The 2 words circle my head persistently. I focus on only them, because letting my mind go elsewhere would be dangerous. Save her, save her, save her. I hear the door open, but my eyes remain locked on the speck of dirt. I'm sorry, Kel, Goldie says, softer than I've ever heard her speak before. We lost him. I got his license plate number. BMW? Yeah. Leave me, I order, not needing to hear any more. They didn't chase him down. They didn't catch the jerk so I could torture him until he passes out. But I'll find him. I refuse to die until I do. And make sure Nathan Butler is still being watched. The door closes, and I lean forward, resting my elbows on my knees, taking my head in my hands. God help the world if I lose her. God, really, help it. I stand abruptly, starting to circle the room, forcing my breathing into steadiness, shaking the burn out of my twitching hands. Calm. Give me calm. No calm. I roar and upend a table, picking it up and launching it out of the window. It shatters and glass sprays the room, pelting me with shards. Still no calm. The chairs follow the table. My fist sinks into the wall. I kick and punch anything in sight, completely unhinged, finding no peace in this really messed up world. Mr. Kelly! I spin, heaving like a raging bull, the red mist thick. For goodness sake, Kel! Otto appears next to the doctor by the door. I can just make them out through the fogginess of my vision, both of them taking in the carnage. I'll ensure this is all taken care of, Otto assures the doctor. My apologies. Miss Haley is out of surgery, the doctor says, tentative and wary. The fog clears. Hope has arrived. I'm almost too scared to ask. And we remove the bullet from Beau's abdomen. She's stable. I fall back against the wall, my knees giving way. Stable. She's stable. I slide down the wall, the relief too much. But the doctor doesn't look as relieved as I feel. He doesn't look like a man delivering good news. I hold his eyes, once again scared to ask. The baby? He swallows, backing out of the room. getting out of my line of fire. I'm afraid there was nothing we could do to save your baby, Mr. Kelly. I'm very sorry. The blood loss, the trauma. I'm afraid the pregnancy ended while Beau was in surgery. I stare blankly at the doctor, my head bobbing mildly, nodding, agreeing. Accepting? Never. She's in recovery now, he goes on. You can see her. He casts his eyes across the room, assessing the damage. There's nothing else for me to destroy in here. But out there, Kel, Otto says quietly, and I look at him blankly. You should go to her. Worried what else I might do? I ask, slowly dragging myself to my feet. Because you should be. I pass him, heading for Beau, trying not to plot every move I'm going to make until I can make it, until Beau is well. I have some things I need you to do, I call back. There's nothing to stop me preparing. I turn at the end of the corridor and see Lawrence and Beau's ex up ahead, both still looking like they've seen ghosts. She's out of surgery, I say as I pass them. Lawrence, naturally, is on my tail, though Ollie, wisely, remains where he is, waiting for an invitation to visit her. He'll never get that invitation. Are you okay? I ask Lawrence over my shoulder as I walk, trying to be sensitive. The man looks like death warmed up, his face puffy, his eyes red. Don't worry about me, he says, his voice wobbly. Beau is my priority right now. We've lost the baby. The words come from nowhere, and I slow at the door to Beau's room, staring at the wood. I'm very sorry. Lawrence has given up trying to keep his emotions in check, but I'm under no illusion that his sorrow is for me. I'm going to kill your husband, I vow, taking the handle, bracing myself, breathing deeply. For what he's done to Beau, to her mother, to me. I'm going to kill him. Lawrence needs to know this isn't over. He needs to be prepared. Who are you, James? He asks on a snivel. Really, who are you? You tried to save Jazz. You turn up in her daughter's life years later. Tell me who you are. I turn to face him, taking no pleasure from the mess of a man he is. Just see me as the man who saves your niece, Lawrence. That's all you need to know. He swallows and nods. May I? He asks, nodding to the door past me. Give me 5 minutes, I say, though he knows it's not a question. I'm simply maintaining some civility for the sake of Beau.
He accepts without fuss, and I turn to the door, spending a good few minutes bracing myself again, tamping down the threatening rage before I look at her. Look at her and see the damage that's been done because of me. Pushing my way in, I stall when I see a nurse by her bed, adjusting the line into Beau's arm. She looks up and smiles in that way I expect they do to all loved ones whose closest are so desperately ill. You must be James, she says, taking a syringe to the cannula. I'm Vera. I'll be looking after Beau while she's here in recovery. I close the door and focus on the liquid in the syringe getting lower, hearing the constant, consistent beeps from the machinery. I can't bring myself to look at Beau, truly petrified of the further anger I will feel. What's that? I ask, standing motionless on the other side of the room, scared to even get closer. Morphine, she finishes up and drops the needle in a clinical wastebin. It'll keep her comfortable. Pulling off her gloves, she makes a few notes before offering me a small smile. I'll give you some privacy. Thanks, I say, my eyes now on my boots. I hear the door close gently, and I will myself to man up and look at her, or even just get closer to her. It takes more mental preparation than anything has taken me before, and when I finally lift my burning eyes and see her, the heat inside rises to a full-blown inferno. It doesn't look like Beau. The woman on the bed, pasty in complexion, her skin gray and lifeless, does not look like the woman I've fallen in love with. And that just makes me angrier. I swallow down the fireball in my throat and lift my heavy feet, feeling like I'm trudging through thick mud as I cross the room and lower into the chair beside her bed. I gingerly reach for her hand. She's warm. It's the only thing I recognize, her warmth. But there's no sizzling when our skin touches. She doesn't tense, her eyes won't shimmer, and her lips won't part with want. Calm down, Kel. I won't rest until justice is served, baby. I promise quietly. Justice our way, and it's going to be my bloodiest death yet. Lifting her hand to my mouth, I kiss the back, breathing her end to me. But all I can smell is antibacterial liquid, not Beau's light, sweet, fruity scent.
as if I need anything more to increase my motivation to kill. The sound of a throat clearing pulls my attention over my shoulder, and I find Goldie's at the door. She closes it softly and joins me by the bed. Nathan Butler passed away 10 minutes ago. I exhale, closing my eyes. It's one more thing for Beau to be devastated about. And I found this. She lifts her hand without looking at me. Held between her thumb and index finger is a key, taped to the inside of the box. She tucks it into her inside pocket. What do you want me to do? For now, wait, I say quietly, my thoughts all over the place. It's silent for a while, but I can hear Goldie's mind turning as fast as mine. Whatever you're thinking, just say it. I look up at her, and she peeks out the corner of her eye at me. Why do I get the feeling you're going to do something stupid? What gives you that feeling? The look in your eyes, the unrestrained rage. Killing the man who did this to Beau would be stupid, I ask, reining in my temper. The man who killed my unborn child? I don't mean that. Then what really do you mean? I ask, and choose your words wisely, Goldie. No one knows who you are, Bear does. He knows who you look like, where you live. He doesn't know who you are. And, again, why do I get a bad feeling that soon every jerk in this town will know who you are? So what if they do? I can't deal with this right now. I place Beau's hand gently on the bed and stand. I need to use the restroom, and to splash my burning face. Watch her. I open the door and locate Lawrence on the chair down the hall, giving him a gesture to suggest he's now welcome. He's in the room fast, probably worried I'll change my mind. Oliver Burrows, however, wisely stays back. You can leave, I say to him, cold and brittle. Over my dead body. I step toward him. It can be arranged. Who are you? Where's Dexter? Are you here as Beau's concerned ex or an FBI agent? I advance, getting threateningly close to him. Forget about who I am or what I do. Dexter killed Jazz Haley. Go away and investigate that. I turn to Goldie. Do not leave this room. I'll come with you, Otto says, pushing his back from the wall. No, you'll watch the door. Really, James? I'm coming with you. My jaw goes into spasm. Am I not making myself really clear? Watch the really door, Otto. He's up in my face in a heartbeat, and gosh, I'm caught off guard, which means he gets me against the wall with ease, his pierced face close to mine. I've not spent years protecting your rear so you can go to the really toilet in a really hospital and be taken out. You hearing me? Goldie's in there. The girl is safe. I'm coming to the very toilet with you, and if I say I want to assist you while you take a piss because it's safer that way, you will very let me. Am I making myself clear? Well, gosh, really. Crystal, I say quietly, and he shoves me as he releases me, straightening himself out. He's stressed. I've never been on the receiving end of Otto's temper, and I know I'll avoid it in future. Good, he nods. Let's go. Who the hell are you people? Beau's ex backs up the corridor, his eyes wide as he makes his escape. Fools, Otto grunts, striding away, leaving me to follow. I tail him a few paces behind, giving him space. Hurry up, he mutters, edgy. Opening the door for me, he ushers me inside and loiters while I take a piss. I prepare to relieve myself, my body heavy with stress. Need any help? I ask, my eyebrows high. He stops pacing and throws a scowl at me. And for the first time in what feels like forever, I'm amused. I finish up, wash my hands, and we head back, silent, our boots creating rhythmic thumps as we walk the corridor. I feel the tension leave me the closer I get back to Beau, but before I get to her door, my mobile rings. I pull it out of my pocket, looking down at the screen. I need to take this, I say, taking a seat in one of the uncomfortable plastic chairs outside her room. Spittle. Beau Haley. What about her? She was seen driving away from the scene of Agent Nathan Butler's and 2 cops' murders in Butler's car. It's been found burnt out. Care to enlighten me? You're rather close to the latest police news considering you're retired, Spittle. He laughs. Gosh, my life. Did you get my message? The one involving me meeting you? I find my fists clenching. What part of Enigma don't you understand? What's his goal here? I don't know, but one thing I've learned about Spittle is that he can't be trusted. But he's still useful. Until I kill him. I hang up and push my hands into my knees, using energy I shouldn't be wasting to stand, and push my way into the room, coming to a screaming halt when I see a man by Beau's bedside. Tom Haley. How the hell did this happen? Beau's father directs his question at me and me alone, his chest puffy. He's lucky I'm conserving energy, or I'd put his head through the nearest window. Getting no answer from me, he looks at Lawrence, who only shakes his head, losing control of his lip again. I want answers, he bellows, yanking out his phone and dialing. He paces up and down a few times before cursing and hanging up. What's the very use having a cop in the family if you can't get hold of them in an emergency? I laugh out loud. I don't mean to, but the prick is comical. I suggest you get yourself a coffee and calm the gosh down, I warn, and he recoils. Excuse me? I pace forward slowly, and he starts to back up. I need an outlet for this unrestrained wrath, and it looks like it's just arrived. Goldie steps in front of me. She doesn't need to say anything. Her look says it all. Not here, not now. Get a coffee, I order again as I look into Goldie's eyes. Who the hell do you think you're talking to? I turn my death stare his way. Get a very coffee, Mr. Haley.
He withdraws, obviously seeing the murder etched on my face, casting his eyes across Goldie and Otto too. I'll be back, he declares, his chest swelling in fake confidence before he exits, slamming the door behind him. Don't let him back in, or I'll kill him. Goldie nods, flicking her eyes to Otto behind me, who swiftly leaves to keep my prey at a safe distance. I move toward the bed and sit down, reclaiming Beau's hand. Leave me, I murmur quietly, lowering my head to the mattress and closing my eyes. I'm beat, exhausted. I just need quiet for a moment. Quiet and calm. I doze off to the hypnotic sound of Beau's heart monitor, and vivid images of death and blood. I jump and look back when the door closes, finding a nurse in the room. She raises her hand in apology for waking me. Time for some pain meds. She moves to the other side of the bed and starts fiddling with Beau's cannula as I look down at my watch. I've been out for only 10 minutes. Russian? I ask, detecting the remnants of an accent. She smiles. I've been in the States for 20 years and I still can't hide it. I watch as she tries to unscrew the cap, fiddling terribly, her hands shaking. I rewind back only half an hour, to when the other nurse pumped some morphine into Beau's veins. I look up at the nurse. Where's Vera? She falters in her moves and doesn't look at me to answer. On her break, my eyes fall to her working hands again. You okay there? She laughs. Yes, they're so fiddly. Probably because you have no very idea what you're doing. I drop Beau's hand and stand fast, pulling my gun and aiming it across the bed. Put the syringe down. She drops it fast, eyes round, and backs up against the wall, her hands in the air. Sir, please, she cries, alarmed, shaking more now than before. Who the gosh are you? I'm a nurse. She points to her name badge and quickly raises her hands again. Please, sir, I'm just here to do my job. The door behind me bursts open, and Otto and Goldie appear, taking in the scene, both stunned. What the gosh, Kel? Otto says, his hand twitching, like he's unsure whether he needs to draw or not. Truth be told, I don't know either. My head is messed, my eye off the ball, exhaustion still clouding my brain. I'll show you my papers, the nurse nods jerkily. I blink, swallowing, trying to straighten out my mind. Show me. Okay, yes, I'll show you. She reaches for her pocket and I start to relax. But then I see something turn in her eyes and her stance changes, her hand going to her back rather than her trousers. Kel, Otto bellows. I close one eye, getting my aim straight, and squeeze the trigger, and she flies back into the wall before falling to the floor in a heap, wailing and crying, speaking a load of Russian words I don't understand. What the gosh, I breathe, rounding the bed and going to her, grabbing the front of her uniform and yanking her up close to my face. Who the gosh sent you? She snarls and spits in my face. So I put a bullet between her eyes, and the echo seems to drag on forever. I slowly rise and look across to Goldie, who's up against the door, stopping anyone from coming in.
And Otto is staring, just staring at the dead woman on the floor. Place your bets on who's sent her, I say quietly. So maybe Sandy wasn't in that factory when I popped off half a dozen Russians. I let her in, Otto murmurs. I really let her in. His hands go into his hair. Gosh, that's it. My time thinking is up. I get my mobile out and dial. What are you doing, Kel? Goldie asks. I'm getting Beau out of here. I go to her bed and gaze at her unconscious, oblivious face. And I realize now why the woman in this bed is unrecognizable to me. It's not only because she looks sallow, it's because she looks peaceful. I would do anything to maintain this look on her, but through my turmoil, my agony, I appreciate one thing. I can't do that. I can't take care of her and kill the enemy. I can't even do it with Otto and Goldie by my side. It's too much of a risk. For the first time, I need to do things differently, which means revealing who I am. The call connects, and Spittle gives me a wary hello. Find me a doctor. The best, I order. And what do I get in return? He asks, sending my jaw into spasm. But, Beau, what do you want? He's silent for a time, telling me that whatever he wants is pretty, very colossal. Tuck, Spittle. He inhales, building himself up to say it. I want you to kill Brad Black. Beau, rainbows and sunshine, smiles and contentment. I don't know where I am, but I never want to leave. No pain, no darkness, no fear, and no anger. But also, no James. That alone is enough for me to back away from the enticing light. And as I do, the pain starts to build deep in my tummy. The darkness begins to shroud the light. My smile starts to fall. My eyes snap open, and I inhale, the air hitting my lungs and burning them. I can't see, can't focus, can't breathe, can't move. Nothing will move. Beau, my name is being spoken repeatedly, over and over. Beau, Beau, Beau. My cheeks are suddenly encased, my wild, darting eyes still. Beau, baby, look at me, see me. I blink the blurriness from my vision, trying so very hard to do that, to see him. But where is he? I can hear him, I can feel him, but I can't see him. James, I croak, willing life into my muscles. I can't move. I can't see you. Panic takes hold, my body not listening to me, not taking the instruction. I'm here. Where? I yell, my throat raw. Where are you? Take me back to the light. Take me back to rainbows and sunshine. The pain and darkness are only worth bearing if he's here, and he's not here. James! I jolt on the bed, and I still, a tidal wave of pain ripping through me. I cry out, trying desperately to curb the agony by making myself small, by curling into a ball. But I can't move. I can't very move. Hey, hey, hey. There he is again, speaking but not showing himself. Enigma. James. I give the doctor a nod, and he moves in, putting more meds in her arm to calm her. I don't know how many times I can let him do that. Knock her out, stall her waking, delay having to tell her we've lost our baby, that Dexter disappeared without a trace, that the man responsible for her mother's death is still out there, that Nathan Butler is dead. Beau settles immediately, and I rest her hand by her side, tucking in the sheets around her. I go back to the message on my screen. Ready when you are? I ask Goldie, and she nods her agreement, resting back in the chair, her eyes lasers on Beau's sleeping form. Call me if anything changes. She's perfectly stable, Mr. Kelly, the doctor says, a refined-looking fellow who happily came out of retirement to help. Keeping her still and peaceful will only aid her recovery. Thanks, Doc. I breathe in and turn, making my way to the door of the hotel room. A freaking hotel room. I meet Otto outside. Kel, he says, grumpy as hell, falling into stride next to me. Why the gosh are you being so cagey? If Otto knew what we're doing, where we're going, I'd be staring down the barrel of his Glock before I got to the finer details. Because you won't like it, I answer, staring forward, my pace determined. I don't like any of this mess, and it only started because you couldn't keep your curiosity contained. Really, Otto? You know as well as I do that Beau was the key to ending this.
Literally. So where are we going? To hell? He laughs. I'm an honorary freaking resident, you jerk. The Viking of a doorman pulls back the velvet rope, letting us pass, and the pumping music gets louder and louder until we're in the thick of it, fired up, filling the club. I look around the vast, dark space, strobe lighting bouncing off all the bare brick walls, the dance floor packed, the bar 5 deep. And on a stage in the center, strippers. Now this is a bit of me, Otto says, his eyes set on that center stage. This ain't hell, brother. Enjoy, you tart, I mutter, heading for the industrial metal stairs to the right, taking them 2 at a time to the top.
I make my way to the edge and lean on the balustrade, looking down on the club Brad Black's club. What the gosh are you playing at? Otto says, joining me, taking in the view. Don't just go away like that. How long did it take you to notice I was gone? 2 spins of the pole and a grind. I laugh under my breath, my eyes casting back and forth across the space. This is Brad Black's place. He groans. So you really have brought me to hell, you twisted jerk. What the gosh are we doing here? I've been sent to kill him. He swings stunned eyes my way. By who? Spittle. Why? Good freaking question. I'm working on it. Go make yourself busy, I order, gazing around the space. And because Otto knows I prefer to kill alone, he moves away, but he can't hide his displeasure. And I know he won't be far. I push my body up from the balustrade, my eyes high and low. Drink, sir? Someone says, and I look to my left, where a tray hovers before me. The waitress holding it smiles. Courtesy of management. I exhale my amusement and accept the tumbler, sipping and looking around. So, where are you? He doesn't show himself, so I lean back on the balustrade, waiting. Patient. I have to be patient now, think things through, make wise moves. A man eventually appears beside me, leaning on the railing, looking out at the club. His club. He's a good-looking bloke, his dark hair well kept, his suit expensive. He takes a sip, all casual, not looking at me. I've not seen you around here, he says, turning a blank look my way. I look past him, seeing various men in suits loitering around. On your guard? He glances over his shoulder, but he doesn't acknowledge my question. So, who are you, and why are you in my club? You don't need my name. And why you're here? To kill you. His eyes undeniably widen somewhat, his body becoming alert. Then why am I still breathing? Because you have something I want. What's that? I cast my eye over each of the 6 men in the vicinity, and Brad Black notes the direction of my stare. I'm out of that game now. He motions with his scotch to the club surrounding us. Someone's put you back in it. He stalls a beat, watching me closely. And I should listen to you? Why? Because you want to keep breathing, I say quietly, although he still hears, despite the pumping music. He nods, and it's slow, wary. My office, he says, dragging his eyes off me and striding away, his men following. I look across the club, seeing Otto at the end of a bar, watching. His displeasure hasn't improved. I give him a nod, following Brad Black. His men don't enter his space, but rather wait outside, leaving me to walk through the middle of them, curious eyes following me. I close the door, and Brad bows to a cabinet, topping up his scotch. Take a seat, he says, settling behind his desk as I lower to the chair, setting my untouched glass on the desk. You don't drink? Not today. He nods mildly, taking more of his own. So, who sent you to kill me? A mutual friend, I say, getting comfortable, smiling at Brad's raised brows. Spittle. The gosh? He says quietly over a laugh. And you refused? No, I agreed. Refusing would have had that slimy jerk slithering under a rock. Plus, I needed something from him urgently. What? A doctor. You ill? No, my girlfriend was shot. His drink pauses at his mouth. You have a girlfriend? He asks, an irritating smile threatening. Why the gosh would you go and get yourself one of those when... He fades off, and I exhale, waiting for it. Gosh, you're here because of her. He laughs, wiping at his forehead. You know, my uncle always told us never to let a woman into your heart, only ever your bed. He toasts the air, like it's something to celebrate. His own son didn't listen to him, and now he's dead, because of a woman. Cheers. He downs his drink and slams it on the table. The Brit, I say quietly, studying Brad carefully. Danny Black, the angel-faced assassin, dead because of a woman. Looks like you're heading the same way, my friend. The only place I'm heading to is out of town once I've killed the bear and every single one of his men. And you need me? Because? Refuge. Somewhere safe to keep your girlfriend while you go on a killing rampage? He smirks. Something like that. He nods, his eyes thoughtful slits. As it goes, I have just the place you need. I'd hope so, since my killing spree benefits us all. I stand slowly from my chair, and Brad smiles. He must feel like all his prayers have been answered. Every potential threat to him gone. Spittle gone. We have a deal? He offers his hand across the desk, and I lean over accepting. What do I call you? He asks, shaking mildly. He knows. Of course he freaking knows. And, wisely, he wants me as an ally, not an enemy. Depends. Friend or foe? Friend. James. And foe? He wants me to say it. To confirm it. You'd have to be stupid. I drop his hand. I know you're not stupid. I tilt my head, and his wry smile widens. I'll be in touch. I stride to the door, coming to a slow stop before it. You can tell the Brit he's welcome. I look back, finding wide eyes and a lax jaw. What the gosh are you talking about? The Brit's dead. Is he? Black's face strains, his cheeks pulsing. He's dead? I nod, thoughtful, watching his eyes rage. But is he? I ask quietly, swinging the door open, turning away. Shut the frickin' door. I hear the undeniable sound of the safety of a gun disengaging, and I still, a sick smile creeping across my lips. I slowly shut the door and turn to face him. He's standing now, his arms braced. What do you know? He asks. I know Spittle talks too much. And what has he said? Small things, here and there, that built a rather vivid picture. Like tenses, past and present. Spittle seems to get clumsy with those. So if I were you, I'd ask yourself who else he's got clumsy with, and why he'd want you dead. I take the door handle and back out, leaving Brad Black with my bombshell. You can text me the address of where I'm taking my girlfriend. I don't have your number, he says, just as his phone rings in his pocket. He reaches in, looking at the screen as he pulls it out. His eyes fly to mine, his face screaming disbelief. Good to meet you, Brad. I pull the door closed and stalk through the club, and Otto is by my side in a beat, his eyes watchful. What the gush is going on? He asks, flanking me. I keep my eyes forward. Always forward, because if I look back at this point, I'll lose my focus. I need my focus. I've just resurrected the dead. James. The address is a mansion in Miami. She's still settled, no more episodes, no restlessness, no extra medication needed. I made sure Doc is aware that this is a full-time position until Beau's fully recovered, and he didn't argue. I'm doing him a favor, both in time and cash. I leave the swanky, over-the-top room and pull the heavily engraved wooden door shut behind me, backing into the corridor, where abstract art hangs between every one of the dozens of doors. Goldie and Otto are waiting for me. I don't like it here, Otto mutters. Why? Because your pierced, bearded mug looks out of place surrounded by all this fancy mess? Goldie asks on a laugh. He grimaces and glances up and down the corridor. Where the gosh are we, anyway? I head off, nodding to Ringo, the guy who was here to meet us a few hours ago. He's an ugly jerk with a nose bigger than my apartment block and skin with more craters than the moon. He grunts and nods in return, and Goldie gives him a sideways glance. You could fit Miami up one of those nostrils, she mutters, as we take the marble staircase down to the foyer. I'll let that slide because you're a girl, Ringo calls, his face poker straight. Goldie comes to a grinding halt on the stairs, her face murderous as she glares at him, her nostrils flaring. He winks at her. It's the worst thing he could do. Who are all these men? She asks, stomping on, taking in numerous men in various positions. Men. That's exactly what they are. Men we need. Surviving the deadly world I've put myself in, with only Goldie and Otto at my back, was easy when it was just us.
Now there are too many enemies. Now there isn't only us three. I need an army to win this war. And I found one. Where's Lawrence? I ask, knowing Beau will ask after him as soon as she comes round. I had to bring him, not only because he's an utter mess, but for Beau, unpacking in his room. I head to the right at the bottom of the stairs as instructed and approach the double doors. More heavily carved wood. And here we are. I do what's right and knock before I push my way in, but I don't find who I'm expecting. Spittle looks up fast, his eyes rooting to my face, taking in every bit of me. Who really are you? I can only smile. Be careful, I murmur. Haven't you heard that looking me in the eye turns you to dust on the spot? He frowns. Then every muscle in his face seems to give up, his expression falling. Really? No. I take myself to the sofa and lower as Otto closes the door and takes up position with Goldie. Isn't it nice to put a face to the name? I ask. He takes a sip of his drink, a big sip, as I cock my head. Are you nervous, Spittle? He laughs, uneasy. Christ alive, I'm sitting in the Brit's old mansion with another deadly Brit. What do you think? He gets up and starts pacing, taking regular swigs of his scotch. I can feel Otto staring at my profile, and I turn my eyes onto him, my lips straight. He shakes his head in disbelief. What really are we doing in a dead mob boss's mansion? He asks. I don't answer him. He'll find out soon enough. Returning my attention to a pacing Spittle, I follow him up and down by the window a few times before I get bored of watching him go back and forth. Will you really sit down? I say curtly. He's across the room in a heartbeat, his seat on the couch. Did you? He stutters. Have you killed Brad Black? I ask. Yes. He's about as dead as the Brit. Eyes like saucers, Spittle struggles to his feet. I think it's time for me to go. Sit down, I shout, my fingers clawing into the arm of the couch to restrain myself. He drops like a stone to his seat just as the door swings open and a guy appears, a young bloke, with dark eyes that contradict his pale blonde hair. Nolan, Spittle says, rising from the couch again, out of respect I expect, since I've just told him to sit down. Thanks for coming, Spittle. The guy, Nolan, grins at him, before takes me in, his broad chest lifting ever so slightly. So what do we call you? He asks, a sardonic smile on his face. I hear Otto huff his displeasure, and I roll my eyes. I stand and, again, do what's right. This guy, albeit young, maybe mid-20s, works for Brad Black. There's a reason for that. James, I answer, offering my hand. He strides over and takes it, his assessment of me never wavering. And everything meets your expectations? He asks, motioning in the general direction of the house. Yes, thanks. Your woman will be safe. As he utters the words, a couple more men appear at the door, Ringo and another, who I'm yet to officially meet. And someone else emerges between them. A woman, a middle-aged lady with a friendly face and warm smile. And cared for, Nolan adds, smiling fondly at the woman. This is Esther. She approaches and offers her hand. Danny Black was my son. Her British accent is as soft as her features. Was my son. Anything you need, please, just ask. Thank you. British, she says, smiling, truly pleased. We're taking over Miami, it seems. We? Her lips purse, though she's still smiling. And what do I call you? The Enigma, Spittle calls, and we all cast interested looks his way. Why is everyone so really cool about the company we're in? Found your way around again soon enough, didn't you? Nolan says, looking at him like the piece of gosh we all know him to be. Bet you thought I'd asked you here for some help to find Brad's killer. Spittle raises his drink and finishes it on a gasp. Jackpot. He slumps back down on the couch, waving his glass in the air before him. As you were. Esther backs up. I'll go check on your lady. Lady, I smile to myself. Not Beau. Thank you. I don't think I've shown so much appreciation in such a short space of time. What really is going on? Otto whispers, moving into my side. Yes, please do share, Goldie pipes in. I feel like I've stepped onto the set of The Addams Family. Brad Black strolls in and stops abruptly when he clocks Spittle on the couch. His arms come up, all welcoming. Spittle, my friend, guess what? What? He grins, and it's really wicked. I'm not dead. Spittle sags. So you lured me here to kill me, I expect?
Brad heads for the desk across the room, but rather than taking the chair behind it, he pulls another out from this side of the room, turning it and lowering. He catches my interested expression, but his face remains deadpan as he gives Spittle his attention. So you sent the Enigma to kill me? I'm deeply hurt, Spittle. After everything I've done for you? You've made my life a really misery, that's what you've done. I expected way more begging than this, Brad says over a laugh. So, the bear? What about him? No one gets friendly with bears. Well, that depends, Brad muses, kicking his ankle up onto his knee. On the bear. He pouts. But if you're gonna be a bear, then be a grizzly, eh? He beams at Spittle, who is suddenly twitching. Actually twitching. His eyes start to roll, and his face starts pulling some pretty messed up expressions. Then, quite dramatically, he plummets forward and hits the carpet face first, his body thrashing around. I stare at him, as does everyone else in the room, and for a few minutes, no one says a word, just watches him convulse. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. Take him, Brad orders, and Nolan moves in, his muscular form preparing to drag Spittle's short, sturdy frame out of the office. I'll decide what to do with him another time. Nolan doesn't take Spittle's legs, he takes his head and starts yanking it, tugging him along in short, sharp bursts. For really's sake, Spittle cries, rolling onto his back. Don't you men have any humanity in you? I was having a really seizure. You were having a brain malfunction, Spittle, Brad seethes, standing from his chair. A bit like when you ordered the Enigma to kill me. I was cornered, he argues. For really's sake, what was I supposed to do? You cornered yourself when you opened your big fat really mouth. I've got murderers coming at me from all really directions. You were trying to cover your corrupt, stupid really rear, you piece of gosh. Brad waves an impatient hand. Get him really out of here before I stab the person in the throat. I smile. Brad won't kill him. He hasn't had the order. Flicking my eyes across to Goldie and Otto, I see they're both looking like fish out of water, confused as really, their stares following Spittle's fat body as it's dragged with little effort out of the office. I'm a fish out of water too. How I do things. My ways. I'm no showman. I get the job done and move out. I stall for a moment, thinking. I'm lying to myself. I'm really no different to Brad Black. I'm the biggest showman of them all. How I taunt them. How I maintain my elusiveness until that very last second before I end them. The pleasure I take when they realize who I am. Brad pours himself another drink and sits on the edge of the desk. So what's your plan? Kill. What do you need from me? Men? Brad cocks an eyebrow at Goldie and she growls. Say one word, she warns lowly, threateningly. Ooh, she's a feisty one. Does she bite? She doesn't bite, she eats whole. He smiles, and it's a smile that could tip Goldie over the edge. For now, I just need a safe place for Beau to recuperate, while I plot. And we need to find this guy, I say, as Otto slaps a photo of Dexter in front of Brad. Dexter Haynes, MPD. His license plate number is on the back. Brad nods, and I leave the office, heading back upstairs to Beau. The doctor is still watching her closely, and Esther is changing her sheets. You don't have to do that, I say, approaching, giving Beau a quick look over. She looks no different, no worse, but no better either. My heart sinks. I'm not going anywhere until she's on her feet. So death will elude the bear for a little while longer. It's my thing, Esther says, pulling on a new pillowcase. Changing sheets? Faffing. She smiles and gently lifts Beau's head, slipping the pillow under, getting her comfortable. There. She collects a few things. Come on, doctor, I have a few scones in the oven. They leave together, and I smile my thanks, settling on the edge of Beau's bed. I pull the sheets from her legs and take her foot, cupping the back with my spare hand to support it. Time for your exercises, baby, I say quietly, slowly starting to bend her leg at the knee and elevate her lower leg in slow, smooth motions, circulating the blood. Up, extend, tuck in, back down. Over and over, at least half-hour on each leg. And the whole time, I watch her face, waiting, hoping, praying. Beau, walk away from the light. Walk away from the light. Walk away from the light. There will be no freedom. There will be no happiness. If I walk into the light, There will be no James. I still and listen, waiting for his touch again, my skin begging for the heat, the only heat I can tolerate. I breathe in through my nose, searching for his unique scent. There it is. And a heat I've come to recognize meets my ankle. My leg rises, extends, lowers. Over and over. I open my eyes and let out a shallow sob when I see his beautiful, traumatized face above mine. The mere sight injects my useless body with strength. The pain has gone. I can breathe easy. I can see clearly. I couldn't find you, I murmur. He sighs, coming as close as he can, letting me hug him with one weak arm. My tears are unstoppable, seeping into the threads of his t-shirt. I'm here, he whispers. His voice, that in itself is a medicine. I'm here. He gently pulls away and spends an age gazing at me, wiping away the tears. He looks so troubled. Do you remember what happened, Beau? I divert my eyes, shying away from the memories his question spikes. Dexter, I say quietly, seeing a vivid image of his hostile expression the moment before he disappeared out of the door. I haven't the capacity or strength to try and unravel it all, not now. I suddenly feel empty, but the emptiness feels deeper, more profound. I look at my stomach. Empty. I'm not pregnant anymore, I say quietly, looking up at James. Am I? He can only shake his head, his throat swelling. The emptiness multiplies, and I rest my head back on the pillow, looking at the ceiling. James may appear as sad as I feel, but I can sense his need for justice. Where's Lawrence? He's safe. And Nath? I look at him and know immediately that Nath is gone. I inhale, breathing out shakily, flinching at the pain that simply breathing brings. Is Dexter still out there? Yes. What are you going to do? Kill him. I nod, accepting, because what else can I do? Stop James? Nature's strongest force wouldn't be able to stop him. My own uncle, a man I've looked up to for years. He's watched me suffer, held endless paper bags over my mouth when I've fallen into one of my merciless meltdowns, held my hand, spoken encouraging words. He fooled me. I feel myself begin to shake with the anger building, and I roughly wipe at my eyes, forcing myself to settle. Anger is pointless now. I'm helpless, useless. It'll only fuel James, and he looks like he needs no fuel. Breathe, Beau. I take a moment to gather myself and gather my bearings, looking around. I expect to see medical machinery everywhere. I see only one piece next to my bed, a line into my arm. I expect harsh, tubular lighting above me. I see an elaborate gold chandelier. I expect clinical bedsheets. I see a sumptuous spread in rich autumnal colors. I gaze around the room, an extravagant, plush bedroom, and finish at the French doors onto a terrace. Where am I? I ask, finding James on the edge of the giant bed. We're safe. That wasn't my question. I try to sit up, hissing as I do. Beau, for really's sake, take it easy. His palms gently press into my shoulders and push me back down. I'm fine. God help me, woman, lie really down. I relent, but only because the pain is too intense. How long have I been out? A week? A week, I blurt, panicked. A whole week? I know what James is capable of in an hour. He's had a whole week to rain holy hell on the world? And where have you been? I ask, looking for Dexter? Oh God, what about Lawrence? He'll be out of his mind. Here, always here. I stare at him, stunned, but I see only sincerity in his expression. It's a stark contrast to the man I first met. A whole week has passed, and you've not killed one person? His smile is small and ironic. I've killed more people in this 1 week than in my lifetime. Plotting. He's been plotting. Where are we, James? I ask, gazing around again. Don't worry about that for now. He gets up and goes to the door, swinging it open. Get the doctor, he orders, and I see Goldie craning her neck looking into the room, searching for me. She looks worried until she sees me on the bed awake, and she smiles, but only through her eyes. Good to have you back, Beau, she says gruffly. I'd call that affection, but I can only smile, and it's weak. James comes back and starts fussing around the sheets. He's stalling, diverting, distracting. I reach for his hand and stop him. Where are we? Somewhere safe. Where is somewhere safe? You have a lot of questions for someone who's just come out of a week-long coma. I've not even started, I assure him. Where? The door knocks, and an older man walks in, his suit tweed, his beard gray. Who are you? I exclaim, looking to James for an answer. Beau, this is Doc, he says, dismissing me, giving his attention to the elderly man. Check her over. I'm fine. Shut up, Beau, James snaps, and the doctor looks between us, a little alarmed. Listen to me, he warns the doctor, and he gets straight to it, checking me over. He reaches my stomach and presses lightly. I hiss. Fine, James grunts, going to the stand where a bag of fluids hangs, pulling it closer, as the doctor checks my pulse. I just need to empty your catheter, the doctor says. Catheter? I look at the ceiling, despairing, and close my eyes, hiding from my mortification. Remove it, I order, and the next thing I know, he's poking around in a place he shouldn't be. I breathe in and hold my breath, feeling the uncomfortable pull on my bladder. And when I open my eyes, he's brandishing a bag of pee in the air. Oh my God, I murmur, looking at James to save me from this humiliation. Thanks, doctor, I've got it, he says, smiling softly. She's fine. The doctor nods and leaves with my bag of pee. And I sigh, lifting my heavy arm, seeing a new cast. You upset your brake when you fell, James says. How long will I be useless? He smiles, full of pity, and pours some water, sitting on the edge of the bed. Here. He directs a straw to my mouth, but I try to take the glass instead. It's pulled back out of my reach. Let me. I can feed myself, James. I am not depending on him to care for me. Never. Beau, he breathes, his patience wearing. I don't care. This is not how I'm wired. He knows that. You've been shot. You've lost. He fades off, his nostrils flaring. Just let me look after you, for really's sake. I swallow, wary of the monsters in his eyes, and drop my mouth open for him. I need to be sensible and let him do whatever he needs to do to deal with this. Take care of me. And kill. But what about me? What will get me through this? The weight of the world feels heavy again. It lightened when I met James. He provided a relief. Now there are more secrets. There's more danger, more hatred. And on top of that, my body is broken, along with my spirit. So there will be no walking that path of nothingness with James for a while. No ecstasy, no mind-numbing bliss. I suck on the straw and swallow, blinking back the tears. No more tears. I will not cry. God, I want to cry. Want some sunshine on your face? James asks, setting the glass back on the nightstand. No darkness. I nod, tearful, and he helps me negotiate my stiff body to the edge of the bed. The whole time, my teeth are clenched, my muscles tense, trying to stem the pain. The soles of my feet meet the soft carpet. That hurts too, and I get a little head rush, just from sitting up. Whoa, I whisper, swaying. Okay, bad idea. No. I grab his arm. I'm not lying in that bed feeling sorry for myself, thinking about what we've lost, what's happened, how it happened, who did it. I need sunshine on my face. I need rainbows, James. My voice, infuriatingly, quivers. Rainbows are a long way away. I realize that. He nods, understanding, and helps me to my feet, watching me closely, waiting for any signs that I might pass out. I'm okay, I assure him, lifting one foot and placing it down, leaning into his big body as he holds me around the waist with one arm and pushes the metal stand holding the bag of fluids along with the other. I look to the French doors, to the gorgeous, green, vibrant garden beyond. It's beautiful, isn't it? He says, taking it in himself. Beauty amid so much ugly. I look up at him. I couldn't agree more. He is beauty amid the ugly. We make it out onto the terrace, where there are sun loungers and another terrace directly next door. It's a hotel, a lovely mansion hotel. Here, he lowers me to a lounger and positions himself behind me, moving back and letting me rest on his front. I exhale, close my eyes, and feel the warmth of the sun on my face and the warmth of James on my back. Good? Perfect, I say. This is perfect. Wherever we are, wherever he's brought me, it's perfect. Paradise. No evil, no hell. But I know it can't be sustained, because despite being in a place that looks like paradise, all I can think about is the loss. Our baby's gone. Nath's gone. Dexter killed my mom. Lawrence must also be beside himself with grief. I'd thought I'd grieved enough already in my life, but the hits just keep coming. I feel like I'm slowly losing my mind. I need some facts, something to stop all these thoughts of loss and pain that are barricading my brain from good sense, something to show me we have some hope. Tell me where we are, I demand softly. No, just enjoy it. James, really? I'm going to have to share eventually. But revealing where we are will lead to other questions I'm not sure I can answer yet. How's the sunshine on your face? I don't like the long silence that comes. Neither do I like it when she starts to try and turn over, so I lock my arms down around her upper body, mindful of her cast and cannula. Even broken, she's difficult. James, she says, her voice threatening, stay still, you'll hurt yourself. I'm really fine. Anger, she's full of it, and I know my evasiveness is only a small factor. I close my eyes and search for calm, try to push back my own fury with myself, because while trying to tame the demons in us, I've created more. We're at Danny Black's mansion, I say quietly, and she stills. What? She whispers. Why the hell are we at a dead mafia boss's home? Because I can't do what I need to do while looking after you. I don't need looking after, she says, tensing, like she's intending to move. She jerks, not intentionally, but in pain, and the line in her arm pops out, blood starting to piss everywhere. For gosh sake, I mutter, slipping out from behind her and crouching by the lounger, taking a towel from the table and applying pressure on the inside of her elbow. She stares at the towel, her breathing labored. Just give in, Beau, I say, looking up at her. You have to give in, and let me help you. A fat teardrop slips off her cheek and splashes onto the towel. Stop trying to be strong. You don't need to be. I reach for her face and wipe under her eyes. I've got this, I assure her, and once it's done, we go wherever you want to go. She looks up at me, and I really hate the sadness I see. Not anger, not need, it's pure, heavy sadness. Will it ever be done? She asks. Do you know who the bear is? Where Dexter is? You could spend years chasing your tail. You don't want this to end? Yes, end it now. Let's just go. Me and you and... Her words fade off and her hand lands on her stomach. And our baby. Gosh, do you want to spend the rest of our lives looking over our shoulders, worrying about me? People know who I am, Beau. They know James Kelly is the enigma. I have to end this. She swallows, her eyes dropping. She knows, and she has to accept. Is that why I'm here? Protection while you go on a mercy mission? What if you don't come back? She asks, looking up at me. More sadness. Then what happens to me? Hell come back, a voice from behind me says, and every muscle I possess firms up as I look at Beau. She's frowning through her tears, her neck craning to see past me. I don't need to look. His British accent tells me everything I need to know, not to mention the thick, deadly air that's arrived. Beau's jaw drops, her eyes expanding. She knows who she's looking at. I squeeze her hand, take a breath, and rise to my feet, slowly turning to face him. The Brit. His impassive expression doesn't crack, the scar on his face silver, his skin tan, his eyes sharp. He turns his suited form slowly and leans on the railings. I think we need to have a little chat, he says quietly, slipping a cigarette between his lips and lighting it. I knew. I slowly put the puzzle together with the scrap pieces unwittingly thrown my way, and yet still, seeing him in the flesh, I'm surprised. Surprised he's here. Surprised he's revealed himself to me. I turn to Beau, who literally looks like she's seen a ghost, and lean down to help her up. She comes with ease, and I'm grateful, despite knowing her compliance is fueled solely by shock and not willingness. Here, hold this, I say, picking up the metal stand and placing it in her hand. She grips it, eyes still on Danny Black behind me, and I scoop her up and carry her back into the bedroom, laying her on the bed. She looks at me in question. I've got this, I say again, pushing my lips to hers. I make sure her arm has stopped bleeding before I text Otto to get Doc up here. Then I leave her, heading back out onto the terrace, pulling the door closed behind me. "How is she?" he asks, exhaling a plume of smoke. "Difficult." His scar dents slightly, the sign of a small smile. I get it. Smoke? I'm trying to quit. He pushes from the balustrade and flicks his cigarette butt away. "Me too," he mutters, his hand coming out, extending toward me. "Danny Black." Like he needed to introduce himself. "James Kelly." His smile breaks. "I prefer the enigma." "Hell'll soon be dead." He laughs under his breath. "Take it from me, not even death gets you away from this world." He motions to a chair and takes one himself on the other terrace. "Talk to me. What do you want to know?" "I want to know who you are, where you came from, and how you know the bear knows I'm alive. Because I've no interest in being resurrected unless I have to be." The side of his finger brushes across his Cupid's bow, his eyes watchful. "I have a wife. My chances of survival are 0 if I have to go home to St. Lucia and tell her we're coming back to Miami." I'm amused, but I don't smile. The angel-faced assassin is wary of a woman. I can relate. Spittle was taking backhanders from someone connected to the bear, I tell him. I killed the connection, had Spittle looked up, and gave him a courtesy call. He took an instant dislike to me. I think he has a thing against British. Black smiles, amused. "Spittle knows he's messed up," I continue. "He's said things he shouldn't have said to people he shouldn't have said them to." Like hints that the Brit isn't dead. And when he realized he'd let on you're alive, he tried to kill Brad to cover his rear and came to me when he failed. So I asked myself, why wouldn't he just wait for the bear to kill Brad? Because the bear won't kill Brad. Black shakes his head, his lip close to curling. Because he wants Brad to lead him to me. And then you'd find out Spittle's blown your cover and kill him. Huh.
So he didn't expose me intentionally? No, I say, forcing my body into relaxing. Does that mean you're not going to kill him? All in good time, he muses, looking like he's already plotting Spittle's demise. Like when? He's stupid, and stupid people can be dangerous. That's been proven. Are you stupid, James? I'm sitting here. Of course I'm really stupid, but I'm owning it. He laughs lightly. I've not met many men I've liked instantly. I've met none, I reply, and he regards me coolly, nodding, understanding. Tell me why I shouldn't end you now, turn Spittle inside out, and kill the bear myself. You don't know who the bear is. No one does. And you do? No. I lean forward, making sure he hears what I'm about to say clearly. But I have a personal investment. My head tilts. He killed my family. He ordered the death of my girlfriend's mother. So I know you hear me when I say I'd be really put out if I don't get to look that jerk in the eye before I end him. For him to see me, to know who I am, to know why he's dying. I have to pause to take a breath, my skin sizzling with that unrelenting need again. Danny Black sits quietly, observant, watching me fighting to control my rage. And something deep and potent tells me he gets it. He comprehends. But just in case. I stand and turn, pulling my t-shirt up, exposing my back. I will burn him alive. Listen to him squeal like a pig. I need vengeance. But more than that, Beau needs it. And I will bring her peace. Dropping my t-shirt, I turn to face him. Are we clear? His face is poker straight, but I see the respect looking back at me. Meet me in my office, he says, his eyes stuck to mine, his mind obviously spinning. I nod, leaving Danny Black on the balcony, undoubtedly considering his options. He knows he only has one. Come back to life. Beau is still looking dazed in bed when I enter the room, and in an attempt to distract myself from the burn inside, I go to her, taking one of her legs and starting her physio routine. I can feel her studying me, hear her silent questions, but she says nothing. Nothing except, "I love you." My working hands falter, and I look up. Her eyes shine, life in them somewhere.
I'll bring it back to the surface, I swear it. And if I'm going to have to leave her while I hunt, I have to know something. I lower her leg to the bed and round the side, settling on the mattress and taking her hand. If I asked you to marry me, would you accept? No, she says, straight up, no messing about. And she's smiling. Why? I was a cop. I can't marry an assassin. But you can be intimate with one? Kill with one? Have a baby with one? Her tiny scowl is cute. We don't need to get married. Maybe I do? Why? I don't know. I shrug. Validation. That's exactly why I don't need it. She laughs lightly, looking over to the French doors. I can't believe he's alive. I balk, taking her chin and redirecting her face to mine. Answer me. I already did. A different answer. No, I'm not marrying you. Her head tilts, her expression firm, as are her words. The end. I'm about to go to war, Beau. Then don't. There's a knock at the door, and I growl, getting up. We're not done, I call back. Incorrect, she says as I swing it open. Danny Black stands before me, and Goldie and Otto are behind him, looking every bit as stunned as Beau did. You should get used to that, I say, motioning behind him. He looks over his shoulder, interested. I was just heading down to my office, he says, and I nod, thoughtful. He didn't need much time to weigh up his only option. Give me 5. I shut the door and turn around, puffy-chested. I'm injured. I want a valid reason why. Her weak body visibly sags. I don't have much faith in vows. Her nose wrinkles, and I'm not sure whether it's in discomfort or simply speaking of marriage. Both. Her parents. Her father cheated. Betrayed. That's not me, but I haven't got time to convince her of that right now. I stride over, drop a kiss on her forehead. We're still not done. I walk away and swing open the door, finding Goldie and Otto whispering. They quickly stop, and I quickly hedge my bets on who will hit me first with their, what the gosh, they say in unison, both of them pointing limp hands down the corridor, where I expect Danny Black has just wandered away. I'll explain. We're definitely done, Beau calls. I'm not marrying you. I show the ceiling my palms and Goldie my despair. She's just playing, I say to their stunned faces, making tracks down the corridor. Where are you going? They ask as I go. To make a deal with a dead man, I murmur, rolling my shoulders, every inch of my back tingling. The door to his office is open when I get there, and Danny Black is sitting at the helm, behind his desk, in the chair Brad wouldn't take, because it was still his boss's seat. He motions to the chair opposite, and I take it while he pours 2 scotches. How is she? Still difficult. I accept the glass he hands me and hit the side of his. Cheers, he replies, smiling around the rim. You should take her away, he suggests, waving a hand indifferently. Give her some attention. He quirks an eyebrow. I have a place, just say the word. Look at it as a welcome gift. A welcome to what? My home, he says, although I expect there's more to it than that. And speaking of gifts. He nods at the door, and I turn just as it opens. I slowly lower the glass to the table, the heat rising from my toes to my head. Dexter falls into the room. Where did you find him? I ask, unbending my body from the chair, taking in the pathetic, disheveled jerk. One of my men got lucky, Black says. Simple as that. There was no luck. I imagine there was blackmail, threats, but no luck. He's crying, snot everywhere, his complexion gray, blood staining his thigh. Gosh, hold me back. Or don't. I see Beau in hospital. I see her circling her stomach in her sleep. I see all the things Dexter really shouldn't want me to see. The red mist can't be held back. I lose my head and fly across the room, charging at him, swiping him clean out of the hands of Ringo and smashing him into the wall. I'm all out of control. This won't be quick and clean. You killed my unborn child, you lanky, vile individual. God help him. No, the devil can have him instead. He dribbles and moans as I drop my hold and back away, reaching for my ankle and pulling out a switchblade. Listen to me, he pants, eyes darting around the room. Shut up. I can tell you who the bear is. That just enrages me more, and I lunge forward, plunging my knife into his eye socket. He drops, the squeals of pain blood-curdling, the shrieks mixed with pleas irritating as anything. I get up behind him, take a hold of his head and tilt it back. I wrestle his tongue out of his mouth and slice it off, then take the blade and sink it into his ear. Instant silence, blood everywhere. I step back, shaking. I've never seen red so vividly, never shook so much when I've ended someone. I cast my eyes across the blood-soaked carpet. Beau doesn't hear of this, I say clearly. Received loud and clear, Black replies quietly, as I turn to face him. He takes in my blood-stained form while casually sipping his scotch. He said he knew who the bear is. He was lying. No one knows who he is. He'll be coming for me, assuming he really does know I'm alive. Exactly. And Danny Black isn't the kind of man to wait around to be killed. And thanks to Dexter, the bear knows who I am too. He knows you're alive, I assure him. You have Spittlespitlings for that. So, are you ready to be my bait? I ask, and he regards me for a while as I stand before him, dripping in blood. Yes, I'm sick, but so is he. His smile now, dark and moody, proves it. He raises his tumbler. To my resurrection. He takes a long slurp and slams his glass down. You'll hold my hand when I break the news to my wife. St. Lucia, a week later. Beau. The wheels hit the runway, and I jolt in my seat, feeling James's keen eyes on me. I try my hardest not to flinch, but the pain, albeit milder now, still gets me.
I press my lips together and close my eyes, mentally calculating the last time I had any pain meds. I must be due some more soon. I hear James's cell come to life, pinging and singing the arrival of texts and missed calls. I open my eyes. "Lawrence?" I ask, circling my stomach with my palm, sounding hopeful. James shakes his head, and I try so hard to keep my disappointment from my face, closing my eyes again. He's not left his room since James took us to Black's mansion, not spoken, hardly eaten. Esther, Danny Black's mother, a lovely, gentle lady, has promised to send me daily updates while we're away. But I need to hear from him. I need to know he's okay, or that he'll be okay eventually. The brakes kick in and I'm pulled back in the plush seat, breathing through the discomfort. I can feel James watching me, has been the entire flight, assessing me. I'm fine, I say for the 1000th time, and I so desperately want to be fine, but no matter how many times I try and convince myself of that, I return to the same circle of worry. This here, where we've just landed, is a temporary respite, a vacation from our real life, where James is a cold-blooded killer and I am a broken ex-cop. We'll need to return to Miami. James will need to kill. I will need closure. Closure? It seems like a pathetic word to use in such a life-or-death situation, which brings me to something else, something I've been afraid to ask. Did you find a key? He unclips his belt, despite the jet still cruising down the runway at some speed, and pulls one of his bags onto his lap. No. I eye him with suspicion. You're lying. Okay. He looks up and smiles. It's sarcastic. I'm lying. Why are you doing that? I ask, unclipping my belt and slowly standing, trying to get some life back into my limbs. The less you know, the better. Sit down. The brakes kick in harder, and I'm knocked back into my seat. Gosh, I hiss, my face screwing up. God help me, Beau, James seethes, leaving his seat to refasten my belt. Stay. The less I know, the better? Does he seriously think that'll wash? I don't want you involved, he mutters, returning to his own seat. You mean with your new gangster friends? I turn away, looking out of the window. It's so bright, I have to squint. Sunshine. You don't get to pull the protection card now, I say, as the jet comes to a standstill. I've told you, don't treat me like I'm glass. The protection card has been in place since we met, Beau, he replies, standing and taking my hand. I look up at him. And you are glass, always will be to me. His eyes drop to my stomach, to my wound, to my womb. Fragile.
And of course, I can't argue with him. I let him unclip my seatbelt and carefully pull me to my feet. I'll walk, I say before he has a chance to scoop me up. My muscles are dead. I start a very slow wander toward the flight attendant up front, who is freshly painted to see us off Danny Black's private jet. I smile my thanks as I pass her and break out into the sunshine. "Sunshine on your face," James whispers, resting his chin on my shoulder. I inhale the salty sea air and let it stream out slowly. What are we going to do with all our time now you have no one in the vicinity to kill? Have a holiday, a vacation. Yes, that. He ushers me down the steps, and a driver meets us. He nods and passes us, collecting our bags. "Dinner," James says, relaxing, reading, recharging. He opens the car door and looks back. Danny Black emerges from the plane, looking cool and casual in a cream linen suit. Strategizing, I add, my face straight when James turns tired eyes onto me. Am I wrong? "You're talking too much about the wrong things. I want to know every move you make," I inform him, "before you make it." A wave of something washes over his features, and I tilt my head in question. "Have you got something to tell me?" "Not a thing." He gently pushes me into the seat as Black approaches, slipping on his shades. "The driver will take you to the beach hut," Danny says, nodding to the guy who's loading the trunk with our cases. "When you're settled in, we'll have dinner. The four of us." "Us three?" I ask, curious. "Don't tell me the angel-faced assassin has a girlfriend." I pause for thought, looking at James. The enigma. How really did I go from being a cop to a gangster's mall? "My wife." Something shines in his eyes, softening them. "Rose, something tells me you two will get along great." "Why?" Danny looks at James, serious. "Difficult, was that the word?" My eyes swing from Danny to James. He's smiling too. "Difficult? Me? The nerve. Forgive me for needing to know the finer details of my boyfriend's planned killing spree." "Thanks, mate," James says, and Danny Black smiles. There's definitely something different about him here, something lighter. His wife? "Wish me luck," he says, "and if you don't hear from me by morning, you'd better come check I'm alive." "You're scared of a woman?" "Terrified. And she's not just any woman." He appears to shudder for effect. "She's my wife." He starts backing away, eyes on James, a certain amount of communication happening with that single look. James nods, understanding, and turns his attention onto me. "Ready?" He shuts the door, rounding the back and sliding in next to me. My cell starts ringing, and I dig it out of my purse. "Oh," I breathe. "Who?" "My father." I flash the screen at James. I've got to take it. It was a cop-out leaving a message with his secretary, but explaining why I'm leaving the country seemed like a mammoth task. "You can't tell him where we are, Beau." "I know," I say on a sigh. "Dad?" "Beau, what's going on? I've had a message that you've gone on vacation." "A small break," I say as the driver pulls away. "I'll be back in a week or so." "Where are you?" "You should have said. I would have chartered a flight for you." I smile, looking out of the window at the shiny private jet we just disembarked. "It's fine. James upgraded us." Into Mafia territory. And yet, undeniably, I feel safe. Did at Casa Black, and now here in St. Lucia. "So where are you?" "Somewhere quiet. With him, obviously," he says, and I look at James. What happened when I was out cold for a week? Something tells me my father and boyfriend didn't bond. "With James, yes." I see. He coughs. "Well, enjoy. Call me when you're home. We still need to do that lunch, just the two of us." He hangs up, and I shake my head. "I'm fine, thanks for asking." James reaches over and takes my hand. "Still got daddy issues?" he asks, and I laugh under my breath. "I don't want to be an issue for my kids." I swing my eyes his way. "Where did that come from?" "My father was a drug tycoon. Yours is a conceited jerk. Do you think we'll be terrible parents?" My mouth falls open to speak, but I can't find the right words. Something tells me he's thought about this a lot. I, however, have pushed our loss into a safe box in my brain, never to be opened. It's self-preservation. It's all I can do, because the alternative would be bloodshed, and one murderer in this relationship is enough. What am I really thinking? I force a smile and look away. Can we go swimming in the sea? I ask. He doesn't answer the question that was plucked from thin air in an attempt to change the subject. He's still thinking. I'm not sure I like James on vacation. The beach hut. Biggest understatement of the century. The only thing that makes this 4-bed, 3-bathroom abode a hut is the pure white wooden slatted exterior. There's a veranda, an outside kitchen, a dunking pool, and a private path to the beach. But however large and luxurious, it has nothing on the monster villa at least half a mile up the beach. It has to be Danny Black's. Secluded, private, alive. I drop my glasses back to my nose and rest back on my elbow. James is in the water again, for hours now. He's swam, following the line of the coast as far as he can, back and forth. The water is glistening, the earlier storm passed, but the scent of rain still hangs thick in the air. The sun is warm on my skin, the sand soft under my back. I cast my eyes down my bathing suit. Not a bikini.
I can't see myself wearing one of those ever again. It's just another scar to cover. But the mental scars, will they ever be gone? And will this nightmare ever end? I breathe in the sea air and cast my eyes across the horizon. There's nothing for as far as the eye can see. I can hear no traffic, no people, just the lapping of small waves onto the shore and the light whistle of the breeze. We could stay here, maintain this peace, this nothingness, just be. I sigh, content, and search for James again. He's no longer swimming. Now he's wading out of the sea. I sit up a little, resting back on my hand, and admire the sight. His tight swim shorts, his epic chest, his rough face. I've never seen him look so rested, so light. When he reaches the shore, he uses his foot to pat around on the sand, and I frown, wondering what he's doing. He drops to his knees, lays his forearms on the sand, and I watch as every muscle in him tenses as he slowly straightens his body until he's vertical. Still, steady, stability, focus. I smile and get to my feet, cursing under my breath at the pull in my tummy and the ache in my arm, and pad through the sand to him, approaching quietly. I circle his upside-down form, taking in every breathtaking inch of him, his back the most, the damage he sustained trying to save my mom's life. Saving me. He's still saving me. There's always been a connection between us, something insane and unfathomable. But this scar, and how he come to have it, propels our connection into another realm, unbreakable. It's a beautiful notion. I reach his front and lower to my stomach, resting down gently, propping my chin on my palm, studying his serene face, my cast placed awkwardly to the side. His lashes flicker a fraction, his lips not smiling but not straight either. Even upside down, he's wildly beautiful. Then his lips quirk, and mine follow. One eye opens. And with precision and little effort, his straight, lean body starts to lower over me until his front comes to settle on my back. He buries his face in my neck and inhales, and I rest my cheek on the warm sand. "Hi," he whispers, and I smile. "It's me. Hi, me. How's the sunshine?" Warm on my back. I shifted, and he groaned into my neck. "I'm your sunshine?" Warm. Bright. "You're my sunshine," I confirm, wriggling as best I can without spiking too much pain, but it seems every move hurts. He raises onto his toes and fists, and I turn over, trying to hide the discomfort on my face. He remains suspended above me. "We're still not done," he says quietly, lowering and kissing my lips gently before rising again. My sunshine. Warmth where there's cold, light where there's dark, happiness where there's misery. "Then ask me again," I say, reaching for the center of his chest and drawing a straight, light line down the middle to his belly button. I flick my eyes up to his, relishing his smile. "If I asked you to marry me," he whispers, "would you say yes?" "Yes," I reply, and he lowers again, placing another kiss on my mouth, this time remaining lowered.
no weight on me, his strong arms and straight legs keeping him hovering above my body. For the first time in what feels like an eternity, he deepened our kiss, connecting with me intimately. Glass. I take all he is offering, indulging, feeling, loving. I have a condition, I murmur around our lips, and he hums, lost. You don't kill Dexter. As expected, he pulls away, and I smile, almost in apology. I don't think I could live with myself. I don't think I could look Lawrence in the eye. His Adam's apple rolls from his swallow, his eyes searching mine. What are you saying? I'm saying I can live with honest justice where he's concerned, the kind of justice Mom believed in, and which I did too, before I lost her. I need to know why he did it, how he got in so far, up to his neck, that he saw that as his only out. I need that, James. His nostrils flare. He doesn't like it, but surely he must understand. He killed our baby, Beau. He swallows and lowers again, burying his face in my neck, keeping my front free from his weight. And he'll pay, I say, taking my arm around his back and stroking across his uneven skin. Okay? Okay, he breathes, but it's reluctant. Anything else? Yes. Once you've found the bear, we leave Miami for good. I can't deny him that one kill. I won't truly ever have James until he's exorcised that demon. I know that. And really, I need it too. It's the missing piece of our puzzle, the path to our eternal peace. Dexter played a part, but he didn't order the kill. Where do you want to go? He lifts and looks down at me. I can already see his eyes darkening, vengeance brewing. I like it here. Then I'll buy it. A kiss. And what will you do with all of your time? I ask. I'm going to be your constant sunshine, baby. His kiss deepened, long and passionate, before he starts pecking his way down my neck to my chest. I sigh and drop my head to the side, looking out at the sea. And in the distance, vivid and stretching across the horizon, a rainbow. Okay, I am ready.